Scarlett O'Hara was not beautiful, but men seldom realized it when caught by her charm as the Tarleton twins were. In her face were too sharply blended the delicate features of her mother, a coast aristocrat of French descent, and the heavy ones of her florid Irish father. But it was an arresting face, pointed of chin, square of jaw. Her eyes were pale green, without a touch of hazel, starred with bristly black lashes and slightly tilted at the ends. Above them, her thick black brows slanted upward, cutting a startling oblique line in her magnolia white skin, that skin so prized by Southern women, and so carefully guarded with bonnets, veils, and mittens against hot Georgia suns. Seated with Stuart and Brent Tarleton in the cool shade of the porch of Tara, her father's plantation, that bright April afternoon of 1861, she made a pretty picture. Her new green-flowered muslin dress spread its 12 yards of billowing material over her hoops, and exactly matched the flat-heeled green Morocco slippers her father had recently brought her from Atlanta. The dress set off to perfection the 17-inch waist, the smallest in 3 counties, and the tightly fitting basque showed breasts well matured for her 16 years. But for all the modesty of her spreading skirts, the demureness of hair netted smoothly into a chignon, and the quietness of small white hands folded in her lap, her true self was poorly concealed. The green eyes in the carefully sweet face were turbulent, willful, lusty with life, distinctly at variance with her decorous demeanor. Her manners had been imposed upon her by her mother's gentle admonitions and the sterner discipline of her mammy. Her eyes were her own. On either side of her, the twins lounged easily in their chairs, squinting at the sunlight through tall, mint-garnished glasses. As they laughed and talked, their long legs, booted to the knee and thick with saddle muscles, crossed negligently. 19 years old, 6 feet 2 inches tall, long of bone and hard of muscle, with sunburned faces and deep auburn hair, their eyes merry and arrogant, their bodies clothed in identical blue coats and mustard-colored breeches, they were as much alike as 2 bowls of cotton. Outside, the late afternoon sun slanted down in the yard, throwing into gleaming brightness the dogwood trees that were solid masses of white blossoms against the background of new green. The twins' horses were hitched in the driveway, big animals, red as their master's hair, and around the horses' legs quarreled the pack of lean, nervous possum hounds that accompanied Stuart and Brent wherever they went. A little aloof, as became an aristocrat, lay a black-spotted carriage dog, muzzle on paws, patiently waiting for the boys to go home to supper. Between the hounds and the horses and the twins there was a kinship deeper than that of their constant companionship. They were all healthy, thoughtless young animals, sleek, graceful, high-spirited, the boys as mettlesome as the horses they rode. Mettlesome and dangerous, but withal sweet-tempered to those who knew how to handle them. Although born to the ease of plantation life, waited on hand and foot since infancy, the faces of the 3 on the porch were neither slack nor soft. They had the vigor and alertness of country people who have spent all their lives in the open and troubled their heads very little with dull things in books. Life in the North Georgia county of Clayton was still new and, according to standards of Augusta, Savannah, and Charleston, a little crude. The more sedate and older sections of the South looked down their noses at the up-country Georgians. But here in North Georgia, a lack of the niceties of classical education carried no shame, provided a man was smart in the things that mattered. And raising good cotton, riding well, shooting straight, dancing lightly, squiring the ladies with elegance, and carrying one's liquor like a gentleman were the things that mattered. In these accomplishments, the twins excelled. And they were equally outstanding in their notorious inability to learn anything contained between the covers of books. Their family had more money, more horses, more slaves than anyone else in the county, but the boys had less grammar than most of their poor cracker neighbors. It was for this precise reason that Stuart and Brent were idling on the porch of Tara this April afternoon. They had just been expelled from the University of Georgia, the fourth university that had thrown them out in 2 years. And their older brothers, Tom and Boyd, had come home with them because they refused to remain at an institution where the twins were not welcome. Stuart and Brent considered their latest expulsion a fine joke, and Scarlett, who had not willingly opened a book since leaving the Fayetteville Female Academy the year before, thought it just as amusing as they did. "I know you two don't care about being expelled, or Tom either," she said. "But what about Boyd? He's kind of set on getting an education, and you two have pulled him out of the University of Virginia and Alabama and South Carolina and now Georgia. He'll never get finished at this rate." "Oh, he can read law in Judge Parmley's office over in Fayetteville," answered Brent carelessly. "Besides, it don't matter much. We'd have had to come home before the term was out anyway." "Why?" "The war, goose. The war's going to start any day, and you don't suppose any of us would stay in college with a war going on, do you?" "You know there isn't going to be any war," said Scarlett, bored. "It's all just talk. Why, Ashley Wilkes and his father told Pa just last week that our commissioners in Washington would come to an amicable agreement with Mr. Lincoln about the Confederacy. And anyway, the Yankees are too scared of us to fight. There won't be any war, and I'm tired of hearing about it." "Not going to be any war!" cried the twins indignantly, as though they had been defrauded. "Why, honey, of course there's going to be a war," said Stuart. "The Yankees may be scared of us, but after the way General Beauregard shelled them out of Fort Sumter day before yesterday, they'll have to fight or stand branded as cowards before the whole world. Why, the Confederacy—" Scarlett made a mouth of bored impatience. "If you say war just once more, I'll go in the house and shut the door. I've never gotten so tired of any one word in my life as war, unless it's secession. Pa talks war morning, noon, and night, and all the gentlemen who come to see him shout about Fort Sumter and states' rights and Abe Lincoln till I get so bored I could scream. And that's all the boys talk about, too, that and their old troop. There hasn't been any fun at any party this spring because the boys can't talk about anything else. I'm mighty glad Georgia waited till after Christmas before it seceded, or it would have ruined the Christmas parties, too. If you say war again, I'll go in the house." She meant what she said, for she could never long endure any conversation of which she was not the chief subject. But she smiled when she spoke, consciously deepening her dimple and fluttering her bristly black lashes as swiftly as butterflies' wings. The boys were enchanted, as she had intended them to be, and they hastened to apologize for boring her. They thought none the less of her for her lack of interest. Indeed, they thought more. War was men's business, not ladies', and they took her attitude as evidence of her femininity. Having maneuvered them away from the boring subject of war, she went back with interest to their immediate situation. "What did your mother say about you two being expelled again?" The boys looked uncomfortable, recalling their mother's conduct 3 months ago when they had come home by request from the University of Virginia. "Well," said Stuart, "she hasn't had a chance to say anything yet. Tom and us left home early this morning before she got up, and Tom's laying out over at the Fontaines while we came over here." "Didn't she say anything when you got home last night?" "We were in luck last night. Just before we got home, that new stallion Ma got in Kentucky last month was brought in, and the place was in the big brute. He's a grand horse, Scarlet. You must tell your pa to come over and see him right away. He'd already bitten a hunk out of his groom on the way down here, and he'd trampled 2 of Ma's darkies who met the train at Jonesboro. And just before we got home, he'd about kicked the stable down and half-killed Strawberry, Ma's old stallion. When we got home, Ma was out in the stable with a sack full of sugar, smoothing him down and doing it mighty well, too. The darkies were hanging from the rafters, pop-eyed, they were so scared. But Ma was talking to the horse like he was folks, and he was eating out of her hand. There ain't nobody like Ma with a horse. And when she saw us, she said, "In heaven's name, what are you four doing home again? You're worse than the plagues of Egypt." And then the horse began snorting and rearing, and she said, "Get out of here. Can't you see he's nervous, the big darling? I'll tend to you four in the morning." So we went to bed, and this morning we got away before she could catch us and left Boyd to handle her. Do you suppose she'll hit Boyd? Scarlet, like the rest of the county, could never get used to the way small Mrs. Tarleton bullied her grown sons and laid her riding crop on their backs if the occasion seemed to warrant it. Beatrice Tarleton was a busy woman, having on her hands not only a large cotton plantation, 100 Negroes, and 8 children, but the largest horse-breeding farm in the state as well. She was hot-tempered and easily plagued by the frequent scrapes of her 4 sons, and while no one was permitted to whip a horse or a slave, she felt that a lick now and then didn't do the boys any harm. Of course she won't hit Boyd. She never did beat Boyd much because he's the oldest. Besides, he's the runt of the litter, said Stuart, proud of his 6 feet 2. That's why we left him at home to explain things to her. God almighty, Ma ought to stop licking us. We're 19, and Tom's 21, and she acts like we're 6 years old. Will your mother ride the new horse to the Wilkes' barbecue tomorrow? She wants to, but Pa says he's too dangerous. And anyway, the girls won't let her. They said they were going to have her go to one party at least like a lady, riding in the carriage. I hope it doesn't rain tomorrow, said Scarlet. It's rained nearly every day for a week. There's nothing worse than a barbecue turned into an indoor picnic. Oh, it'll be clear tomorrow and hot as June, said Stuart. Look at that sunset. I never saw one redder. You can always tell weather by sunsets. They looked out across the endless acres of Gerald O'Hara's newly plowed cotton fields toward the red horizon. Now that the sun was setting in a welter of crimson behind the hills across the Flint River, the warmth of the April day was ebbing into a faint but balmy chill. Spring had come early that year, with warm, quick rains and sudden frothing of pink peach blossoms, and dogwood dappling with white stars the dark river swamp and far-off hills. Already the plowing was nearly finished, and the bloody glory of the sunset colored the fresh-cut furrows of red Georgia clay to even redder hues. The moist, hungry earth, waiting upturned for the cotton seeds, showed pinkish on the sandy tops of furrows, vermilion and scarlet and maroon where shadows lay along the sides of the trenches. The whitewashed brick plantation house seemed an island set in a wild red sea, a sea of spiraling, curving, crescent billows petrified suddenly at the moment when the pink-tipped waves were breaking into surf. For here were no long, straight furrows, such as could be seen in the yellow clay fields of the flat middle Georgia country, or in the lush black earth of the coastal plantations. The rolling foothill country of North Georgia was plowed in a million curves to keep the rich earth from washing down into the river bottoms. It was a savagely red land, blood-colored after rains, brick dust in droughts. The best cotton land in the world. It was a pleasant land of white houses, peaceful plowed fields, and sluggish yellow rivers, but a land of contrasts, of brightest sun glare and densest shade. The plantation clearings and miles of cotton fields smiled up to a warm sun, placid, complacent. At their edges rose the virgin forests, dark and cool even in the hottest noons, mysterious, a little sinister. The soughing pines seemed to wait with an age-old patience, to threaten with soft sighs, "Be careful, be careful. We had you once. We can take you back again." To the ears of the three on the porch came the sounds of hooves, the jingling of harness chains, and the shrill, careless laughter of Negro voices as the field hands and mules came in from the fields. From within the house floated the soft voice of Scarlett's mother, Ellen O'Hara, as she called to the little black girl who carried her basket of keys. The high-pitched, childish voice answered, "Yas'm," and there were sounds of footsteps going out the back way toward the smokehouse, where Ellen would ration out the food to the homecoming hands. There was the click of china and the rattle of silver as Pork, the valet butler of Tara, laid the table for supper. At these last sounds, the twins realized it was time they were starting home. But they were loath to face their mother, and they lingered on the porch of Tara, momentarily expecting Scarlett to give them an invitation to supper. "Look, Scarlett, about tomorrow," said Brent. "Just because we've been away and didn't know about the barbecue and the ball, that's no reason why we shouldn't get plenty of dances tomorrow night. You haven't promised them all, have you?" "Well, I have. How did I know you all would be home? I couldn't risk being a wallflower just waiting on you two." "You a wallflower?" The boys laughed uproariously. "Look, honey, you've got to give me the first waltz and Stu the last one, and you've got to eat supper with us. We'll sit on the stair landing like we did at the last ball and get Mammy Jincy to come tell our fortunes again." "I don't like Mammy Jincy's fortunes. You know she said I was going to marry a gentleman with jet black hair and a long black mustache, and I don't like black-haired gentlemen." "You like 'em red-headed, don't you, honey?" grinned Brent. "Now, come on. Promise us all the waltzes and the supper." "If you'll promise, we'll tell you a secret," said Stuart. "What?" cried Scarlett, alert as a child at the word. "Is it what we heard yesterday in Atlanta, Stu? If it is, you know we promised not to tell." "Well, Miss Pitty told us." "Miss who?" "You know, Ashley Wilkes's cousin who lives in Atlanta, Miss Pitty Pat Hamilton, Charles and Melanie Hamilton's aunt." "I do, and a sillier old lady I never met in all my life." "Well, when we were in Atlanta yesterday, waiting for the home train, her carriage went by the depot, and she stopped and talked to us. And she told us there was going to be an engagement announcement tomorrow night at the Wilkes ball." "Oh, I know about that," said Scarlett in disappointment. "That silly nephew of hers, Charlie Hamilton, and Honey Wilkes. Everybody's known for years that they'd get married sometime, even if he did seem kind of lukewarm about it." "Do you think he's silly?" questioned Brent. "Last Christmas you sure let him buzz round you plenty." "I couldn't help him buzzing," Scarlett shrugged negligently. "I think he's an awful sissy." "Besides, it isn't his engagement that's going to be announced," said Stuart triumphantly. "It's Ashley's to Charlie's sister, Miss Melanie." Scarlett's face did not change, but her lips went white, like a person who has received a stunning blow without warning and who, in the first moments of shock, does not realize what has happened. So still was her face as she stared at Stuart that he, never analytic, took it for granted that she was merely surprised and very interested. "Miss Pitty told us they hadn't intended announcing it till next year, because Miss Melly hasn't been very well. But with all the war talk going around, everybody in both families thought it would be better to get married soon, so it's to be announced tomorrow night at the supper intermission. Now, Scarlett, we've told you the secret, so you've got to promise to eat supper with us." "Of course I will," Scarlett said automatically. "And all the waltzes?" "All." "You're sweet. I'll bet the other boys will be hopping mad." "Let 'em be mad," said Brent. "We two can handle 'em. Look, Scarlet, sit with us at the barbecue in the morning." "What?" Stuart repeated his request. "Of course." The twins looked at each other jubilantly, but with some surprise, although they considered themselves Scarlet's favored suitors. They had never before gained tokens of this favor so easily. Usually she made them beg and plead, while she put them off, refusing to give a yes or no answer, laughing if they sulked, growing cool if they became angry. And here she had practically promised them the whole of tomorrow, seats by her at the barbecue, all the waltzes, and they'd see to it that the dances were all waltzes, and the supper intermission. This was worth getting expelled from the university. Filled with new enthusiasm by their success, they lingered on, talking about the barbecue and the ball and Ashley Wilkes and Melanie Hamilton, interrupting each other, making jokes and laughing at them, hinting broadly for invitations to supper. Some time had passed before they realized that Scarlet was having very little to say. The atmosphere had somehow changed. Just how, the twins did not know, but the fine glow had gone out of the afternoon. Scarlet seemed to be paying little attention to what they said, although she made the correct answers. Sensing something they could not understand, baffled and annoyed by it, the twins struggled along for a while, and then rose reluctantly, looking at their watches. The sun was low across the new-plowed fields, and the tall woods across the river were looming blackly in silhouette. Chimney swallows were darting swiftly across the yard, and chickens, ducks, and turkeys were waddling and strutting and straggling in from the fields. Stuart bellowed, "Jeems!" And after an interval, a tall black boy of their own age ran breathlessly around the house and out toward the tethered horses. Jeems was their body servant, and, like the dogs, accompanied them everywhere. He had been their childhood playmate, and had been given to the twins for their own on their 10th birthday. At the sight of him, the Tarleton hounds rose up out of the red dust and stood waiting expectantly for their masters. The boys bowed, shook hands, and told Scarlet they'd be over at the Wilkses early in the morning, waiting for her. Then they were off down the walk at a rush, mounted their horses, and, followed by Jeems, went down the avenue of cedars at a gallop, waving their hats and yelling back to her. When they had rounded the curve of the dusty road that hid them from Tara, Brent drew his horse to a stop under a clump of dogwood. Stuart halted too, and the darky boy pulled up a few paces behind them. The horses, feeling slack rein, stretched down their necks to crop the tender spring grass, and the patient hounds lay down again in the soft red dust and looked up longingly at the chimney swallows circling in the gathering dusk. Brent's wide, ingenuous face was puzzled and mildly indignant. "Look," he said. "Don't it look to you like she would have asked us to stay for supper?" "I thought she would," said Stuart. "I kept waiting for her to do it, but she didn't. What do you make of it?" "I don't make anything of it. But it just looks to me like she might have. After all, it's our first day home, and she hasn't seen us in quite a spell. And we'd had lots more things to tell her. It looked to me like she was mighty glad to see us when we came. I thought so, too. And then about a half an hour ago, she got kind of quiet, like she had a headache. I noticed that, but I didn't pay it any mind then. What do you suppose ailed her?" "I don't know. Do you suppose we said something that made her mad?" They both thought for a minute. "I can't think of anything. Besides, when Scarlet gets mad, everybody knows it. She don't hold herself in like some girls do." "Yes, that's what I like about her. She don't go around being cold and hateful when she's mad. She tells you about it. But it was something we did or said that made her shut up talking and look sort of sick. I could swear she was glad to see us when we came and was aiming to ask us to supper. You don't suppose it's because we got expelled?" Hell no. Don't be a fool. She laughed like everything when we told her about it. And besides, Scarlett don't set any more store by book learning than we do. Brent turned in the saddle and called to the Negro groom. "Jeems." "Sir?" "You heard what we were talking to Miss Scarlett about?" "No, sir, Miss Brent. How come you think I'll be spying on white folks?" "Spying? My God! You darkies know everything that goes on." "Why, you liar, I saw you with my own eyes sidle around the corner of the porch and squat in the Cape Jessamine bush by the wall. Now, did you hear us say anything that might have made Miss Scarlett mad or hurt her feelings?" Thus appealed to, Jeems gave up further pretense of not having overheard the conversation and furrowed his black brow. "No, sir. I didn't notice y'all say anything to make her mad. Looked to me like she was glad to see you, and sure had missed you. And she'd cheep along happy as a bird till about the time y'all got talking about Miss Ashley and Miss Melly Hamilton getting married. Then she quiet down like a bird when the hawk fly over." The twins looked at each other and nodded, but without comprehension. "Jeems is right, but I don't see why," said Stewart. "My Lord, Ashley don't mean anything to her except a friend. She's not crazy about him. It's us she's crazy about." Brent nodded an agreement. "But do you suppose," he said, "that maybe Ashley hadn't told her he was going to announce it tomorrow night, and she was mad at him for not telling her, an old friend, before he told everybody else? Girls set a big store on knowing such things first." "Well, maybe. But what if he hadn't told her it was tomorrow? It was supposed to be a secret and a surprise, and a man's got a right to keep his own engagement quiet, hasn't he? We wouldn't have known it if Miss Melly's aunt hadn't let it out, but Scarlett must have known he was going to marry Miss Melly sometime. Why, we've known it for years. The Wilkes and Hamiltons always marry their own cousins. Everybody knew he'd probably marry her someday, just like Honey Wilkes is going to marry Miss Melly's brother Charles. Well, I give up, but I'm sorry she didn't ask us to supper. I swear I don't want to go home and listen to Ma take on about us being expelled. It isn't as if this was the first time. Maybe Boyd will have smoothed her down by now. You know what a slick talker that little varmint is. You know he can always smooth her down." "Yes, he can do it, but it takes Boyd time. He has to talk around in circles till Ma gets so confused that she gives up and tells him to save his voice for his law practice. But he ain't had time to get good started yet. Why, I'll bet you Ma is still so excited about the new horse that she'll never even realize we're home again till she sits down to supper tonight and sees Boyd. And before supper is over, she'll be going strong and breathing fire. And it'll be 10 o'clock before Boyd gets a chance to tell her that it wouldn't have been honorable for any of us to stay in college after the way the Chancellor talked to you and me. And it'll be midnight before he gets her turned around to where she's so mad at the Chancellor she'll be asking Boyd why he didn't shoot him. No, we can't go home till after midnight." The twins looked at each other glumly. They were completely fearless of wild horses, shooting affrays and the indignation of their neighbors, but they had a wholesome fear of their red-haired mother's outspoken remarks and the riding crop that she did not scruple to lay across their breeches. "Well, look," said Brent. "Let's go over to the Wilkses. Ashley and the girls will be glad to have us for supper." Stewart looked a little discomforted. "No, don't let's go there. They'll be in a stew getting ready for the barbecue tomorrow, and besides—" "Oh, I forgot about that," said Brent hastily. "No, don't let's go there." They clucked to their horses and rode along in silence for a while, a flush of embarrassment on Stewart's brown cheeks. Until the previous summer, Stewart had courted India Wilkes with the approbation of both families and the entire county. The county felt that perhaps the cool and contained India Wilkes would have a quieting effect on him. They fervently hoped so, at any rate, and Stewart might have made the match. But Brent had not been satisfied. Brent liked India, but he thought her mighty plain and tame, and he simply could not fall in love with her himself to keep Stuart company. That was the first time the twins' interests had ever diverged, and Brent was resentful of his brother's attention to a girl who seemed to him not at all remarkable. Then, last summer, at a political speaking in a grove of oak trees at Jonesboro, they both suddenly became aware of Scarlett O'Hara. They had known her for years, and since their childhood she had been a favorite playmate, for she could ride horses and climb trees almost as well as they. But now, to their amazement, she had become a grown-up young lady, and quite the most charming one in all the world. They noticed for the first time how her green eyes danced, how deep her dimples were when she laughed, how tiny her hands and feet, and what a small waist she had. Their clever remarks sent her into merry peals of laughter, and, inspired by the thought that she considered them a remarkable pair, they fairly outdid themselves. It was a memorable day in the life of the twins. Thereafter, when they talked it over, they always wondered just why they had failed to notice Scarlett's charms before. They never arrived at the correct answer, which was that Scarlett on that day had decided to make them notice. She was constitutionally unable to endure any man being in love with any woman not herself, and the sight of India Wilkes and Stuart at the speaking had been too much for her predatory nature. Not content with Stuart alone, she had set her cap for Brent as well, and with a thoroughness that overwhelmed the two of them. Now they were both in love with her, and India Wilkes and Letty Monroe from Lovejoy, whom Brent had been half-heartedly courting, were far in the back of their minds. Just what the loser would do, should Scarlett accept either one of them, the twins did not ask. They would cross that bridge when they came to it. For the present, they were quite satisfied to be in accord again about one girl, for they had no jealousies between them. It was a situation which interested the neighbors and annoyed their mother, who had no liking for Scarlett. "It'll serve you right if that sly piece does accept one of you," she said. "Or maybe she'll accept both of you, and then you'll have to move to Utah if the Mormons will have you, which I doubt. All that bothers me is that some one of these days you're both going to get liquored up and jealous of each other about that two-faced little green-eyed baggage, and you'll shoot each other, but that might not be a bad idea either." Since the day of the speaking, Stuart had been uncomfortable in India's presence. Not that India ever reproached him or even indicated by look or gesture that she was aware of his abruptly changed allegiance. She was too much of a lady. But Stuart felt guilty and ill at ease with her. He knew he had made India love him, and he knew that she still loved him, and, deep in his heart, he had the feeling that he had not played the gentleman. He still liked her tremendously and respected her for her cool, good breeding, her book learning, and all the sterling qualities she possessed. But damn it, she was just so pallid and uninteresting and always the same, besides Scarlett's bright and changeable charm. You always knew where you stood with India, and you never had the slightest notion with Scarlett. That was enough to drive a man to distraction, but it had its charm. "Well, let's go over to Cade Calvert's and have supper. Scarlett said Kathleen was home from Charleston. Maybe she'll have some news about Fort Sumter that we haven't heard." "Not Kathleen. I'll lay you 2-to-1 she didn't even know the fort was out there in the harbor, much less that it was full of Yankees until we shelled them out. All she'll know about is the balls she went to and the bows she'd collected." "Well, it's fun to hear her gabble. And it'll be somewhere to hide out till Ma has gone to bed." "Well, hell. I like Kathleen, and she is fun, and I'd like to hear about Carl Rhett and the rest of the Charleston folks. But I'm damned if I can stand sitting through another meal with that Yankee stepmother of hers." "Don't be too hard on her, Stuart. She means well." "I'm not being hard on her. I feel sorry for her." but I don't like people I've got to feel sorry for. And she fusses around so much, trying to do the right thing and make you feel at home, that she always manages to say and do just exactly the wrong thing. She gives me the fidgets, and she thinks Southerners are wild barbarians. She even told Ma so. She's afraid of Southerners. Whenever we're there, she always looks scared to death. She reminds me of a skinny hen perched on a chair, her eyes kind of bright and blank and scared, all ready to flap and squawk at the slightest move anybody makes. Well, you can't blame her. You did shoot Cade in the leg. Well, I was liquored up, or I wouldn't have done it, said Stewart. And Cade never had any hard feelings. Neither did Kathleen or Rayford or Mr. Calvert. It was just that Yankee stepmother who squalled and said I was a wild barbarian and decent people weren't safe around uncivilized Southerners. Well, you can't blame her. She's a Yankee and ain't got very good manners. And after all, you did shoot him, and he is her stepson. Well, hell, that's no excuse for insulting me. You are Ma's own blood son, but did she take on that time Tony Fontaine shot you in the leg? No. She just sent for old Doc Fontaine to dress it and asked the doctor what ailed Tony's aim. Said she guessed liquor was spoiling his marksmanship. Remember how mad that made Tony? Both boys yelled with laughter. "Ma's a card," said Brent with loving approval. "You can always count on her to do the right thing and not embarrass you in front of folks." "Yes, but she's mighty liable to talk embarrassing in front of Father and the girls when we get home tonight," said Stewart gloomily. "Look, Brent, I guess this means we don't go to Europe. You know Mother said if we got expelled from another college, we couldn't have our grand tour." "Well, hell, we don't care, do we? What is there to see in Europe? I'll bet those foreigners can't show us a thing we haven't got right here in Georgia. I'll bet their horses aren't as fast or their girls as pretty, and I know damn well they haven't got any rye whiskey that can touch Father's." Ashley Wilkes said they had an awful lot of scenery and music. Ashley liked Europe. He's always talking about it. Well, you know how the Wilkes are. They're kind of queer about music and books and scenery. Mother says it's because their grandfather came from Virginia. She says Virginians set quite a store by such things. They can have 'em. Give me a good horse to ride and some good liquor to drink and a good girl to court and a bad girl to have fun with, and anybody can have their Europe. What do we care about missing the tour? Suppose we were in Europe now with the war coming on. We couldn't get home soon enough. I'd heap rather go to war than go to Europe. So would I, any day. Look, Brent, I know where we can go for supper. Let's ride across the swamp to Abel Winder's place and tell him we're all for home again and ready for drill." "That's an idea," cried Brent with enthusiasm. "And we can hear all the news of the troop and find out what color they finally decided on for the uniforms." "If it's Zouave, I'm damned if I'll go in the troop. I'd feel like a sissy in those baggy red pants. They look like ladies' red flannel drawers to me." "Is y'all aiming to go to Miss Winder's? 'Cause if you is, you ain't gwine git much supper," said Jeems. "The cook done died, and they ain't bought a new one. They got a field hand cooking, and the niggers tell me she is the worstest cook in the state." "Good God, why don't they buy another cook?" "How come poor white trash buy any niggers? They ain't never owned more'n 4 at the mostest." There was frank contempt in Jeems's voice. His own social status was assured, because the Tarletons owned 100 Negroes, and, like all slaves of large planters, he looked down on small farmers whose slaves were few. "I'm going to beat your hide off of that," cried Stewart fiercely. "Don't you call Abel Winder po' white. Sure, he's poor, but he ain't trash. And I'm damned if I'll have any man, darky or white, throwing off on him. There ain't a better man in this county. Or why else did the troop elect him lieutenant?" "I ain't never figured that out myself," replied Jeems, undisturbed by his master's scowls. Looked to me like they elect all the officers from rich gentlemen instead of swamp trash. He ain't trash. Do you mean to compare him with real white trash like the Slatterys? Abel just ain't rich. He's a small farmer, not a big planter, and if the boys thought enough of him to elect him lieutenant... The troop of cavalry had been organized 3 months before, the very day that Georgia seceded from the Union, and since then the recruits had been whistling for war. The outfit was as yet unnamed, though not for want of suggestions. Everyone had his own idea on that subject and was loath to relinquish it, just as everyone had ideas about the color and cut of the uniforms. Clayton Wildcats, Fire Eaters, North Georgia Hussars, Zouaves, the Inland Rifles. Although the troop was to be armed with pistols, sabers, and bowie knives, and not with rifles. The Clayton Greys, the Blood and Thunderers, the Rough and Readies. All had their adherents. Until matters were settled, everyone referred to the organization as the Troop, and, despite the high-sounding name finally adopted, they were known to the end of their usefulness simply as the Troop. The officers were elected by the members, for no one in the county had any military experience, except a few veterans of the Mexican and Seminole Wars, and besides, the troop would have scorned a veteran as a leader if they had not personally liked him and trusted him. Everyone liked the 4 Tarleton boys and the 3 Fontaines, but regretfully refused to elect them, because the Tarletons got liquored up too quickly and liked to skylark, and the Fontaines had such quick, murderous tempers. Ashley Wilkes was elected captain, because he was the best rider in the county, and because his cool head was counted on to keep some semblance of order. Rayford Calvert was made first lieutenant, because everybody liked Rafe, and Abel Winder, son of a swamp trapper, himself a small farmer, was elected second lieutenant. Abel was a shrewd, grave giant, illiterate, kind of heart, older than the other boys, and with as good or better manners in the presence of ladies. There was little snobbery in the troop. Too many of their fathers and grandfathers had come up to wealth from the small farmer class for that. Moreover, Abel was the best shot in the troop, a real sharpshooter who could pick out the eye of a squirrel at 75 yards, and, too, he knew all about living outdoors, building fires in the rain, tracking animals and finding water. The troop bowed to real worth, and moreover, because they liked him, they made him an officer. He bore the honor gravely, and with no untoward conceit, as though it were only his due. But the planters' ladies and the planters' slaves could not overlook the fact that he was not born a gentleman, even if their menfolks could. In the beginning, the troop had been recruited exclusively from the sons of planters, a gentleman's outfit, each man supplying his own horse, arms, equipment, uniform, and body servant. But rich planters were few in the young county of Clayton, and in order to muster a full-strength troop, it had been necessary to raise more recruits among the sons of small farmers, hunters in the backwoods, swamp trappers, crackers, and, in a very few cases, even poor whites, if they were above the average of their class. These latter young men were as anxious to fight the Yankees, should war come, as were their richer neighbors. But the delicate question of money arose. Few small farmers owned horses. They carried on their farm operations with mules, and they had no surplus of these, seldom more than 4. The mules could not be spared to go off to war, even if they had been acceptable for the troop, which they emphatically were not. As for the poor whites, they considered themselves well off if they owned 1 mule. The backwoods folks and the swamp dwellers owned neither horses nor mules. They lived entirely off the produce of their lands and the game in the swamp, conducting their business generally by the barter system and seldom seeing $5 in cash a year, and horses and uniforms were out of their reach. but they were as fiercely proud in their poverty as the planters were in their wealth, and they would accept nothing that smacked of charity from their rich neighbors. So, to save the feelings of all, and to bring the troop up to full strength, Scarlett's father, John Wilkes, Buck Monroe, Jim Tarleton, Hugh Calvert, in fact, every large planter in the county, with the one exception of Angus McIntosh, had contributed money to completely outfit the troop, horse and man. The upshot of the matter was that every planter agreed to pay for equipping his own sons and a certain number of the others. But the manner of handling the arrangements was such that the less wealthy members of the outfit could accept horses and uniforms without offense to their honor. The troop met twice a week in Jonesboro to drill and to pray for the war to begin. Arrangements had not yet been completed for obtaining the full quota of horses. But those who had horses performed what they imagined to be cavalry maneuvers in the field behind the courthouse, kicked up a great deal of dust, yelled themselves hoarse, and waved the Revolutionary War swords that had been taken down from parlor walls. Those who, as yet, had no horses, sat on the curb in front of Bullard's store and watched their mounted comrades, chewed tobacco and told yarns, or else engaged in shooting matches. There was no need to teach any of the men to shoot. Most Southerners were born with guns in their hands, and lives spent in hunting had made marksmen of them all. From planters' homes and swamp cabins, a varied array of firearms came to each muster. There were long squirrel guns that had been new when first the Alleghenies were crossed, old muzzle-loaders that had claimed many an Indian when Georgia was new, horse pistols that had seen service in 1812, in the Seminole Wars and in Mexico, silver-mounted dueling pistols, pocket derringers, double-barreled hunting pieces, and handsome new rifles of English make with shining stocks of fine wood. Drill always ended in the saloons of Jonesboro, and by nightfall, so many fights had broken out that the officers were hard put to ward off casualties until the Yankees could inflict them. It was during one of these brawls that Stuart Tarleton had shot Cade Calvert and Tony Fontaine had shot Brent. The twins had been at home, freshly expelled from the University of Virginia, at the time the troop was organized, and they had joined enthusiastically. But after the shooting episode, 2 months ago, their mother had packed them off to the State University with orders to stay there. They had sorely missed the excitement of the drills while away, and they counted education well lost if only they could ride and yell and shoot off rifles in the company of their friends. "Well, let's cut across country to Abel's," suggested Brent. "We can go through Mr. O'Hara's river bottom and the Fontaine's pasture and get there in no time." "We ain't going to get nothing to eat except possum and greens," argued Jeems. "You ain't going to get anything," grinned Stuart, "because you are going home and tell Ma that we won't be home for supper." "No, I ain't," cried Jeems in alarm. "No, I ain't. I don't get no more fun out of having Miss Beatrice lay me out than y'all does. First place, she'll ask me how come I let y'all get it spelled again. And next thing, how come I didn't bring y'all home tonight so she could lay you out. And then she'll light on me like a dog on a June bug, and first thing I know, I'll be to blame for it all. If y'all don't take me to Miss Winder's, I'll lay out in the woods all night and maybe the Paterolas get me. 'Cause a heap rather the Paterolas get me than Miss Beatrice when she in a state." The twins looked at the determined black boy in perplexity and indignation. "He'd be just fool enough to let the Paterolas get him, and that would give Ma something else to talk about for weeks. I swear, darkies are more trouble. Sometimes I think the abolitionists have got the right idea. Well, it wouldn't be right to make Jeems face what we don't want to face. We'll have to take him. But look, you impudent black fool, if you put on any airs in front of the window darkies and hint that we all the time have fried chicken and ham, while they don't have nothing but rabbit and possum, I'll I'll tell Ma, and we won't let you go to war with us either. Airs? Me put on airs for them cheap niggers? No, sir. I got better manners. Ain't Miss Beatrice taught me manners same as she taught y'all? She didn't do a very good job on any of the three of us, said Stuart. Come on, let's get going. He backed his big red horse and then, putting spurs to his side, lifted him easily over the split-rail fence into the soft field of Gerald O'Hara's plantation. Brent's horse followed, and then Jeems, with Jeems clinging to pommel and mane. Jeems did not like to jump fences, but he had jumped higher ones than this in order to keep up with his masters. As they picked their way across the red furrows and down the hill to the river bottom in the deepening dusk, Brent yelled to his brother, "Look, Stu, don't it seem like to you that Scarlet would have asked us to supper?" "I kept thinking she would," yelled Stuart. "Why do you suppose—" Chapter 2. When the twins left Scarlet standing on the porch of Tara and the last sound of flying hooves had died away, she went back to her chair like a sleepwalker. Her face felt stiff as from pain, and her mouth actually hurt from having stretched it, unwillingly, in smiles, to prevent the twins from learning her secret. She sat down wearily, tucking one foot under her, and her heart swelled up with misery, until it felt too large for her bosom. It beat with odd little jerks. Her hands were cold, and a feeling of disaster oppressed her. There were pain and bewilderment in her face. The bewilderment of a pampered child who has always had her own way for the asking, and who now, for the first time, was in contact with the unpleasantness of life. Ashley to marry Melanie Hamilton. Oh, it couldn't be true. The twins were mistaken. They were playing one of their jokes on her. Ashley couldn't be in love with her. Nobody could. Not with a mousy little person like Melanie. Scarlet recalled with contempt Melanie's thin, childish figure, her serious, heart-shaped face that was plain almost to homeliness. And Ashley couldn't have seen her in months. He hadn't been in Atlanta more than twice since the house party he gave last year at 12 Oaks. No, Ashley couldn't be in love with Melanie because, oh, she couldn't be mistaken. Because he was in love with her. She, Scarlet, was the one he loved. She knew it. Scarlet heard Mammy's lumbering tread shaking the floor of the hall, and she hastily untucked her foot and tried to rearrange her face in more placid lines. It would never do for Mammy to suspect that anything was wrong. Mammy felt that she owned the O'Haras, body and soul, that their secrets were her secrets. And even a hint of mystery was enough to set her up on the trail as relentlessly as a bloodhound. Scarlet knew from experience that if Mammy's curiosity were not immediately satisfied, she would take up the matter with Ellen, and then Scarlet would be forced to reveal everything to her mother, or think up some plausible lie. Mammy emerged from the hall, a huge old woman with the small, shrewd eyes of an elephant. She was shining black, pure African, devoted to her last drop of blood to the O'Haras, Ellen's mainstay, the despair of her 3 daughters, the terror of the other house servants. Mammy was black, but her code of conduct and her sense of pride were as high as or higher than those of her owners. She had been raised in the bedroom of Solange Robillard, Ellen O'Hara's mother, a dainty, cold, high-nosed Frenchwoman who spared neither her children nor her servants their just punishment for any infringement of decorum. She had been Ellen's mammy, and had come with her from Savannah to the up-country when she married. Whom Mammy loved, she chastened. And as her love for Scarlett and her pride in her were enormous, the chastening process was practically continuous. "Is the gentleman gone? How come you didn't ask them to stay for supper, Miss Scarlett? I done told Pope to lay 2 extra plates for them. Where's your manners?" "Oh, I was so tired of hearing them talk about the war that I couldn't have endured it through supper, especially with Pa joining in and shouting about Mr. Lincoln." "You ain't got no more manners than a field hand, and after Miss Ellen and me done labored with you. And here you is without your shawl, and the night air fixin' to set in. I done told you about getting fever from setting in the night air with nothing on your shoulders. Come on in the house, Miss Scarlett." Scarlett turned away from Mammy with studied nonchalance, thankful that her face had been unnoticed in Mammy's preoccupation with the matter of the shawl. "No, I want to sit here and watch the sunset. It's so pretty. You run get my shawl, please, Mammy, and I'll sit here till Pa comes home." "Your voice sounds like you're catching a cold," said Mammy suspiciously. "Well, I'm not," said Scarlett impatiently. "You fetch me my shawl." Mammy waddled back into the hall, and Scarlett heard her call softly up the stairwell to the upstairs maid. "You, Rosa, drop me Miss Scarlett's shawl." Then more loudly, "Worthless nigger! She ain't never where she does nobody no good. Now I got to climb up and get it myself." Scarlett heard the stairs groan, and she got softly to her feet. When Mammy returned, she would resume her lecture on Scarlett's breach of hospitality, and Scarlett felt that she could not endure prating about such a trivial matter when her heart was breaking. As she stood, hesitant, wondering where she could hide until the ache in her breast subsided a little, a thought came to her, bringing a small ray of hope. Her father had ridden over to 12 Oaks, the Wilkes plantation, that afternoon, to offer to buy Dilsey, the broad wife of his valet, pork. Dilsey was head woman and midwife at 12 Oaks, and since the marriage 6 months ago, Pork had deviled his master night and day to buy Dilsey so the two could live on the same plantation. That afternoon, Gerald, his resistance worn thin, had set out to make an offer for Dilsey. Surely, thought Scarlett, Pa will know whether this awful story is true. Even if he hasn't actually heard anything this afternoon, perhaps he's noticed something, sensed some excitement in the Wilkes family. If I can just see him privately before supper, perhaps I'll find out the truth, that it's just one of the twins' nasty practical jokes. It was time for Gerald's return, and if she expected to see him alone, there was nothing for her to do except meet him where the driveway entered the road. She went quietly down the front steps, looking carefully over her shoulder to make sure Mammy was not observing her from the upstairs windows. Seeing no broad black face, turbaned in snowy white, peering disapprovingly from between fluttering curtains, she boldly snatched up her green-flowered skirts and sped down the path toward the driveway as fast as her small ribbon-laced slippers would carry her. The dark cedars on either side of the gravelled drive met in an arch overhead, turning the long avenue into a dim tunnel. As soon as she was beneath the gnarled arms of the cedars, she knew she was safe from observation from the house, and she slowed her swift pace. She was panting, for her stays were laced too tightly to permit much running, but she walked on as rapidly as she could. Soon she was at the end of the driveway and out on the main road. But she did not stop until she had rounded a curve that put a large clump of trees between her and the house. Flushed and breathing hard, she sat down on a stump to wait for her father. It was past time for him to come home, but she was glad that he was late. The delay would give her time to quiet her breathing and calm her face so that his suspicions would not be aroused. Every moment she expected to hear the pounding of his horse's hooves and see him come charging up the hill at his usual breakneck speed. It slipped by, and Gerald did not come. She looked down the road for him, the pain in her heart swelling up again. "Oh, it can't be true," she thought. "Why doesn't he come?" Her eyes followed the winding road, blood-red now after the morning rain. In her thought, she traced its course as it ran down the hill to the sluggish Flint River, through the tangled swampy bottoms and up the next hill to 12 Oaks, where Ashley lived. That was all the road meant now. A road to Ashley, and the beautiful white-columned house that crowned the hill like a Greek temple. "Oh, Ashley, Ashley," she thought, and her heart beat faster. Some of the cold sense of bewilderment and disaster that weighted her down since the Tarleton boys told her their gossip was pushed into the background of her mind, and in its place crept the fever that had possessed her for 2 years. It seemed strange now that when she was growing up, Ashley had never seemed so very attractive to her. In childhood days, she had seen him come and go and never given him a thought. But since that day 2 years ago when Ashley, newly home from his 3 years' grand tour in Europe, had called to pay his respects, she had loved him. It was as simple as that. She had been on the front porch, and he had ridden up the long avenue dressed in grey broadcloth with a wide black cravat setting off his frilled shirt to perfection. Even now, she could recall each detail of his dress, how brightly his boots shone, the head of a Medusa in cameo on his cravat pin, the wide Panama hat that was instantly in his hand when he saw her. He had alighted and tossed his bridle reins to a pickaninny and stood looking up at her, his drowsy grey eyes wide with a smile, and the sun so bright on his blonde hair that it seemed like a cap of shining silver. And he said, "So you've grown up, Scarlett." And coming lightly up the steps, he had kissed her hand. And his voice, she would never forget the leap of her heart as she heard it, as if for the first time, drawling, resonant, musical. She had wanted him, in that first instant, wanted him as simply and unreasoningly as she wanted food to eat, horses to ride, and a soft bed on which to lay herself. For 2 years he had squired her about the county, to balls, fish fries, picnics, and court days, never so often as the Tarleton twins or Cade Calvert, never so importunate as the younger Fontaine boys, but still, never the week went by that Ashley did not come calling at Tara. True, he never made love to her, nor did the clear grey eyes ever glow with that hot light Scarlett knew so well in other men. And yet, she knew he loved her. She could not be mistaken about it. Instinct stronger than reason and knowledge born of experience told her that he loved her. Too often she had surprised him when his eyes were neither drowsy nor remote, when he looked at her with a yearning and a sadness which puzzled her. She knew he loved her. Why did he not tell her so? That she couldn't understand. But there were so many things about him that she didn't understand. He was courteous always, but aloof, remote. No one could ever tell what he was thinking about, Scarlett least of all. In a neighborhood where everyone said exactly what he thought as soon as he thought it, Ashley's quality of reserve was exasperating. He was as proficient as any of the other young men in the usual county diversions, hunting, gambling, dancing, and politics, and was the best rider of them all. But he differed from all the rest in that these pleasant activities were not the end and aim of life to him, and he stood alone in his interest in books and music, and his fondness for writing poetry. Oh, why was he so handsomely blonde, so courteously aloof, so maddeningly boring with his talk about Europe and books and music and poetry and things that interested her not at all, and yet so desirable. Night after night, when Scarlet went to bed after sitting on the front porch in the semi-darkness with him, she tossed restlessly for hours and comforted herself only with the thought that the very next time he saw her, he certainly would propose. But the next time came and went, and the result was nothing. Nothing except that the fever possessing her rose higher and hotter. She loved him, and she wanted him, and she did not understand him. She was as forthright and simple as the winds that blew over Tara, and the yellow river that wound about it. And to the end of her days, she would never be able to understand the complexity. And now, for the first time in her life, she was facing a complex nature. For Ashley was born of a line of men who used their leisure for thinking, not doing, for spinning brightly colored dreams that had in them no touch of reality. He moved in an inner world that was more beautiful than Georgia, and came back to reality with reluctance. He looked on people, and he neither liked nor disliked them. He looked on life, and was neither heartened nor saddened. He accepted the universe and his place in it for what they were, and shrugging, turned to his music and books and his better world. Why he should have captivated Scarlet when his mind was a stranger to her, she did not know. The very mystery of him excited her curiosity like a door that had neither lock nor key. The things about him which she could not understand only made her love him more, and his odd, restrained courtship only served to increase her determination to have him for her own. That he would propose some day, she had never doubted, for she was too young and too spoiled ever to have known defeat. And now, like a thunderclap, had come this horrible news. Ashley to marry Melanie. It couldn't be true. Why, only last week, when they were riding home at twilight from Fairhill, he had said, "Scarlet, I have something so important to tell you that I hardly know how to say it." She had cast down her eyes demurely, her heart beating with wild pleasure, thinking the happy moment had come. Then he had said, "Not now. We're nearly home and there isn't time. Oh, Scarlet, what a coward I am." And putting spurs to his horse, he had raced her up the hill to Tara. Scarlet, sitting on the stump, thought of those words which had made her so happy, and suddenly they took on another meaning, a hideous meaning. Suppose it was the news of his engagement he had intended to tell her. Oh, if Paul would only come home! She could not endure the suspense another moment. She looked impatiently down the road again, and again she was disappointed. The sun was now below the horizon, and the red glow at the rim of the world faded into pink. The sky above turned slowly from azure to the delicate blue-green of a robin's egg, and the unearthly stillness of rural twilight came stealthily down about her. Shadowy dimness crept over the countryside. The red furrows in the gashed red road lost their magical blood color and became plain brown earth. Across the road, in the pasture, the horses, mules, and cows stood quietly with heads over the split-rail fence, waiting to be driven to the stables and supper. They did not like the dark shade of the thickets hedging the pasture creek, and they twitched their ears at Scarlet as if appreciative of human companionship. In the strange half-light, the tall pines of the river swamp, so warmly green in the sunshine, were black against the pastel sky, an impenetrable row of black giants hiding the slow yellow water at their feet. On the hill across the river, the tall white chimneys of the Wilkes home faded gradually into the darkness of the thick oaks surrounding them, and only far-off pinpoints of supper lamps showed that a house was here. The warm, damp balminess of spring encompassed her sweetly with the moist smells of new-plowed earth and all the fresh green things pushing up to the air. Sunset and spring and new-fledged greenery were no miracle to Scarlet. Their beauty she accepted as casually as the air she breathed and the water she drank, for she had never consciously seen beauty in anything but women's faces, horses, silk dresses, and like tangible things. Yet the serene half-light over Tara's well-kept acres brought a measure of quiet to her disturbed mind. She loved this land so much, without even knowing she loved it as she loved her mother's face under the lamp at prayer time. Still, there was no sign of Gerald on the quiet, winding road. If she had to wait much longer, Mammy would certainly come in search of her and bully her into the house. But even as she strained her eyes down the darkening road, she heard a pounding of hooves at the bottom of the pasture hill and saw the horses and cows scatter in fright. Gerald O'Hara was coming home across country and at top speed. He came up the hill at a gallop on his thick-barreled, long-legged hunter, appearing in the distance like a boy on a too large horse. His long white hair standing out behind him, he urged the horse forward with crop and loud cries. Filled with her own anxieties, she nevertheless watched him with affectionate pride, for Gerald was an excellent horseman. "I wonder why he always wants to jump fences when he's had a few drinks," she thought. "And after that fall he had right here last year when he broke his knee. You'd think he'd learn. Especially when he promised Mother on oath he'd never jump again." Scarlet had no awe of her father, and felt him more her contemporary than her sister's. For jumping fences and keeping it a secret from his wife gave him a boyish pride and guilty glee that matched her own pleasure in outwitting Mammy. She rose from her seat to watch him. The big horse reached the fence, gathered himself, and soared over as effortlessly as a bird, his rider yelling enthusiastically, his crop beating the air, his white curls jerking out behind him. Gerald did not see his daughter in the shadow of the trees, and he drew rein in the road, patting his horse's neck with approbation. "There's none in the county can touch you, nor in the state," he informed his mount with pride, the brogue of County Meath still heavy on his tongue in spite of 39 years in America. Then he hastily set about smoothing his hair and settling his ruffled shirt and his cravat, which had slipped awry behind one ear. Scarlet knew these hurried preenings were being made with an eye toward meeting his wife, with the appearance of a gentleman who had ridden sedately home from a call on a neighbor. She knew also that he was presenting her with just the opportunity she wanted for opening the conversation without revealing her true purpose. She laughed aloud. As she had intended, Gerald was startled by the sound. Then he recognized her, and a look both sheepish and defiant came over his florid face. He dismounted with difficulty, because his knee was stiff, and, slipping the reins over his arm, stumped toward her. "Well, missy," he said, pinching her cheek. "So you've been spying on me, and like your sister Sue Ellen last week, you'll be telling your mother on me?" There was indignation in his hoarse bass voice, but also a wheedling note, and Scarlet teasingly clicked her tongue against her teeth as she reached out to pull his cravat into place. His breath in her face was strong with bourbon whiskey, mingled with a faint fragrance of mint. Accompanying him also were the smells of chewing tobacco, well-oiled leather and horses, a combination of odors that she always associated with her father and instinctively liked in other men. "No, Pa, I'm no tattletale like Sue Ellen," she assured him, standing off to view his rearranged attire with a judicious air. Gerald was a small man, little more than 5 feet tall, but so heavy of barrel and thick of neck that his appearance, when seated, led strangers to think him a larger man. His thick-set torso was supported by short, sturdy legs, always encased in the finest leather boots procurable, and always planted wide apart like a swaggering small boy's. Most small people who take themselves seriously are a little ridiculous, but the bantam cock is respected in the barnyard, and so it was with Gerald. No one would ever have the temerity to think of Gerald O'Hara as a ridiculous little figure. He was 60 years old, and his crisp curly hair was silver-white, but his shrewd face was unlined, and his hard little blue eyes were young with the unworried youthfulness of one who has never taxed his brain with problems more abstract than how many cards to draw in a poker game. His was as Irish a face as could be found in the length and breadth of the homeland he had left so long ago. Round, high-colored, short-nosed, wide-mouthed, and belligerent. Beneath his choleric exterior, Gerald O'Hara had the tenderest of hearts. He could not bear to see a slave pouting under a reprimand, no matter how well deserved, or hear a kitten mewing, or a child crying. But he had a horror of having his weakness discovered. That everyone who met him did discover his kindly heart within 5 minutes was unknown to him, and his vanity would have suffered tremendously if he had found it out. For he liked to think that when he bawled orders at the top of his voice, everyone trembled and obeyed. It had never occurred to him that only one voice was obeyed on the plantation, the soft voice of his wife Ellen. It was a secret he would never learn, for everyone from Ellen down to the stupidest field hand was in a tacit and kindly conspiracy to keep him believing that his word was law. Scarlett was impressed less than anyone else by his tempers and his roarings. She was his oldest child, and now that Gerald knew there would be no more sons to follow the 3 who lay in the family burying ground, he had drifted into a habit of treating her in a man-to-man manner, which she found most pleasant. She was more like her father than her younger sisters, for Corinne, who had been born Caroline Irene, was delicate and dreamy, and Sue Ellen, christened Susan Eleanor, prided herself on her elegance and ladylike deportment. Moreover, Scarlett and her father were bound together by a mutual suppression agreement. If Gerald caught her climbing a fence instead of walking half a mile to a gate, or sitting too late on the front steps with a beau, he castigated her personally and with vehemence. But he did not mention the fact to Ellen or to Mary. And when Scarlett discovered him jumping fences after his solemn promise to his wife, or learned the exact amount of his losses at poker, as she always did from county gossip, she refrained from mentioning the fact at the supper table in the artfully artless manner Sue Ellen had. Scarlett and her father each assured the other solemnly that to bring such matters to the ears of Ellen would only hurt her, and nothing would induce them to wound her gentleness. Scarlett looked at her father in the fading light, and, without knowing why, she found it comforting to be in his presence. There was something vital and earthy and coarse about him that appealed to her. Being the least analytic of people, she did not realize that this was because she possessed in some degree these same qualities, despite 16 years of effort on the part of Ellen and Mammy to obliterate them. "You look very presentable now," she said, "and I don't think anyone will suspect you've been up to your tricks unless you brag about them. But it does seem to me that after you broke your knee last year jumping that same fence—" "Well, may I be damned if I'll have my own daughter telling me what I shall jump and not jump," he shouted, giving her cheek another pinch. "It's me own neck, so it is. And besides, missy, what are you doing out here without your shawl?" Seeing that he was employing familiar maneuvers to extricate himself from unpleasant conversation, she slipped her arm through his and said, "I was waiting for you. I didn't know you would be so late. I just wondered if you'd bought Dilsey." "Bought her I did. and the price has ruined me. Bought her and her little wench Prissy. John Wilkes was for almost giving them away, but never will I have it said that Gerald O'Hara used friendship in a trade. I made him take 3,000 for the two of them." "In the name of heaven, Pa, 3,000? And you didn't need to buy Prissy." "Has the time come when me own daughters sit in judgment on me?" shouted Gerald rhetorically. "Prissy's a likely little wench, and so—" "I know her. She's a sly, stupid creature," Scarlett rejoined calmly, unimpressed by his uproar. "And the only reason you bought her was because Dilsey asked you to buy her." Gerald looked crestfallen and embarrassed, as always when caught in a kind deed, and Scarlett laughed outright at his transparency. "Well, what if I did? Was there any use buying Dilsey if she was going to move about the child? Well, never again will I let a darky on this place marry off it. It's too expensive." The shadows were falling thicker now. The last greenish tinge had left the sky, and a slight chill was displacing the balminess of spring. But Scarlett loitered, wondering how to bring up the subject of Ashley without permitting Gerald to suspect her motive. This was difficult, for Scarlett had not a subtle bone in her body, and Gerald was so much like her, he never failed to penetrate her weak subterfuges, even as she penetrated his, and he was seldom tactful in doing it. "How are they all over at 12 Oaks?" "About as usual. Cade Calvert was there, and after I settled about Dilsey, we all sat on the gallery and had several toddies. Cade has just come from Atlanta, and it's all upset they are there and talking war and—" Scarlett sighed. If Gerald once got on the subject of war and secession, it would be hours before he relinquished it. She broke in with another line. "Did they say anything about the barbecue tomorrow?" "Now that I think of it, they did. What's her name? The sweet little thing who was here last year. You know, Ashley's cousin. Oh, yes. Miss Melanie Hamilton, that's the name. She and her brother Charles have already come from Atlanta, and—" "Oh, so she did come?" "She did. And a sweet, quiet thing she is, with never a word to say for herself, like a woman should be. Come now, daughter, don't lag. Your mother will be hunting for us." Scarlett's heart sank at the news. She had hoped against hope that something would keep Melanie Hamilton in Atlanta where she belonged, and the knowledge that even her father approved of her sweet, quiet nature, so different from her own, forced her into the open. "Was Ashley there, too?" "He was." Gerald let go of his daughter's arm and turned, peering sharply into her face. "And if that's why you came out here to wait for me, why didn't you say so without beating around the bush?" Scarlett could think of nothing to say, and she felt her face growing red with annoyance. "Well, speak up." Still she said nothing, wishing that it was permissible to shake one's father and tell him to hush his mouth. "He was there, and he asked most kindly after you, as did his sisters, and said they hoped nothing would keep you from the barbecue tomorrow. I'll warrant nothing will," he said shrewdly. "And now, daughter, what's all this about you and Ashley?" "There's nothing," she said shortly, tugging at his arm. "Let's go in, Pa." "So now 'tis you wantin' to go in," he observed. "But here I'm going to stand till I'm understanding you. Now that I think of it, 'tis strange you've been recently. Has he been trifling with you? Has he asked to marry you?" "No," she said shortly. "Nor will he," said Gerald. Fury flamed in her, but Gerald waved her quiet with a hand. "Hold your tongue, miss. I had it from John Wilkes this afternoon in the strictest confidence that Ashley's to marry Miss Melanie. It's to be announced tomorrow." Scarlett's hand fell from his arm. So it was true. A pain slashed at her heart as savagely as a wild animal's fangs. Through it all, she felt her father's eyes on her, a little pitying, a little annoyed at being faced with a problem for which he knew no answer. He loved Scarlett, but it made him uncomfortable to have her forcing her childish problems on him for a solution. Ellen knew all the answers. Scarlett should have taken her troubles to her. "Is it a spectacle you've been making of yourself, of all of us?" he bawled, his voice rising as always in moments of excitement. "Have you been running after a man who's not in love with you, when you could have any of the bucks in the county?" Anger and hurt pride drove out some of the pain. "I haven't been running after him. It just surprised me." "It's lying you are," said Gerald. And then, peering at her stricken face, he added in a burst of kindliness, "I'm sorry, daughter. But after all, you are nothing but a child, and there's lots of other beaux." "Mother was only 15 when she married you, and I'm 16, said Scarlett, her voice muffled. "Your mother was different," said Gerald. "She was never flighty like you. Now come, daughter, cheer up. And I'll take you to Charleston next week to visit your Aunt Eulalie, and what with all the hullabaloo they are having over there about Fort Sumter, you'll be forgetting about Ashley in a week." "He thinks I'm a child," thought Scarlett, grief and rage choking utterance. "And he's only got to dangle a new toy and I'll forget my bumps." "Now don't be jerking your chin at me," warned Gerald. "If you had any sense, you'd have married Stuart or Brent Tarleton long ago. Think it over, daughter. Marry one of the twins, and then the plantations will run together, and Jim Tarleton and I will build you a fine house right where they join, in that big pine grove, and—" "Will you stop treating me like a child?" cried Scarlett. "I don't want to go to Charleston or have a house or marry the twins. I only want—" She caught herself, but not in time. Gerald's voice was strangely quiet, and he spoke slowly, as if drawing his words from a store of thought seldom used. "It's only Ashley you're wanting, and you'll not be having him. And if he wanted to marry you, 'twould be with misgivings that I'd say yes, for all the fine friendship that's between me and John Wilkes." And seeing her startled look, he continued, "I want my girl to be happy, and you wouldn't be happy with him." "Oh, I would. I would." "That you would not, daughter. Only when like marries like can there be any happiness." Scarlett had a sudden treacherous desire to cry out, "But you've been happy, and you and Mother aren't alike," but she repressed it, fearing that he would box her ears for her impertinence. "Our people and the Wilkes are different," he went on slowly, fumbling for words. "The Wilkes are different from any of our neighbors, different from any family I ever knew. They're queer folk, and it's best that they marry their cousins and keep their queerness to themselves." "Why, Pa, Ashley is not—" "Hold your whist, puss. I said nothing against the lad, for I like him, and when I say queer, it's not crazy I'm meanin'. He's not queer like the Calverts, who'd gambled everything they have on a horse, or the Tarletons, who'd turn out a drunkard or two in every litter, or the Fontaines, who are hot-headed little brutes and after murdering a man for a fancied slight. That kind of queerness is easy to understand, for sure, and but for the grace of God, Gerald O'Hara would be having all those faults. And I don't mean that Ashley would run off with another woman, if you were his wife, or beat you. You'd be happier if he did, for at least you'd be understanding that. But he's queer in other ways, and there's no understanding him at all. I like him, but it's neither heads nor tails I can make of most he says. Now, puss, tell me true. Do you understand his folderol about books and poetry and music and oil paintings and such foolishness?"
"Oh, Pa," cried Scarlet impatiently. "If I married him, I'd change all that."
"Oh, you would you now?" said Gerald testily, shooting a sharp look at her. "Then it's little enough you are known of any man living, let alone Ashley. No wife has ever changed a husband one whit, and don't you be forgetting that. And as for changing a Wilkes, God's nightgown, daughter, the whole family is that way, and they've always been that way, and probably always will. I tell you, they're born queer. Look at the way they go tearing up to New York and Boston to hear operas and see oil paintings, and ordering French and German books by the crate from the Yankees. And there they sit reading and dreaming the dear God knows what, when they'd be better spending their time hunting and playing poker as proper men should."
"There's nobody in the county sits a horse better than Ashley," said Scarlet, furious at the slur of effeminacy flung on Ashley. "Nobody except maybe his father. And as for poker, didn't Ashley take $200 away from you just last week in Jonesboro?"
"The Calvert boys have been blabbing again," Gerald said resignedly. "Else you'd not be knowing the amount. Ashley can ride with the best and play poker with the best. That's me, puss. And I'm not denying that when he sets out to drink, he can even put the tarpons under the table. He can do all those things, but his heart's not in it. That's why I say he's queer."
Scarlet was silent, and her heart sank. She could think of no defense for this last, for she knew Gerald was right. Ashley's heart was in none of the pleasant things he did so well. He was never more than politely interested in any of the things that vitally interested everyone else. Rightly interpreting her silence, Gerald patted her arm and said triumphantly, "There now, Scarlet, you admit 'tis true. What would you be doing with a husband like Ashley? 'Tis moonstruck they all are, all the Wilkes." And then in a wheedling tone, "When I was mentioning the Tarletons the while ago, I wasn't pushing them. They're fine lads. But if it's Cade Calvert you're setting your cap after, why, 'tis the same with me. The Calverts are good folk, all of them, for all the old man marrying a Yankee. And when I'm gone, whist, darling, listen to me. I'll leave Tara to you and Cade—" "I wouldn't have Cade on a silver tray," cried Scarlet in fury. "And I wish you'd quit pushing him at me. I don't want Tara or any old plantation. Plantations don't amount to anything when—" She was going to say, "when you haven't the man you want." But Gerald, incensed by the cavalier way in which she treated his proffered gift, the thing which next to Ellen he loved best in the whole world, uttered a roar. "Do you stand there, Scarlett O'Hara, and tell me that Tara, that land, doesn't amount to anything?" Scarlet nodded obstinately. Her heart was too sore to care whether or not she put her father in a temper. "Land is the only thing in the world that amounts to anything," he shouted, his thick, short arms making wide gestures of indignation. "For 'tis the only thing in this world that lasts, and don't you be forgetting it. 'Tis the only thing worth working for, worth fighting for, worth dying for." "Oh, Pa," she said disgustedly, "you talk like an Irishman."
"Have I ever been ashamed of it? No, 'tis proud I am. And don't be forgetting that you are half Irish, miss. And to anyone with a drop of Irish blood in 'em, the land they live on is like their mother. 'Tis ashamed of you I am this minute. I offer you the most beautiful land in the world, saving County Meath in the old country, and what do? You sniff." Gerald had begun to work himself up into a pleasurable shouting rage, when something in Scarlet's woebegone face stopped him.
But there, you're young. 'Twill come to you, this love of land. There's no getting away from it, if you're Irish. You're just a child and bothered about your bows. When you're older, you'll be seeing how 'tis. Now do you be making up your mind about Cade or the twins or one of Evan Monroe's young bucks, and see how fine I turn you out. Oh, Pa! By this time, Gerald was thoroughly tired of the conversation and thoroughly annoyed that the problem should be upon his shoulders. He felt aggrieved, moreover, that Scarlett should still look desolate after being offered the best of the county boys, and Tara, too. Gerald liked his gifts to be received with clapping of hands and kisses. "Now, none of your pouts, miss. It doesn't matter who you marry, as long as he thinks like you and is a gentleman and a southerner and prideful. For a woman, love comes after marriage." "Oh, Pa, that is such an old country notion." "And a good notion it is. All this American business of running around marrying for love like servants, like Yankees. The best marriages are when the parents choose for the girl. For how can a silly piece like yourself tell a good man from a scoundrel? Now look at the Wilkes. What's kept them prideful and strong all these generations? Why, marrying the likes of themselves. Marrying the cousins their family always expects them to marry." "Oh," cried Scarlett, fresh pain striking her as Gerald's words brought home the terrible inevitability of the truth. Gerald looked at her bowed head and shuffled his feet uneasily. "It's not crying you are?" he questioned, fumbling clumsily at her chin, trying to turn her face upward, his own face furrowed with pity. "No," she cried vehemently, jerking away. "It's lying you are, and I'm proud of it. I'm glad there's pride in you, Puss. And I want to see pride in you tomorrow at the barbecue. I'll not be having the county gossiping and laughing at you for mooning your heart out about a man who never gave you a thought beyond friendship." "He did give me a thought," thought Scarlett, sorrowfully in her heart. "Oh, a lot of thoughts. I know he did. I could tell. If I'd just had a little longer, I know I could have made him say, 'Oh, if it only wasn't that the Wilkes always feel that they have to marry their cousins.'" Gerald took her arm and passed it through his. "We'll be going into supper now, and all this is between us. I'll not be worrying your mother with this, nor do you do it either. Blow your nose, daughter." Scarlett blew her nose on her torn handkerchief, and they started up the dark drive arm in arm, the horse following slowly. Near the house, Scarlett was at the point of speaking again when she saw her mother in the dim shadows of the porch. She had on her bonnet, shawl, and mittens, and behind her was Mammy, her face like a thundercloud, holding in her hand the black leather bag in which Ellen O'Hara always carried the bandages and medicine she used in doctoring the slaves. Mammy's lips were large and pendulous, and when indignant, she could push out her lower one to twice its normal length. It was pushed out now, and Scarlett knew that Mammy was seething over something of which she did not approve. "Mr. O'Hara," called Ellen as she saw the two coming up the driveway. Ellen belonged to a generation that was formal, even after 17 years of wedlock and the bearing of 6 children. "Mr. O'Hara, there is illness at the Slattery house. Emmy's baby has been born and is dying, and must be baptized. I'm going there with Mammy to see what I can do." Her voice was raised questioningly, as though she hung on Gerald's assent to her plan, a mere formality, but one dear to the heart of Gerald. "In the name of God," blustered Gerald, Why should those white trash take you away just at your supper hour, and just when I'm wanting to tell you about the war talk that's going on in Atlanta? Go, Mrs. O'Hara. You'd not rest easy on your pillow the night if there was trouble abroad and you're not there to help. You don't never get no rest on a pillow for hopping up at night time nursing niggers and poor white trash that could tend to theirself, grumbled Mammy, in a monotone, as she went down the stairs toward the carriage which was waiting in the side drive. "Take my place at the table, dear," said Ellen, patting Scarlett's cheek softly with a mittened hand. In spite of her choked-back tears, Scarlett thrilled to the never-failing magic of her mother's touch, to the faint fragrance of lemon verbena sachet that came from her rustling silk dress. To Scarlett, there was something breathtaking about Ellen O'Hara, a miracle that lived in the house with her and awed her and charmed and soothed her. Gerald helped his wife into the carriage and gave orders to the coachman to drive carefully. Toby, who had handled Gerald's horses for 20 years, pushed out his lips in mute indignation at being told how to conduct his own business. Driving off, with Mammy beside him, each was a perfect picture of pouting African disapproval. "If I didn't do so much for those trashy slatteries that they'd have to pay money for elsewhere," fumed Gerald, "they'd be willing to sell me their miserable few acres of swamp bottom, and the county would be well rid of them." Then, brightening, in anticipation of one of his practical jokes, "Come, daughter, let's go tell Pork that instead of buying Dilsey, I've sold him to John Wilkes." He tossed the reins of his horse to a small pickaninny standing near and started up the steps. He had already forgotten Scarlett's heartbreak, and his mind was only on plaguing his valet. Scarlett slowly climbed the steps after him, her feet leaden. She thought that, after all, a mating between herself and Ashley could be no queerer than that of her father and Ellen Robillard O'Hara. As always, she wondered how her loud, insensitive father had managed to marry a woman like her mother, for never were two people further apart in birth, breeding, and habits of mind. Chapter 3. Ellen O'Hara was 32 years old, and according to the standards of her day, she was a middle-aged woman, one who had borne 6 children and buried 3. She was a tall woman, standing a head higher than her fiery little husband, but she moved with such quiet grace in her swaying hoops that her height attracted no attention to itself. Her neck, rising from the black taffeta sheath of her basque, was creamy-skinned, rounded and slender, and it seemed always tilted slightly backward by the weight of her luxuriant hair in its net at the back of her head. From her French mother, whose parents had fled Haiti in the Revolution of 1791, had come her slanting dark eyes, shadowed by inky lashes, and her black hair. And from her father, a soldier of Napoleon, she had her long straight nose and her square-cut jaw that was softened by the gentle curving of her cheeks. But only from life could Ellen's face have acquired its look of pride that had no haughtiness, its graciousness, its melancholy, and its utter lack of humor. She would have been a strikingly beautiful woman had there been any glow in her eyes, any responsive warmth in her smile, or any spontaneity in her voice that fell with gentle melody on the ears of her family and her servants. She spoke in the soft, slurring voice of the coastal Georgian, liquid of vowels, kind to consonants, and with the barest trace of French accent. It was a voice never raised in command to a servant, or reproof to a child, but a voice that was obeyed instantly at Tara, where her husband's blustering and roaring were quietly disregarded. As far back as Scarlett could remember, her mother had always been the same, her voice soft and sweet, whether in praising or in reproving, her manner efficient and unruffled despite the daily emergencies of Gerald's turbulent household, her spirit always calm and her back unbowed, even in the deaths of her 3 baby sons. Scarlett had never seen her mother's back touch the back of any chair on which she sat. Nor had she ever seen her sit down without a bit of needlework in her hands, except at mealtime, while attending the sick, or while working at the bookkeeping of the plantation. It was delicate embroidery, if company were present, but at other times her hands were occupied with Gerald's ruffled shirts, the girls' dresses, or garments for the slaves. Scarlett could not imagine her mother's hands without her gold thimble, or her rustling figure unaccompanied by the small Negro girl whose sole function in life was to remove basting threads and carry the rosewood sewing-box from room to room, as Ellen moved about the house superintending the cooking, the cleaning, and the wholesale clothes-making for the plantation. She had never seen her mother stirred from her austere placidity, nor her personal appointments anything but perfect, no matter what the hour of day or night. When Ellen was dressing for a ball, or for guests, or even to go to Jonesboro for court day, it frequently required 2 hours, 2 maids, and Mammy to turn her out to her own satisfaction. But her swift toilets in times of emergency were amazing. Scarlett, whose room lay across the hall from her mother's, knew from babyhood the soft sound of scurrying bare black feet on the hardwood floor in the hours of dawn, the urgent tappings on her mother's door, and the muffled, frightened Negro voices that whispered of sickness and birth and death in the long row of whitewashed cabins in the quarters. As a child, she had often crept to the door and, peeping through the tiniest crack, had seen Ellen emerge from the dark room, where Gerald's snores were rhythmic and untroubled, into the flickering light of an upheld candle, her medicine case under her arm, her hair smoothed neatly into place, and no button on her basque unlooped. It had always been so soothing to Scarlett to hear her mother whisper, firmly but compassionately, as she tiptoed down the hall, "Hush, not so loudly. You will wake Mr. O'Hara. They are not sick enough to die." Yes, it was good to creep back into bed and know that Ellen was abroad in the night, and everything was right. In the mornings, after all-night sessions at births and deaths, when old Dr. Fontaine and young Dr. Fontaine were both out on calls and could not be found to help her, Ellen presided at the breakfast table as usual. Her dark eyes circled with weariness, but her voice and manner revealing none of the strain. There was a steely quality under her stately gentleness that awed the whole household, Gerald as well as the girls, though he would have died rather than admit it. Sometimes, when Scarlett tiptoed at night to kiss her tall mother's cheek, she looked up at the mouth with its too short, too tender upper lip, a mouth too easily hurt by the world, and wondered if it had ever curved in silly girlish giggling, or whispered secrets through long nights to intimate girlfriends. But no, that wasn't possible. Mother had always been just as she was, a pillar of strength, a fount of wisdom, the one person who knew the answers to everything. But Scarlett was wrong. For years before, Ellen Robillard of Savannah had giggled as inexplicably as any 15-year-old in that charming coastal city, and whispered the long nights through with friends, exchanging confidences, telling all secrets but one. That was the year when Gerald O'Hara, 28 years older than she, came into her life. The year, too, when youth and her black-eyed cousin, Philippe Robillard, went out of it. For when Philippe, with his snapping eyes and his wild ways, left Savannah forever, he took with him the glow that was in Ellen's heart, and left for the bandy-legged little Irishman who married her only a gentle shell. But that was enough for Gerald, overwhelmed at his unbelievable luck in actually marrying her. And if anything was gone from her, he never missed it. Shrewd man that he was, he knew it was no less than a miracle that he, an Irishman with nothing of family and wealth to recommend him, should win the daughter of one of the wealthiest and proudest families on the coast. For Gerald was a self-made man. Gerald had come to America from Ireland when he was 21. He had come hastily, as many a better and worse Irishman before and since, with the clothes he had on his back, 2 shillings above his passage money, and a price on his head that he felt was larger than his misdeed warranted. There was no Orangeman this side of hell worth £100 to the British government or to the devil himself. But if the government felt so strongly about the death of an English absentee landlord's rent agent, it was time for Gerald O'Hara to be leaving, and leaving suddenly. True, he had called the rent agent a bastard of an Orangeman, but that, according to Gerald's way of looking at it, did not give the man any right to insult him by whistling the opening bars of the Boyne Water. The Battle of the Boyne had been fought more than 100 years before, but to the O'Haras and their neighbors, it might have been yesterday when their hopes and dreams, as well as their lands and wealth, went off in the same cloud of dust that enveloped a frightened and fleeing Stuart prince. Leaving William of Orange and his hated troops with their orange cockades to cut down the Irish adherents of the Stuarts. For this and other reasons, Gerald's family was not inclined to view the fatal outcome of his quarrel as anything very serious, except for the fact that it was charged with serious consequences. For years, the O'Haras had been in bad odor with the English constabulary on account of suspected activities against the government. And Gerald was not the first O'Hara to take his foot in his hand and quit Ireland between dawn and morning. His 2 oldest brothers, James and Andrew, he hardly remembered, save as close-lipped youths who came and went at odd hours of the night on mysterious errands, or disappeared for weeks at a time, to their mother's gnawing anxiety. They had come to America years before, after the discovery of a small arsenal of rifles buried under the O'Hara pigsty. Now they were successful merchants in Savannah, though the dear God alone knows where that may be, as their mother always interpolated when mentioning the 2 oldest of her male brood, and it was to them that young Gerald was sent. He left home with his mother's hasty kiss on his cheek, and her fervent Catholic blessing in his ears, and his father's parting admonition. "Remember who you are, and don't be taking nothing off no man." His 5 tall brothers gave him goodbye with admiring but slightly patronizing smiles, for Gerald was the baby, and the little one of a brawny family. His 5 brothers and their father stood 6 feet and over and broad in proportion. But little Gerald, at 21, knew that 5 feet 4½ inches was as much as the Lord in his wisdom was going to allow him. It was like Gerald that he never wasted regrets on his lack of height, and never found it an obstacle to his acquisition of anything he wanted. Rather, it was Gerald's compact smallness that made him what he was. For he had learned early that little people must be hardy to survive among large ones. And Gerald was hardy. His tall brothers were a grim, quiet lot, in whom the family tradition of past glories lost forever rankled in unspoken hate and crackled out in bitter humor. Had Gerald been brawny, he would have gone the way of the other O'Haras and moved quietly and darkly among the rebels against the government. But Gerald was loud-mouthed and bull-headed, as his mother fondly phrased it, hair-trigger of temper, quick with his fists, and possessed of a chip on his shoulder so large as to be almost visible to the naked eye. He swaggered among the tall O'Haras like a strutting bantam in a barnyard of giant Cochin roosters, and they loved him, baited him affectionately to hear him roar, and hammered on him with their large fists, no more than was necessary to keep a baby brother in his proper place. If the educational equipment which Gerald brought to America was scant, he did not even know it, nor would he have cared if he had been told. His mother had taught him to read and to write a clear hand. He was adept at ciphering. And there his book knowledge stopped. The only Latin he knew was the responses of the Mass, and the only history, the manifold wrongs of Ireland. He knew no poetry save that of Moore, and no music except the songs of Ireland that had come down through the years. While he entertained the liveliest respect for those who had more book learning than he never felt his own lack. And what need had he of these things in a new country where the most ignorant of bog-trotters had made great fortunes? In this country which asked only that a man be strong and unafraid of work. Nor did James and Andrew, who took him into their store in Savannah, regret his lack of education. His clear hand, his accurate figures, and his shrewd ability in bargaining won their respect, where a knowledge of literature and fine appreciation of music, had young Gerald possessed them, would have moved them to snorts of contempt. America, in the early years of the century, had been kind to the Irish. James and Andrew, who had begun by hauling goods in covered wagons from Savannah to Georgia's inland towns, had prospered in a store of their own, and Gerald prospered with them. He liked the South, and he soon became, in his own opinion, a Southerner. There was much about the South and Southerners that he would never comprehend, but with the wholeheartedness that was his nature, he adopted its ideas and customs, as he understood them, for his own. Poker and horse racing, red-hot politics, and the code duello, states' rights, and damnation to all Yankees, slavery and King Cotton, contempt for white trash, and exaggerated courtesy to women. He even learned to chew tobacco. There was no need for him to acquire a good head for whiskey. He had been born with one. But Gerald remained Gerald. His habits of living and his ideas changed, but his manners he would not change, even had he been able to change them. He admired the drawling elegance of the wealthy rice and cotton planters who rode into Savannah from their moss-hung kingdoms, mounted on thoroughbred horses, and followed by the carriages of their equally elegant ladies and the wagons of their slaves. But Gerald could never attain elegance. Their lazy, blurred voices fell pleasantly on his ears, but his own brisk brogue clung to his tongue. He liked the casual grace with which they conducted affairs of importance, risking a fortune, a plantation or a slave on the turn of a card, and writing off their losses with careless good humor, and no more ado than when they scattered pennies to pickaninnies. But Gerald had known poverty, and he could never learn to lose money with good humor or good grace. They were a pleasant race, these coastal Georgians, with their soft-voiced, quick rages and their charming inconsistencies, and Gerald liked them. But there was a brisk and restless vitality about the young Irishman, fresh from a country where winds blew wet and chill, where misty swamps held no fevers, that set him apart from these indolent gentlefolk of semi-tropical weather and malarial marshes. From them he learned what he found useful, and the rest he dismissed. He found poker the most useful of all Southern customs, poker and a steady head for whiskey. And it was his natural aptitude for cards and amber liquor that brought to Gerald two of his three most prized possessions, his valet and his plantation. The other was his wife, and he could only attribute her to the mysterious kindness of God. Valet, Pork by name, shining black, dignified and trained in all the arts of sartorial elegance, was the result of an all-night poker game with a planter from St. Simon's Island, whose courage in a bluff equaled Gerald's, but whose head for New Orleans rum did not. Though Pork's former owner later offered to buy him back at twice his value, Gerald obstinately refused, for the possession of his first slave, and that slave the best damn valet on the coast, was the first step upward toward his heart's desire. Gerald wanted to be a slave owner and a landed gentleman. His mind was made up that he was not going to spend all of his days like James and Andrew in bargaining, or all his nights by candlelight over long columns of figures. He felt keenly, as his brothers did not, the social stigma attached to those in trade. Gerald wanted to be a planter, with the deep hunger of an Irishman who has been a tenant on the lands his people once had owned and hunted. He wanted to see his own acres stretching green before his eyes. With a ruthless singleness of purpose, he desired his own house, his own plantation, his own horse, his own slaves. And here in this new country, safe from the twin perils of the land he had left, taxation that ate up crops and barns, and the ever-present threat of sudden confiscation, he intended to have them. But having that ambition and bringing it to realization were two different matters, he discovered as time went by. Coastal Georgia was too firmly held by an entrenched aristocracy for him to ever hope to win the place he intended to have. Then the hand of fate and a hand of poker combined to give him the plantation, which he afterwards called Terra, and at the same time moved him out of the coast into the upland country of North Georgia. It was in a saloon in Savannah, on a hot night in spring, when the chance conversation of a stranger sitting nearby made Gerald prick up his ears. The stranger, a native of Savannah, had just returned after 12 years in the inland country. He had been one of the winners in the land lottery conducted by the state to divide up the vast area in Middle Georgia, ceded by the Indians the year before Gerald came to America. He had gone up there and established a plantation, but now the house had burned down, he was tired of the accursed place, and would be most happy to get it off his hands. Gerald, his mind never free of the thought of owning a plantation of his own, arranged an introduction, and his interest grew as the stranger told how the northern section of the state was filling up with newcomers from the Carolinas and Virginia. Gerald had lived in Savannah long enough to acquire the viewpoint of the coast, that all of the rest of the state was backwoods, with an Indian lurking in every thicket. In transacting business for O'Hara Brothers, he had visited Augusta, 100 miles up the Savannah River, and he had traveled inland far enough to visit the old towns westward from that city. He knew that section to be as well settled as the coast, but from the stranger's description, his plantation was more than 250 miles inland from Savannah to the north and west, and not many miles south of the Chattahoochee River. Gerald knew that northward, beyond that stream, the land was still held by the Cherokees. So it was with amazement that he heard the stranger jeer at suggestions of trouble with the Indians. An hour later, when the conversation began to lag, Gerald, with a guile that belied the wide innocence of his bright blue eyes, proposed a game. As the night wore on and the drinks went round, There came a time when all the others in the game laid down their hands, and Gerald and the stranger were battling alone. The stranger shoved in all his chips and followed with the deed to his plantation. Gerald shoved in all his chips and laid on top of them his wallet. If the money it contained happened to belong to the firm of O'Hara Brothers, Gerald's conscience was not sufficiently troubled to confess it before Mass the following morning. He knew what he wanted, and when Gerald wanted something, he gained it by taking the most direct route. Moreover, such was his faith in his destiny and 4 deuces, that he never for a moment wondered just how the money would be paid back should a higher hand be laid down across the table. "It's no bargain you're getting, and I'm glad not to have to pay more taxes on the place," sighed the possessor of an ace full, as he called for pen and ink. "The big house burned a year ago, and the fields are growing up in brush and seedling pine. But it's yours." "Never mix cards and whiskey, unless you were weaned on Irish poteen," Gerald told Pork gravely the same evening, as Pork assisted him to bed. And the valet, who had begun to attempt a brogue out of admiration for his new master, made requisite answer in a combination of Geechee and County Meath that would have puzzled anyone except those two alone. The muddy Flint River, running silently between walls of pine and water oak covered with tangled vines, wrapped about Gerald's new land like a curving arm and embraced it on 2 sides. To Gerald, standing on the small knoll where the house had been, this tall barrier of green was as visible and pleasing an evidence of ownership, as though it were a fence that he himself had built to mark his own. He stood on the blackened foundation stones of the burned building, looked down the long avenue of trees leading toward the road, and swore lustily, with a joy too deep for thankful prayer. These twin lines of somber trees were his the abandoned lawn, waist-high in weeds under white-starred young magnolia trees, the uncultivated fields studded with tiny pines and underbrush that stretched their rolling red clay surface away into the distance on 4 sides belonged to Gerald O'Hara, were all his because he had an unbefuddled Irish head and the courage to stake everything on a hand of cards. Gerald closed his eyes, and in the stillness of the unworked acres, he felt that he had come home. Here under his feet would rise a house of whitewashed brick. Across the road would be new rail fences, enclosing fat cattle and blooded horses, and the red earth that rolled down the hillside to the rich river-bottom land would gleam white as eiderdown in the sun. Cotton, acres and acres of cotton. The fortunes of the O'Haras would rise again. With his own small stake, what he could borrow from his unenthusiastic brothers, and a neat sum from mortgaging the land, Gerald bought his first field hands and came to Tara to live in bachelor solitude in the 4-room overseer's house, till such a time as the white walls of Tara should rise. He cleared the fields and planted cotton and borrowed more money from James and Andrew to buy more slaves. The O'Haras were a clannish tribe, clinging to one another in prosperity as well as in adversity, not for any overweening family affection, but because they had learned through grim years that to survive a family must present an unbroken front to the world. They lent Gerald the money, and in the years that followed, the money came back to them with interest. Gradually the plantation widened out, as Gerald bought more acres lying near him, and in time the White House became a reality instead of a dream. It was built by slave labor, a clumsy, sprawling building that crowned the rise of ground overlooking the green incline of pasture land running down to the river. And it pleased Gerald greatly, for, even when new, it wore a look of mellowed years. The old oaks,
which had seen Indians pass under their limbs, hugged the house closely with their great trunks and towered their branches over the roof in dense shade. The lawn, reclaimed from weeds, grew thick with clover and Bermuda grass, and Gerald saw to it that it was well kept. From the avenue of cedars to the row of white cabins in the slave quarters, there was an air of solidness, of stability and permanence about Terra. And whenever Gerald galloped around the bend in the road and saw his own roof rising through green branches, his heart swelled with pride, as though each sight of it were the first sight. He had done it all, little, hard-headed, blustering Gerald. Gerald was on excellent terms with all his neighbors in the county, except the McIntoshes, whose land adjoined his on the left, and the Slatterys, whose meager 3 acres stretched on his right along the swamp bottoms between the river and John Wilkes' plantation. The McIntoshes were Scotch-Irish and Orangemen, and had they possessed all the saintly qualities of the Catholic calendar, this ancestry would have damned them forever in Gerald's eyes. True, they had lived in Georgia for 70 years, and before that had spent a generation in the Carolinas. But the first of the family who set foot on American shores had come from Ulster, and that was enough for Gerald. They were a close-mouthed and stiff-necked family who kept strictly to themselves and intermarried with their Carolina relatives. And Gerald was not alone in disliking them, for the county people were neighborly and sociable, and none too tolerant of anyone lacking in those same qualities. Rumors of abolitionist sympathies did not enhance the popularity of the McIntoshes. Old Angus had never manumitted a single slave, and had committed the unpardonable social breach of selling some of his Negroes to passing slave traders en route to the cane fields of Louisiana. But the rumors persisted. "He's an abolitionist, no doubt," observed Gerald to John Wilkes. "But in an Orangeman, when a principle comes up against Scotch tightness, the principle fares ill." The Slatterys were another affair. Being poor white, they were not even accorded the grudging respect that Angus McIntosh's dour independence wrung from neighboring families. Old Slattery, who clung persistently to his few acres, in spite of repeated offers from Gerald and John Wilkes, was shiftless and whining. His wife was a snarly-haired woman, sickly and washed out of appearance, the mother of a brood of sullen and rabbity-looking children, a brood which was increased regularly every year. Tom Slattery owned no slaves, and he and his 2 oldest boys spasmodically worked their few acres of cotton, while the wife and younger children tended what was supposed to be a vegetable garden. But somehow the cotton always failed, and the garden, due to Mrs. Slattery's constant childbearing, seldom furnished enough to feed her flock. The sight of Tom Slattery dawdling on his neighbors' porches, begging cotton seed for planting or a side of bacon to tide him over, was a familiar one. Slattery hated his neighbors with what little energy he possessed, sensing their contempt beneath their courtesy, and especially did he hate rich folks' uppity niggers. The house Negroes of the county considered themselves superior to white trash, and their unconcealed scorn stung him, while their more secure position in life stirred his envy. By contrast with his own miserable existence, they were well-fed, well-clothed, and looked after in sickness and old age. They were proud of the good names of their owners, and for the most part proud to belong to people who were quality, while he was despised by all. Tom Slattery could have sold his farm for 3 times its value to any of the planters in the county. They would have considered it money well spent to rid the community of an eyesore. But he was well satisfied to remain and to subsist miserably on the proceeds of a bale of cotton a year and the charity of his neighbors. With all the rest of the county, Gerald was on terms of amity and some intimacy. The Wilkeses, the Calverts, the Tarletons, the Fontaines
All smiled when the small figure on the big white horse galloped up their driveways, smiled and signaled 4 tall glasses in which a pony of bourbon had been poured over a teaspoon of sugar and a sprig of crushed mint. Gerald was likable, and the neighbors learned in time what the children, Negroes, and dogs discovered at first sight, that a kind heart, a ready and sympathetic ear, and an open pocketbook lurked just behind his bawling voice and his truculent manner. His arrival was always amid a bedlam of hounds barking, and small black children shouting as they raced to meet him, quarreling for the privilege of holding his horse, and squirming and grinning under his good-natured insults. The white children clamored to sit on his knee and be trotted, while he denounced to their elders the infamy of Yankee politicians. The daughters of his friends took him into their confidence about their love affairs. And the youths of the neighborhood, fearful of confessing debts of honor upon the carpets of their fathers, found him a friend in need. "So you've been owing this for a month, you young rascal," he would shout. "And in God's name, why haven't you been asking me for the money before this?" His rough manner of speech was too well known to give offense, and it only made the young men grin sheepishly and reply, "Well, sir, I hated to trouble you and my father. Your father's a good man, and no denying it, but strict, and so take this, and let's be hearing no more of it." The planters' ladies were the last to capitulate. But when Mrs. Wilkes, a great lady and with a rare gift for silence, as Gerald characterized her, told her husband one evening after Gerald's horse had pounded down the driveway, "He has a rough tongue, but he is a gentleman," Gerald had definitely arrived. He did not know that he had taken nearly 10 years to arrive, for it never occurred to him that his neighbors had eyed him askance at first. In his own mind, there had never been any doubt that he belonged, from the moment he first set foot on Tara. When Gerald was 43, so thick-set of body and florid of face that he looked like a hunting squire out of a sporting print, it came to him that Tara, dear though it was, and the county folk, with their open hearts and open houses, were not enough. He wanted a wife. Tara cried out for a mistress. The fat cook, a yard Negro elevated by necessity to the kitchen, never had the meals on time, and the chambermaid, formerly a field hand, let dust accumulate on the furniture and never seemed to have clean linen on hand, so that the arrival of guests was always the occasion of much stirring and to-do. Pork, the only trained house Negro on the place, had general supervision over the other servants, but even he had grown slack and careless after several years of exposure to Gerald's happy-go-lucky mode of living. As valet, he kept Gerald's bedroom in order, and as butler, he served the meals with dignity and style, but otherwise he pretty well let matters follow their own course. With unerring African instinct, the Negroes had all discovered that Gerald had a loud bark and no bite at all, and they took shameless advantage of him. The air was always thick with threats of selling slaves south and of direful whippings, but there had never been a slave sold from Tara, and only one whipping, and that administered for not grooming down Gerald's pet horse after a long day's hunting. Gerald's sharp blue eyes noticed how efficiently his neighbors' houses were run, and with what ease the smooth-haired wives in rustling skirts managed their servants. He had no knowledge of the dawn-till-midnight activities of these women, chained to supervision of cooking, nursing, sewing, and laundering. He only saw the outward results, and those results impressed him. The urgent need of a wife became clear to him one morning when he was dressing to ride to town for court day. Pork brought forth his favorite ruffled shirt, so inexpertly mended by the chambermaid as to be unwearable by anyone except his valet.
Mr. Gerald, said Pork, gratefully rolling up the shirt as Gerald fumed, what you needs is a wife. And a wife what has got plenty of house niggers. Gerald upbraided Pork for his impertinence, but he knew that he was right. He wanted a wife, and he wanted children, and if he did not acquire them soon, it would be too late. He was not going to marry just anyone, as Mr. Calvert had done, taking to wife the Yankee governess of his motherless children. His wife must be a lady, and a lady of blood, with as many airs and graces as Mrs. Wilkes, and the ability to manage Tara as well as Mrs. Wilkes ordered her own domain. But there were two difficulties in the way of marriage into the county families. The first was the scarcity of girls of marriageable age. The second, and more serious one, was that Gerald was a new man, despite his nearly 10 years' residence, and a foreigner. No one knew anything about his family. While the society of up-country Georgia was not so impregnable as that of the coast aristocrats, no family wanted a daughter wed to a man about whose grandfather nothing was known. Gerald knew that despite the genuine liking of the county men with whom he hunted, drank, and talked politics, there was hardly one whose daughter he could marry. And he did not intend to have it gossiped about over supper tables that this, that, or the other father had regretfully refused to let Gerald O'Hara pay court to his daughter. This knowledge did not make Gerald feel inferior to his neighbors. Nothing could ever make Gerald feel that he was inferior in any way to anyone. It was merely a quaint custom of the county that daughters only married into families who had lived in the South much longer than 22 years, had owned land and slaves, and had been addicted only to the fashionable vices during that time. "Pack up! We're going to Savannah," he told Pork. "And if I hear you say whist or faith but once, it's selling you I'll be doing, for they are words I seldom say myself." James and Andrew might have some advice to offer on this subject of marriage, and there might be daughters among their old friends who would both meet his requirements and find him acceptable as a husband. James and Andrew listened to his story patiently, but they gave him little encouragement. They had no Savannah relatives to whom they might look for assistance, for they had been married when they came to America. And the daughters of their old friends had long since married and were raising small children of their own. "You're not a rich man and you haven't a great family," said James. "I've made me money and I can make a great family, and I won't be marrying just anyone." "You fly high," observed Andrew, dryly. But they did their best for Gerald. James and Andrew were old men, and they stood well in Savannah. They had many friends, and for a month they carried Gerald from home to suppers, dances, and picnics. "There's only one who takes me eye," Gerald said finally, "and she not even born when I landed here." "And who is it takes your eye?" "Miss Ellen Robillard," said Gerald, trying to speak casually, for the slightly tilting dark eyes of Ellen Robillard had taken more than his eye. Despite a mystifying listlessness of manner, so strange in a girl of 15, she charmed him. Moreover, there was a haunting look of despair about her that went to his heart and made him more gentle with her than he had ever been with any person in all the world. "And you old enough to be her father, and me in me prime," cried Gerald, stung. James spoke gently. "Jerry, there's no girl in Savannah you'd have less chance of marrying. Her father is a Robillard, and those French are proud as Lucifer, and her mother, God rest her soul, was a very great lady." "I care not," said Gerald heatedly. "Besides, her mother is dead, And old man Robillard likes me. As a man, yes, but as a son-in-law, no." "The girl wouldn't have you anyway," interposed Andrew. "She's been in love with that wild buck of a cousin of hers, Philippe Robillard, for a year now, despite her family being at her morning and night to give him up." "He's been gone to Louisiana this month now," said Gerald. "And how do you know?" "I know," answered Gerald, who did not care to disclose that Pork had supplied this valuable bit of information, or that Philippe had departed for the West at the express desire of his family. "And I do not think she's been so much in love with him that she won't forget him. 15 is too young to know much about love. They'd rather have that breakneck cousin for her than you." So James and Andrew were as startled as anyone when the news came out that the daughter of Pierre Robillard was to marry the little Irishman from up the country. Savannah buzzed behind its doors and speculated about Philippe Robillard, who had gone west. But the gossiping brought no answer. Why the loveliest of the Robillard daughters should marry a loud-voiced, red-faced little man who came hardly up to her ears remained a mystery to all. Gerald himself never quite knew how it all came about. He only knew that a miracle had happened, and for once in his life he was utterly humble when Ellen, very white but very calm, put a light hand on his arm and said, "I will marry you, Mr. O'Hara." The thunderstruck Robillards knew the answer in part, but only Ellen and her mammy ever knew the whole story of the night when the girl sobbed till the dawn, like a broken-hearted child, and rose up in the morning a woman with her mind made up. With foreboding, Mammy had brought her young mistress a small package, addressed in a strange hand from New Orleans, a package containing a miniature of Ellen, which she flung to the floor with a cry, 4 letters in her own handwriting to Philippe Robillard, and a brief letter from a New Orleans priest announcing the death of her cousin in a barroom brawl. "They drove him away, Father and Pauline and Eulalie. They drove him away. I hate them. I hate them all. I never want to see them again. I want to get away. I will go away where I'll never see them again, or this town, or anyone who reminds me of him." And when the night was nearly spent, Mammy, who had cried herself out over her mistress's dark head, protested, "But, honey, you can't do that." "I will do it. He is a kind man. I will do it. I'll go into the convent at Charleston." It was the threat of the convent that finally won the assent of bewildered and heart-stricken Pierre Robillard. He was staunchly Presbyterian, even though his family were Catholic, and the thought of his daughter becoming a nun was even worse than that of her marrying Gerald O'Hara. After all, the man had nothing against him but a lack of family. So Ellen, no longer Robillard, turned her back on Savannah, never to see it again, and with a middle-aged husband, Mammy, and 20 house niggers, journeyed toward Tara. The next year, their first child was born, and they named her Katie Scarlett, after Gerald's mother. Gerald was disappointed, for he had wanted a son, but he nevertheless was pleased enough over his small, black-haired daughter to serve rum to every slave at Tara, and to get roaringly, happily drunk himself. If Ellen had ever regretted her sudden decision to marry him, no one ever knew it. Certainly not Gerald, who almost burst with pride whenever he looked at her. She had put Savannah and its memories behind her when she left that gently mannered city by the sea, and from the moment of her arrival in the county, North Georgia was her home.
when she departed from her father's house forever. She had left a home whose lines were as beautiful and flowing as a woman's body, as a ship in full sail. A pale pink stucco house built in the French colonial style, set high from the ground in a dainty manner, approached by swirling stairs, banistered with wrought iron as delicate as lace. A dim, rich house, gracious but aloof. She had left not only that graceful dwelling, but also the entire civilization that was behind the building of it. And she found herself in a world that was as strange and different as if she had crossed a continent. Here in North Georgia was a rugged section held by a hardy people. High up on the plateau at the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains, she saw rolling red hills wherever she looked, with huge outcroppings of the underlying granite and gaunt pines towering somberly everywhere. It all seemed wild and untamed to her coast-bred eyes, accustomed to the quiet jungle beauty of the sea islands draped in their grey moss and tangled green, the white stretches of beach hot beneath a semi-tropic sun, the long flat vistas of sandy land studded with palmetto and palm. This was a section that knew the chill of winter as well as the heat of summer, and there was a vigor and energy in the people that was strange to her. They were a kindly people, courteous, generous, filled with abounding good nature, but sturdy, virile, easy to anger. The people of the coast which she had left might pride themselves on taking all of their affairs, even their duels and their feuds, with a careless air. But these North Georgia people had a streak of violence in them. On the coast, life had mellowed. Here it was young and lusty and new. All the people Ellen had known in Savannah might have been cast from the same mold, so similar were their viewpoints and traditions. But here was a variety of people. North Georgia settlers were coming in from many different places, from other parts of Georgia, from the Carolinas and Virginia, from Europe and the North. Some of them, like Gerald, were new people seeking their fortunes. Some, like Ellen, were members of old families who had found life intolerable in their former homes and sought haven in a distant land. Many had moved for no reason at all, except that the restless blood of pioneering fathers still quickened in their veins. These people, drawn from many different places and with many different backgrounds, gave the whole life of the county an informality that was new to Ellen, an informality to which she never quite accustomed herself. She instinctively knew how coast people would act in any circumstance. There was never any telling what North Georgians would do. And quickening all of the affairs of the section was the high tide of prosperity then rolling over the South. All of the world was crying out for cotton, and the new land of the county, unworn and fertile, produced it abundantly. Cotton was the heartbeat of the section. The planting and the picking were the diastole and the systole of the red earth. Wealth came out of the curving furrows, and arrogance came, too. Arrogance built on green bushes and the acres of fleecy white. If cotton could make them rich in one generation, how much richer they would be in the next. This certainty of the morrow gave zest and enthusiasm to life, and the county people enjoyed life with a heartiness that Ellen could never understand. They had money enough and slaves enough to give them time to play, and they liked to play. They seemed never too busy to drop work for a fish fry, a hunt or a horse race, and scarcely a week went by without its barbecue or ball. Ellen never would or could quite become one of them. She had left too much of herself in Savannah, but she respected them, and in time learned to admire the frankness and forthrightness of these people, who had few reticences, and who valued a man for what he was. She became the best-loved neighbor in the county. She was a thrifty and kind mistress, a good mother, and a devoted wife.
The heartbreak and selflessness that she would have dedicated to the church were devoted instead to the service of her child, her household, and the man who had taken her out of Savannah and its memories, and had never asked any questions. When Scarlett was a year old, and more healthy and vigorous than a girl baby had any right to be, in Mammy's opinion, Ellen's second child, named Susan Eleanor, but always called Sue Ellen, was born, and in due time came Corinne, listed in the family Bible as Caroline Irene. Then followed 3 little boys, each of whom died before he had learned to walk. 3 little boys who now lay under the twisted cedars in the burying ground, 100 yards from the house, beneath 3 stones, each bearing the name of Gerald O'Hara, Jr. From the day when Ellen first came to Tara, the place had been transformed. If she was only 15 years old, she was nevertheless ready for the responsibilities of the mistress of a plantation. Before marriage, young girls must be, above all other things, sweet, gentle, beautiful, and ornamental. But after marriage, they were expected to manage households that numbered 100 people or more, white and black, and they were trained with that in view. Ellen had been given this preparation for marriage, which any well-brought-up young lady received, and she also had Mammy, who could galvanize the most shiftless Negro into energy. She quickly brought order, dignity, and grace into Gerald's household, and she gave Tara a beauty it had never had before. The house had been built according to no architectural plan whatever, with extra rooms added where and when it seemed convenient, but with Ellen's care and attention, it gained a charm that made up for its lack of design. The avenue of cedars leading from the main road to the house, that avenue of cedars without which no Georgia planter's home could be complete, had a cool, dark shadiness that gave a brighter tinge by contrast to the green of the other trees. The wisteria, tumbling over the verandas, showed bright against the whitewashed brick, and it joined with the pink crepe myrtle bushes by the door and the white-blossomed magnolias in the yard to disguise some of the awkward lines of the house. In springtime and summer, the Bermuda grass and clover on the lawn became emerald, so enticing an emerald that it presented an irresistible temptation to the flocks of turkeys and white geese that were supposed to roam only the regions in the rear of the house. The elders of the flocks continually led stealthy advances into the front yard, lured on by the green of the grass and the luscious promise of the Cape jessamine buds and the zinnia beds. Against their depredations, a small black sentinel was stationed on the front porch. Armed with a ragged towel, the little Negro boy sitting on the steps was part of the picture of Tara, and an unhappy one, for he was forbidden to chunk the fowls, and could only flap the towel at them and shoo them. Ellen set dozens of little black boys to this task, the first position of responsibility a male slave had at Tara. After they had passed their 10th year, they were sent to old Daddy, the plantation cobbler, to learn his trade, or to Amos, the wheelwright and carpenter, or to Philip, the cowman, or Cuffy, the mule boy. If they showed no aptitude for any of these trades, they became field hands, and, in the opinion of the Negroes, they had lost their claim to any social standing at all. Ellen's life was not easy, nor was it happy. But she did not expect life to be easy, and if it was not happy, that was woman's lot. It was a man's world, and she accepted it as such. The man owned the property, and the woman managed it. The man took the credit for the management, and the woman praised his cleverness. The man roared like a bull when a splinter was in his finger, and the woman muffled the moans of childbirth, lest she disturb him. Men were rough of speech and often drunk. Women ignored the lapses of speech, and put the drunkards to bed without bitter words. Men were rude and outspoken.
women were always kind, gracious, and forgiving. She had been reared in the tradition of great ladies, which had taught her how to carry her burden and still retain her charm, and she intended that her 3 daughters should be great ladies also. With her younger daughters, she had success, for Sue Ellen was so anxious to be attractive she lent an attentive and obedient ear to her mother's teachings, and Corinne was shy and easily led. But Scarlett, child of Gerald, found the road to ladyhood hard. To Mammy's indignation, her preferred playmates were not her demure sisters or the well-brought-up Wilkes girls, but the Negro children on the plantation and the boys of the neighborhood, and she could climb a tree or throw a rock as well as any of them. Mammy was greatly perturbed that Ellen's daughter should display such traits, and frequently adjured her to act like a little lady. But Ellen took a more tolerant and long-sighted view of the matter. She knew that from childhood playmates grew beaux in later years, and the first duty of a girl was to get married. She told herself that the child was merely full of life, and there was still time in which to teach her the arts and graces of being attractive to men. To this end, Ellen and Mammy bent their efforts, and as Scarlett grew older, she became an apt pupil in this subject, even though she learned little else. Despite a succession of governesses and 2 years at the nearby Fayetteville Female Academy, her education was sketchy. But no girl in the county danced more gracefully than she. She knew how to smile so that her dimples leaped, how to walk pigeon-toed so that her wide hoop skirts swayed entrancingly, how to look up into a man's face and then drop her eyes and bat the lids rapidly so that she seemed a tremble with gentle emotion. Most of all, she learned how to conceal from men a sharp intelligence beneath a face as sweet and bland as a baby's. Ellen, by soft-voiced admonition, and Mammy, by constant carping, labored to inculcate in her the qualities that would make her truly desirable as a wife. "You must be more gentle, dear, more sedate," Ellen told her daughter. "You must not interrupt gentlemen when they are speaking, even if you do think you know more about matters than they do. Gentlemen do not like forward girls." "Young miss what frowns and pushes out their chins and says, 'I will and I won't,' most generally don't catch husbands," prophesied Mammy gloomily. "Young misses should cast down their eyes and say, 'Well, sir, I might,' and 'Just as you say, sir.'" Between them, they taught her all that a gentlewoman should know, but she learned only the outward signs of gentility. The inner grace from which these signs should spring, she never learned, nor did she see any reason for learning it. Appearances were enough, for the appearances of ladyhood won her popularity, and that was all she wanted. Gerald bragged that she was the belle of 5 counties, and with some truth, for she had received proposals from nearly all the young men in the neighborhood, and many from places as far away as Atlanta and Savannah. At 16, thanks to Mammy and Ellen, she looked sweet, charming, and giddy, but she was, in reality, self-willed, vain, and obstinate. She had the easily stirred passions of her Irish father, and nothing except the thinnest veneer of her mother's unselfish and forbearing nature. Ellen never fully realized that it was only a veneer, for Scarlett always showed her best face to her mother, concealing her escapades, curbing her temper, and appearing as sweet-natured as she could in Ellen's presence, for her mother could shame her to tears with a reproachful glance. But Mammy was under no illusions about her, and was constantly alert for breaks in the veneer. Mammy's eyes were sharper than Ellen's, and Scarlett could never recall in all her life having fooled Mammy for long. It was not that these 2 loving mentors deplored Scarlett's high spirits, vivacity, and charm. These were traits of which Southern women were proud. It was Gerald's headstrong and impetuous nature in her that gave them concern,
and they sometimes feared that they would not be able to conceal her damaging qualities until she had made a good match. But Scarlett intended to marry, and marry Ashley. And she was willing to appear demure, pliable, and scatterbrained, if those were the qualities that attracted men. Just why men should be this way she did not know. She only knew that such methods worked. It never interested her enough to try to think out the reason for it, for she knew nothing of the inner workings of any human being's mind, not even her own. She knew only that if she did or said thus and so, men would unerringly respond with a complimentary thus and so. It was like a mathematical formula, and no more difficult, for mathematics was the one subject that had come easy to Scarlett in her school days. If she knew little about men's minds, she knew even less about the minds of women, for they interested her less. She had never had a girlfriend, and she never felt any lack on that account. To her, all women, including her two sisters, were natural enemies in pursuit of the same prey, man. All women, with the one exception of her mother. Ellen O'Hara was different, and Scarlett regarded her as something holy and apart from all the rest of humankind. When Scarlett was a child, she had confused her mother with the Virgin Mary, and now that she was older she saw no reason for changing her opinion. To her, Ellen represented the utter security that only heaven or a mother can give. She knew that her mother was the embodiment of justice, truth, loving tenderness, and profound wisdom. A great lady. Scarlett wanted very much to be like her mother. The only difficulty was that, by being just and truthful and tender and unselfish, one missed most of the joys of life, and certainly many beaux. And life was too short to miss such pleasant things. Some day when she was married to Ashley and old, some day when she had time for it, she intended to be like Ellen. Chapter 4. That night at supper, Scarlett went through the motions of presiding over the table in her mother's absence. But her mind was in a ferment over the dreadful news she had heard about Ashley and Melanie. Desperately she longed for her mother's return from the Slatterys, for without her she felt lost and alone. What right had the Slatterys and their everlasting sickness to take Ellen away from home just at this time when she, Scarlett, needed her so much? Throughout the dismal meal, Gerald's booming voice battered against her ears until she thought she could endure it no longer. He had forgotten completely about his conversation with her that afternoon, and was carrying on a monologue about the latest news from Fort Sumter, which he punctuated by hammering his fist on the table and waving his arms in the air. Gerald made a habit of dominating the conversation at meal-times, and usually Scarlett, occupied with her own thoughts, scarcely heard him. But tonight she could not shut out his voice, no matter how much she strained to listen for the sound of carriage wheels that would herald Ellen's return. Of course, she did not intend to tell her mother what was so heavy on her heart, for Ellen would be shocked and grieved to know that a daughter of hers wanted a man who was engaged to another girl. But in the depths of the first tragedy she had ever known, she wanted the very comfort of her mother's presence. She always felt secure when Ellen was by her, for there was nothing so bad that Ellen could not better it, simply by being there. She rose suddenly from her chair at the sound of creaking wheels in the driveway, and then sank down again as they went on around the house to the backyard. It could not be Ellen, for she would alight at the front steps. Then there was an excited babble of Negro voices in the darkness of the yard, and high-pitched Negro laughter. Looking out the window, Scarlett saw Pork, who had left the room a moment before, holding high a flaring pine knot, while indistinguishable figures descended from a wagon. The laughter and talking rose and fell in the dark night air, pleasant, homely, carefree sounds, gutturally soft, musically shrill. Then feet shuffled up the back porch stairs and into the passageway leading to the main house, stopping in the hall just outside the dining room. There was a brief interval of whispering, and Pork entered, his usual dignity gone, his eyes rolling and his teeth agleam. "Mr. Gerald," he announced, breathing hard, the pride of a bridegroom all over his shining face. "Your new woman done come." "New woman? I didn't buy any new woman," declared Gerald, pretending to glare. "Yes, sir, you did, Mr. Gerald. Yes, sir. And she out here now, wanting to speak with you," answered Pork, giggling and twisting his hands in excitement. "Well, bring in the bride," said Gerald, and Pork, turning, beckoned into the hall to his wife, newly arrived from the Wilkes plantation, to become part of the household of Tara. She entered, and behind her, almost hidden by her voluminous calico skirts, came her 12-year-old daughter squirming against her mother's legs. Dilsey was tall and bore herself erectly. She might have been any age, from 30 to 60, so unlined was her immobile bronze face. Indian blood was plain in her features, overbalancing the Negroid characteristics. The red color of her skin, narrow high forehead, prominent cheekbones, and the hawk-bridged nose which flattened at the end above thick Negro lips, all showed the mixture of two races. She was self-possessed, and walked with a dignity that surpassed even Mammy's. For Mammy had acquired her dignity, and Dilsey's was in her blood. When she spoke, her voice was not so slurred as most Negroes, and she chose her words more carefully. "Good evening, young missus. Mr. Gerald, I is sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to come here and thank you again for buying me and my child. Lots of gentlemen's might have bought me, but they wouldn't have bought my prissy, too, just to keep me from grieving, and I thanks you. I'm going to do my best for you, and show you I ain't forgetting." said Gerald, clearing his throat in embarrassment at being caught openly in an act of kindness. Dilsey turned to Scarlet, and something like a smile wrinkled the corners of her eyes. "Miss Scarlet, Pork done told me how you asked Mr. Gerald to buy me, and so I'm going to give you my prissy for your own maid." She reached behind her and jerked the little girl forward. She was a brown little creature, with skinny legs like a bird and a myriad of pigtails carefully wrapped with twine sticking stiffly out from her head. She had sharp, knowing eyes that missed nothing, and a studiedly stupid look on her face. "Thank you, Dilsey," Scarlet replied. "But I'm afraid Mammy will have something to say about that. She's been my maid ever since I was born." "Mammy getting old," said Dilsey, with a calmness that would have enraged Mammy. "She a good mammy, but you a young lady now, and needs a good maid. And my prissy been maidin' for Miss India for a year now. She can sew and fix hair good as a grown person." Prodded by her mother, Prissy bobbed a sudden curtsy and grinned at Scarlet, who could not help grinning back. "A sharp little wench," she thought, and said aloud, "Thank you, Dilsey. We'll see about it when Mother comes home." "Thank you, ma'am. I gives you good night," said Dilsey, and turning left the room with her child, Pork dancing attendance. The supper things cleared away, Gerald resumed his oration, but with little satisfaction to himself and none at all to his audience. His thunderous predictions of immediate war, and his rhetorical questions as to whether the South would stand for further insults from the Yankees, only produced faintly bored, "Yes, papas," and "No, paws." Corinne, sitting on a hassock under the big lamp, was deep in the romance of a girl who had taken the veil after her lover's death, and with silent tears of enjoyment oozing from her eyes, was pleasurably picturing herself in a white coif. Sue Ellen,
embroidering on what she gigglingly called her hope chest, was wondering if she could possibly detach Stuart Tarleton from her sister's side at the barbecue tomorrow and fascinate him with the sweet womanly qualities which she possessed and Scarlett did not. And Scarlett was in a tumult about Ashley. How could Pa talk on and on about Fort Sumter and the Yankees when he knew her heart was breaking? As usual in the very young, she marveled that people could be so selfishly oblivious to her pain, and the world rock along just the same in spite of her heartbreak. Her mind was as if a cyclone had gone through it, and it seemed strange that the dining room where they sat should be so placid, so unchanged from what it had always been. The heavy mahogany table and sideboards, the massive silver, the bright rag rugs on the shining floor were all in their accustomed places, just as if nothing had happened. It was a friendly, uncomfortable room, and ordinarily Scarlett loved the quiet hours which the family spent there after supper. But tonight she hated the sight of it, and if she had not feared her father's loudly bawled questions, she would have slipped away, down the dark hall to Ellen's little office, and cried out her sorrow on the old sofa. That was the room that Scarlett liked best in all the house. There, Ellen sat before her tall secretary each morning, keeping the accounts of the plantation and listening to the reports of Jonas Wilkerson, the overseer. There also the family idled while Ellen's quill scratched across her ledgers, Gerald in the old rocker, the girls on the sagging cushions of the sofa that was too battered and worn for the front of the house. Scarlett longed to be there now, alone with Ellen, so she could put her head in her mother's lap and cry in peace. Wouldn't Mother ever come home? Then wheels ground sharply on the gravelled driveway, and the soft murmur of Ellen's voice dismissing the coachman floated into the room. The whole group looked up eagerly as she entered rapidly, her hoops swaying, her face tired and sad. There entered with her the faint fragrance of lemon verbena sachet, which seemed always to creep from the folds of her dresses, a fragrance that was always linked in Scarlett's mind with her mother. Mammy followed at a few paces, the leather bag in her hand, her underlip pushed out and her brow lowering. Mammy muttered darkly to herself as she waddled, taking care that her remarks were pitched too low to be understood, but loud enough to register her unqualified disapproval. "I'm sorry I'm so late," said Ellen, slipping her plaid shawl from drooping shoulders and handing it to Scarlett, whose cheek she patted in passing. Gerald's face had brightened, as if by magic, at her entrance. "Is the brat baptized?" he questioned. "Yes, and dead, poor thing," said Ellen. "I feared Amy would die, too, but I think she will live." The girls' faces turned to her, startled and questioning, and Gerald wagged his head philosophically. "Well, 'tis better so that the brat is dead, no doubt. Poor fatherless—" "It is late. We had better have prayers now," interrupted Ellen so smoothly that, if Scarlett had not known her mother well, the interruption would have passed unnoticed. It would be interesting to know who was the father of Emmy Slattery's baby, but Scarlett knew she would never learn the truth of the matter if she waited to hear it from her mother. Scarlett suspected Jonas Wilkerson, for she had frequently seen him walking down the road with Emmy at nightfall. Jonas was a Yankee and a bachelor, and the fact that he was an overseer forever barred him from any contact with a county social life. There was no family of any standing into which he could marry, no people with whom he could associate except the Slatterys and riffraff like them. As he was several cuts above the Slatterys in education, it was only natural that he should not want to marry Emmy, no matter how often he might walk with her in the twilight. Scarlett sighed, for her curiosity was sharp. Things were always happening under her mother's eyes which she noticed no more than if they had not happened at all. Ellen ignored all things contrary to her ideas of propriety, and tried to teach Scarlett to do the same, but with poor success. Ellen had stepped to the mantel to take her rosary beads from the small inlaid casket, in which they always reposed when Mammy spoke up with firmness.
"Miss Ellen, you go and eat some supper before you does any praying."
"Thank you, Mammy, but I am not hungry."
"I gwine fix your supper myself, and you eats it,"
said Mammy, her brow furrowed with indignation as she started down the hall for the kitchen.
"Polk," she called, "tell Cookie stir up the fire. Miss Ellen home."
As the board shuddered under her weight, the soliloquy she had been muttering in the front hall grew louder and louder, coming clearly to the ears of the family in the dining room.
"I has said time and again it don't do no good doing nothing for white trash. They is the shiftless, most ungrateful parcel of no-counts living. And Miss Ellen got no business wearing herself out waiting on folks that, did they be worth shooting, they had niggers to wait on them. And I has said—"
Her voice trailed off as she went down the long open passageway, covered only by a roof that led into the kitchen. Mammy had her own method of letting her owners know exactly where she stood on all matters. She knew it was beneath the dignity of quality white folks to pay the slightest attention to what a darky said when she was just grumbling to herself. She knew that to uphold this dignity they must ignore what she said, even if she stood in the next room and almost shouted. It protected her from reproof, and it left no doubt in anyone's mind as to her exact views on any subject. Pork entered the room, bearing a plate, silver, and a napkin. He was followed closely by Jack, a black little boy of 10, hastily buttoning a white linen jacket with one hand and bearing in the other a fly swisher made of thin strips of newspaper, tied to a reed longer than he was. Ellen had a beautiful peacock feather fly brusher, but it was used only on very special occasions, and then only after domestic struggle, due to the obstinate conviction of Pork, Cookie, and Mammy that peacock feathers were bad luck. Ellen sat down in the chair which Gerald pulled out for her, and 4 voices attacked her.
"Mother, the lace is loose on my new ball dress, and I want to wear it tomorrow night at 12 Oaks. Won't you please fix it? Mother, Scarlett's new dress is prettier than mine, and I look like a fright in pink. Why can't she wear my pink and let me wear her green? She looks all right in pink. Mother, can I stay up for the ball tomorrow night? I'm 13 now.
"Mrs. O'Hara, would you believe it? Hush, you girls, before I take me crop to you. Cade Calvert was in Atlanta this morning, and he says, 'Will you be quiet and let me be hearing me own voice?' And he says, 'It's all upset they are there, and talking nothing but war, militia drilling, troops forming,' and he says the news from Charleston is that they will be putting up with no more Yankee insults."
Ellen's tired mouth smiled into the tumult as she addressed herself first to her husband, as a wife should. "If the nice people of Charleston feel that way, I'm sure we will all feel the same way soon," she said. For she had a deeply rooted belief that, excepting only Savannah, most of the gentle blood of the whole continent could be found in that small seaport city, a belief shared largely by Charlestonians. "No, Corinne, next year, dear. Then you can stay up for balls and wear grown-up dresses. And what a good time my little pink cheeks will have. Don't pout, dear. You can go to the barbecue, remember that, and stay up through supper, but no balls till you are 14. Give me your gown, Scarlett. I will rip the lace for you after prayers. Sue Ellen, I do not like your tone, dear. Your pink gown is lovely and suitable to your complexion, as Scarlett's is to hers. But you may wear my garnet necklace tomorrow night." Sue Ellen, behind her mother's back, wrinkled her nose triumphantly at Scarlett, who had been planning to beg the necklace for herself. Scarlett put out her tongue at her. Sue Ellen was an annoying sister with her whining and selfishness, and had it not been for Ellen's restraining hand, Scarlett would frequently have boxed her ears. "Now, Mr. O'Hara, tell me more about what Mr. Calvert said about Charleston," said Ellen. Scarlett knew her mother cared nothing at all about war and politics, and thought them masculine matters about which no lady could intelligently concern herself. But it gave Gerald pleasure to air his views, and Ellen was unfailingly thoughtful of her husband's pleasure. While Gerald launched forth on his news, Mammy set the plates before her mistress, golden-topped biscuits, breast of fried chicken, and a yellow yam open and steaming, with melted butter dripping from it. Mammy pinched small Jack, and he hastened to his business of slowly swishing the paper ribbons back and forth behind Ellen. Mammy stood beside the table, watching every forkful that traveled from plate to mouth, as though she intended to force the food down Ellen's throat should she see signs of flagging. Ellen ate diligently, but Scarlett could see that she was too tired to know what she was eating. Only Mammy's implacable face forced her to it. When the dish was empty, and Gerald only midway in his remarks on the thievishness of Yankees, who wanted to free darkies and yet offered no penny to pay for their freedom, Ellen rose. "We'll be having prayers?" he questioned reluctantly. "Yes. It is so late. Why, it is actually 10 o'clock, as the clock with coughing and tinny thumps marked the hour. Corinne should have been asleep long ago. The lamp, please, Pork. And my prayer book, Mammy." Prompted by Mammy's hoarse whisper, Jack set his fly-brush in the corner and removed the dishes, while Mammy fumbled in the sideboard drawer for Ellen's worn prayer book. Pork, tiptoeing, reached the ring in the chain and drew the lamp slowly down until the tabletop was brightly bathed in light and the ceiling receded into shadows. Ellen arranged her skirts and sank to the floor on her knees, laying the open prayer book on the table before her and clasping her hands upon it. Gerald knelt beside her, and Scarlett and Sue Ellen took their accustomed places on the opposite side of the table, folding their voluminous petticoats in pads under their knees, so that they would ache less from contact with the hard floor. Corinne, who was small for her age, could not kneel comfortably at the table, and so knelt facing a chair, her elbows on the seat. She liked this position, for she seldom failed to go to sleep during prayers, and in this posture it escaped her mother's notice. The house servant shuffled and rustled in the hall to kneel by the doorway, Mammy groaning aloud as she sank down, Pork straight as a ramrod, Rosa and Tina, the maids, graceful in their spreading bright calicos, Cookie gaunt and yellow beneath her snowy head-rag, and Jack, stupid with sleep, as far away from Mammy's pinching fingers as possible. Their dark eyes gleamed expectantly, for praying with their white folks was one of the events of the day. The old and colorful phrases of the litany with its oriental imagery meant little to them, but it satisfied something in their hearts, and they always swayed when they chanted the responses. "Lord, have mercy on us. Christ, have mercy on us." Ellen closed her eyes and began praying, her voice rising and falling, lulling and soothing. Heads bowed in the circle of yellow light as Ellen thanked God for the health and happiness of her home, her family, and her Negroes. When she had finished her prayers for those beneath the roof of Tara, her father, mother, sisters, 3 dead babies, and all the poor souls in purgatory, she clasped her white beads between long fingers and began the rosary. Like the rushing of a soft wind, the responses from black throats and white throats rolled back. "Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death." Despite her heartache and the pain of unshed tears, a deep sense of quiet and peace fell upon Scarlett, as it always did at this hour. Some of the disappointment of the day and the dread of the morrow departed from her, leaving a feeling of hope. It was not the lifting up of her heart to God that brought this balm, for religion went no more than lip-deep with her. It was the sight of her mother's serene face upturned to the throne of God and his saints and angels, praying for blessings on those whom she loved. When Ellen intervened with heaven,
Scarlett felt certain that heaven heard. Ellen finished, and Gerald, who could never find his beads at prayer time, began furtively counting his decade on his fingers. As his voice droned on, Scarlett's thoughts strayed, in spite of herself. She knew she should be examining her conscience. Ellen had taught her that at the end of each day it was her duty to examine her conscience thoroughly, to admit her numerous faults, and pray to God for forgiveness and strength, never to repeat them. Scarlett was examining her heart. She dropped her head upon her folded hands so that her mother could not see her face, and her thoughts went sadly back to Ashley. How could he be planning to marry Melanie when he really loved her, Scarlett? And when he knew how much she loved him, how could he deliberately break her heart? Then, suddenly, an idea, shining anew, flashed like a comet through her brain.
Why, Ashley hasn't an idea that I'm in love with him.
She almost gasped aloud in the shock of its unexpectedness. Her mind stood still as if paralyzed for a long, breathless instant, and then raced forward. How could he know? I've always acted so prissy and ladylike, and touch me not around him. He probably thinks I don't care a thing about him except as a friend. Yes, that's why he's never spoken. He thinks his love is hopeless, and that's why he's looked so... Her mind went swiftly back to those times when she had caught him looking at her in that strange manner, when the grey eyes that were such perfect curtains for his thoughts had been wide and naked, and had in them a look of torment and despair. He's been broken-hearted because he thinks I'm in love with Brent, a Stewart, a Cade, and probably he thinks that if he can't have me, he might as well please his family and marry Melanie. But if he knew I did love him... Her volatile spirit shot up from deepest depression to excited happiness. This was the answer to Ashley's reticence, to his strange conduct. He didn't know. Her vanity leaped to the aid of her desire to believe, making belief a certainty. If he knew she loved him, he would hasten to her side. She had only to... Oh, she thought rapturously, digging her fingers into her lowered brow. What a fool I've been not to think of this till now. I must think of some way to let him know. He wouldn't marry her if he knew I loved him. How could he? With a start, she realized that Gerald had finished, and her mother's eyes were on her. Hastily she began her decade, telling off the beads automatically, but with a depth of emotion in her voice that caused Mammy to open her eyes and shoot a searching glance at her. As she finished her prayers and Sue Ellen, then Corinne, began their decades, her mind was still speeding onward with her entrancing new thought. Even now it wasn't too late. Too often the county had been scandalized by elopements when one or the other of the participating parties was practically at the altar with a third. And Ashley's engagement had not even been announced yet. Yes, there was plenty of time. If no love lay between Ashley and Melanie, but only a promise given long ago, then why wasn't it possible for him to break that promise and marry her? Surely he would do it, if he knew that she, Scarlett, loved him. She must find some way to let him know. She would find some way. And then... Scarlett came abruptly out of her dream of delight, for she had neglected to make the responses, and her mother was looking at her reprovingly. As she resumed the ritual, she opened her eyes briefly and cast a quick glance around the room. The kneeling figures, the soft glow of the lamp, the dim shadows where the Negroes swayed, even the familiar objects that had been so hateful to her sight an hour ago, in an instant, took on the color of her own emotions, and the room seemed once more a lovely place. She would never forget this moment, or this scene. "Virgin most faithful," her mother intoned. The litany of the Virgin was beginning, and obediently Scarlett responded, "Pray for us," as Ellen praised in soft contralto the attributes of the Mother of God. As always,
Since childhood, this was for Scarlett a moment for adoration of Ellen, rather than the Virgin. Sacrilegious though it might be, Scarlett always saw, through her closed eyes, the upturned face of Ellen, and not the Blessed Virgin, as the ancient phrases were repeated. Health of the sick, seat of wisdom, refuge of sinners, mystical rose. They were beautiful words, because they were the attributes of Ellen. But tonight, because of the exaltation of her own spirit, Scarlett found in the whole ceremonial, the softly spoken words, the murmur of the responses, a surpassing beauty beyond any that she had ever experienced before. And her heart went up to God in sincere thankfulness that a pathway for her feet had been opened, out of her misery, and straight into the arms of Ashley. When the last Amen sounded, they all rose, somewhat stiffly, Mammy being hauled to her feet by the combined efforts of Tina and Rosa. Pork took a long spiller from the mantelpiece, lit it from the lamp flame, and went into the hall. Opposite the winding stairs stood a walnut sideboard, too large for use in the dining room, bearing on its wide top several lamps and a long row of candles in candlesticks. Pork lit one lamp and 3 candles, and, with the pompous dignity of a first chamberlain of the royal bedchamber lighting a king and queen to their rooms, he led the procession up the stairs, holding the light high above his head. Ellen, on Gerald's arm, followed him, and the girls, each taking her own candlestick, mounted after them. Scarlett entered her room, set the candle on the tall chest of drawers, and fumbled in the dark closet for the dancing dress that needed stitching. Throwing it across her arm, she crossed the hall quietly. The door of her parents' bedroom was slightly ajar, and before she could knock, Ellen's voice, low but stern, came to her ears. "Mr. O'Hara, you must dismiss Jonas Wilkerson." Gerald exploded. "And where will I be getting another overseer who wouldn't be cheating me out of me eye teeth?" "He must be dismissed immediately, tomorrow morning. Big Sam is a good foreman, and he can take over the duties until you can hire another overseer." "Aha!" came Gerald's voice. "So I understand. Then the worthy Jonas sired the—" "He must be dismissed." "So, he is the father of Emmy Slattery's baby," thought Scarlett. "Oh, well, what else can you expect from a Yankee man and white trash girl?" Then, after a discreet pause which gave Gerald's splutterings time to die away, she knocked on the door and handed the dress to her mother. By the time Scarlett had undressed and blown out the candle, her plan for tomorrow had worked itself out in every detail. It was a simple plan, for, with Gerald's single-mindedness of purpose, her eyes were centered on the goal, and she thought only of the most direct steps by which to reach it. First, she would be prideful, as Gerald had commended. From the moment she arrived at 12 Oaks, she would be her gayest, most spirited self. No one would suspect that she had ever been downhearted because of Ashley and Melanie, and she would flirt with every man there. That would be cruel to Ashley, but it would make him yearn for her all the more. She wouldn't overlook a man of marriageable age, from ginger-whiskered old Frank Kennedy, who was Sue Ellen's beau, on down to shy, quiet, blushing Charles Hamilton, Melanie's brother. They would swarm around her like bees around a hive, and certainly Ashley would be drawn from Melanie to join the circle of her admirers. Then, somehow, she would maneuver to get a few minutes alone with him, away from the crowd. She hoped everything would work out that way, because it would be more difficult otherwise. But if Ashley didn't make the first move, she would simply have to do it herself. When they were finally alone, he would have fresh in his mind the picture of the other men thronging about her. He would be newly impressed with the fact that every one of them wanted her, and that look of sadness and despair would be in his eyes. Then she would make him happy again, by letting him discover that, popular though she was, she preferred him above any other man in all the world. And when she admitted it, modestly and sweetly, she would look 1,000 things more. Of course, she would do it all in a ladylike way. She wouldn't even dream of saying to him boldly that she loved him. That would never do. But the manner of telling him was a detail that troubled her not at all. She had managed such situations before, and she could do it again. Lying in the bed with the moonlight streaming dimly over her, she pictured the whole scene in her mind. She saw the look of surprise and happiness that would come over his face when he realized that she really loved him, and she heard the words he would say, asking her to be his wife. Naturally, she would have to say then that she simply couldn't think of marrying a man when he was engaged to another girl. But he would insist, and finally she would let herself be persuaded. Then they would decide to run off to Jonesboro that very afternoon, and... why, by this time tomorrow night, she might be Mrs. Ashley Wilkes. She sat up in bed, hugging her knees, and for a long, happy moment she was Mrs. Ashley Wilkes, Ashley's bride. Then a slight chill entered her heart. Suppose it didn't work out this way. Suppose Ashley didn't beg her to run away with him. Resolutely she pushed the thought from her mind. "I won't think of that now," she said firmly. "If I think of it now, it will upset me. There's no reason why things won't come out the way I want them. If he loves me, and I know he does." She raised her chin, and her pale, black-fringed eyes sparkled in the moonlight. Ellen had never told her that desire and attainment were two different matters. Life had not taught her that the race was not to the swift. She lay in the silvery shadows with courage rising and made the plans that a 16-year-old makes when life has been so pleasant that defeat is an impossibility, and a pretty dress and a clear complexion are weapons to vanquish fate. Chapter 5. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The day was warm for April, and the golden sunlight streamed brilliantly into Scarlett's room through the blue curtains of the wide windows. The cream-colored walls glowed with light, and the depths of the mahogany furniture gleamed deep red like wine, while the floor glistened as if it were glass, except where the rag rugs covered it. And they were spots of gay color. Already summer was in the air, the first hint of Georgia summer when the high tide of spring gives way reluctantly before a fiercer heat. A balmy, soft warmth poured into the room, heavy with velvety smells, redolent of many blossoms, of newly fledged trees and of moist, freshly turned red earth. Through the window Scarlett could see the bright riot of the twin lines of daffodils bordering the gravel driveway, and the golden masses of yellow jessamine spreading flowery sprangles modestly to the earth like crinolines. The mockingbirds and the jays, engaged in their old feud for possession of the magnolia tree beneath her window, were bickering, the jays strident, acrimonious, the mockers sweet-voiced and plaintive. Such a glowing morning usually called Scarlett to the window, to lean arms on the broad sill and drink in the scents and sounds of Terra. But today she had no eye for sun or azure sky beyond a hasty thought. Thank God it isn't raining. On the bed lay the apple-green, watered silk ball dress with its festoons of ecru lace, neatly packed in a large cardboard box. It was ready to be carried to 12 Oaks to be donned before the dancing began, but Scarlett shrugged at the sight of it. If her plans were successful, she would not wear that dress tonight. Long before the ball began, she and Ashley would be on their way to Jonesboro to be married. The troublesome question was, what dress should she wear to the barbecue? What dress would best set off her charms and make her most irresistible to Ashley? Since 8 o'clock she had been trying on and rejecting dresses, and now she stood dejected and irritable in lace pantalettes, linen corset cover, and 3 billowing lace and linen petticoats. Discarded garments lay about her on the floor, the bed, the chairs, in bright heaps of color and straying ribbons. The rose organdy with long pink sash was becoming, but she had worn it last summer when Melanie visited 12 Oaks, and she'd be sure to remember it. And might be catty enough to mention it. The black bombazine with its puffed sleeves and princess lace collar set off her white skin superbly, but it did make her look a trifle elderly. Scarlett peered anxiously in a mirror at her 16-year-old face, as if expecting to see wrinkles and sagging chin muscles. It would never do to appear sedate and elderly before Melanie's sweet youthfulness. The lavender-barred muslin was beautiful, with those wide insets of lace and net about the hem, but it had never suited her type. It would suit Corinne's delicate profile and wishy-washy expression perfectly, but Scarlett felt that it made her look like a schoolgirl. It would never do to appear schoolgirlish beside Melanie's poised self. The green plaid taffeta, frothing with flounces, and each flounce edged in green velvet ribbon, was most becoming, in fact her favorite dress, for it darkened her eyes to emerald. But there was unmistakably a grease spot on the front of the basque. Of course, her brooch could be pinned over the spot, but perhaps Melanie had sharp eyes. There remained vari-colored cotton dresses which Scarlett felt were not festive enough for the occasion, ball dresses, and the green-sprigged muslin she had worn yesterday. But it was an afternoon dress. It was not suitable for a barbecue, for it had only tiny puffed sleeves, and the neck was low enough for a dancing dress. But there was nothing else to do but wear it. After all, she was not ashamed of her neck and arms and bosom, even if it was not correct to show them in the morning. As she stood before the mirror and twisted herself about to get a side view, she thought that there was absolutely nothing about her figure to cause her shame. Her neck was short but rounded, and her arms plump and enticing. Her breasts, pushed high by her stays, were very nice breasts. She had never had to sew tiny rows of silk ruffles in the lining of her basques, as most 16-year-old girls did, to give their figures the desired curves and fullness. She was glad she had inherited Ellen's slender white hands and tiny feet, and she wished she had Ellen's height, too, but her own height pleased her very well. What a pity legs could not be shown, she thought, pulling up her petticoats and regretfully viewing them, plump and neat under pantalettes. She had such nice legs. Even the girls at the Fayetteville Academy had admitted as much. And as for her waist, there was no one in Fayetteville, Jonesboro, or 3 counties, for that matter, who had so small a waist. The thought of her waist brought her back to practical matters. The green muslin measured 17 inches about the waist, and Mammy had laced her for the 18-inch bombazine. Mammy would have to lace her tighter. She pushed open the door, listened, and heard Mammy's heavy tread in the downstairs hall. She shouted for her impatiently, knowing she could raise her voice with impunity, as Ellen was in the smokehouse, measuring out the day's food to Cookie. "Some folks thinks as how I can fly," grumbled Mammy, shuffling up the stairs. She entered puffing, with the expression of one who expects battle and welcomes it. In her large black hands was a tray upon which food smoked, 2 large yams covered with butter, a pile of buckwheat cakes dripping syrup, and a large slice of ham swimming in gravy. Catching sight of Mammy's burden, Scarlett's expression changed from one of minor irritation to obstinate belligerency. In the excitement of trying on dresses, she had forgotten Mammy's ironclad rule that, before going to any party, the O'Hara girls must be crammed so full of food at home they would be unable to eat any refreshments at the party. "It's no use. I won't eat it. You can just take it back to the kitchen." Mammy set the tray on the table and squared herself, hands on hips. "Yas'm, you is." I ain't figuring on having happened what happened at the last barbecue when I was too sick from them chitlins I ate to fetch you no tray before you went. You is gwine to eat every bite of this.
I am not. Now come here and lace me tighter, because we are late already. I heard the carriage come round to the front of the house. Mammy's tone became wheedling.
Now, Miss Scarlett, you be good and come eat just a little. Miss Corinne and Miss Llewellyn done eat all day, and
they would, said Scarlett contemptuously. They haven't any more spirit than a rabbit. But I won't. I'm through with trays. I'm not forgetting the time I ate a whole tray and went to the Calverts and they had ice cream out of ice they'd brought all the way from Savannah, and I couldn't eat but a spoonful. I'm going to have a good time today and eat as much as I please. At this defiant heresy, Mammy's brow lowered with indignation. What a young miss could do and what she could not do were as different as black and white in Mammy's mind. There was no middle ground of deportment between. Llewellyn and Corinne were clay in her powerful hands, and hearkened respectfully to her warning. But it had always been a struggle to teach Scarlett that most of her natural impulses were unladylike.
If you don't care about how folks talks about this family, I does, she rumbled. I ain't gwine to stand by and have everybody at the party saying how you ain't fetched up right. I has told you that you can always tell a lady by that she eat like a bird. And I ain't aiming to have you go to Miss Wilkes and eat like a field hand and gobble like a hog.
Mother is a lady, and she eats, countered Scarlett.
When you is mad, you can eat too, retorted Mammy. When Miss Ellen your age, she never ate nothing when she went out. And neither you ain't Pauline nor ain't Eulalie. And they all done mad. Young misses what eats heavy most generally don't catch husbands.
I don't believe it. At the barbecue when you were sick and I didn't eat beforehand, Ashley Wilkes told me he liked to see a girl with a healthy appetite.
Mammy shook her head ominously. What gentlemen say and what they thinks is two different things. And I ain't noticed Miss Ashley asking for to marry you.
Scarlett scowled, started to speak sharply, and then caught herself. Mammy had her there, and there was no argument. Seeing the obdurate look on Scarlett's face, Mammy picked up the tray and, with the bland guile of her race, changed her tactics. As she started for the door, she sighed.
Well, all right. I was telling Cookie while she was a-fixin' this tray, you can sure tell a lady by what she don't eat. And I say to Cookie, I ain't never seen no white lady who ate less than Miss Melanie Hamilton did last time she was visiting Mr. Ashley. I mean, visiting Miss India.
Scarlett shot a look of sharp suspicion at her, but Mammy's broad face carried only a look of innocence and of regret that Scarlett was not the lady Melanie Hamilton was. "Put down that tray and come lace me tighter," said Scarlett irritably. "And I'll try to eat a little afterwards. If I ate now, I couldn't lace tight enough." Cloaking her triumph, Mammy set down the tray.
"What my lamb gwine wear?"
"That," answered Scarlett, pointing at the fluffy mass of green-flowered muslin. Instantly, Mammy was in arms.
"No, you ain't. It ain't fittin' for morning. You can show your bosom before 3 o'clock, and that dress ain't got no neck and no sleeves. And you get freckled sure as you're born. And I ain't figuring on you getting freckled after all the buttermilk I've been putting on you all this winter, bleaching them freckles you got at Savannah setting on the beach. I sure gwine speak to your mama about you."
"If you say one word to her before I'm dressed, I won't eat a bite," said Scarlett coolly. "Mother won't have time to send me back to change once I'm dressed." Mammy sighed resignedly, beholding herself outguessed. Between the two evils, it was better to have Scarlett wear an afternoon dress at a morning barbecue
than to have her gobble like a hog.
"Hold on to something and suck in your breath," she commanded.
Scarlet obeyed, bracing herself and catching firm hold of one of the bedposts. Mammy pulled and jerked vigorously, and as the tiny circumference of the whalebone-girdled waist grew smaller, a proud, fond look came into her eyes.
"Ain't nobody got a waist like my lamb," she said approvingly. "Every time I pulls Miss Sue Ellen littler than 20 inches, she up and faint."
"Pooh!" gasped Scarlet, speaking with difficulty.
"I never fainted in my life."
"Well, 'twouldn't do no harm if you was to faint now and then," advised Mammy. "You is so brash sometimes, Miss Scarlet. I been aiming to tell you, it just don't look good the way you don't faint 'bout snakes and mouses and such. I don't mean round home, but when you is out in company, and I has told you, and—"
"Oh, hurry! Don't talk so much. I'll catch your husband. See if I don't. Even if I don't scream and faint. Goodness, but my stays are tight. Put on the dress." Mammy carefully dropped the 12 yards of green-sprigged muslin over the mountainous petticoats and hooked up the back of the tight, low-cut basque.
"You keep your shawl on your shoulders when you is in the sun, and don't you go taking off your hat when you is warm," she commanded. "Elsewise you'll be coming home looking brown like old Miss Slattery. Now you come eat, honey, but don't eat too fast. No use having it come right back up again."
Scarlet obediently sat down before the tray, wondering if she would be able to get any food into her stomach and still have room to breathe. Mammy plucked a large towel from the washstand and carefully tied it around Scarlet's neck, spreading the white folds over her lap. Scarlet began on the ham because she liked ham and forced it down.
"I wish to heaven I was married," she said resentfully as she attacked the yams with loathing. "I'm tired of everlastingly being unnatural and never doing anything I want to do. I'm tired of acting like I don't eat more than a bird, and walking when I want to run, and saying I feel faint after a waltz, when I could dance for 2 days and never get tired. I'm tired of saying how wonderful you are to fool men who haven't got one half the sense I've got. And I'm tired of pretending I don't know anything so men can tell me things and feel important while they're doing it. I can't eat another bite."
"Try hot cake,"
said Mammy inexorably. "Why is it a girl has to be so silly to catch a husband?"
"I specs it's 'cause gentlemans don't know what they wants. They just know what they think they wants. And giving them what they think they wants saves a pile of misery and being an old maid. And they think they wants mousy little gals with birds' tastes and no sense at all. It don't make a gentleman feel like marrying a lady if he suspicions she got more sense than he has."
"Don't you suppose men get surprised after they're married to find that their wives do have sense?"
"Well, it's too late then. They's already married. Besides, gentlemen expects their wives to have sense."
"Someday I'm going to do and say everything I want to do and say, and if people don't like it, I don't care."
"No, you ain't," said Mammy grimly. "Not while I got breath. You eat them cakes. Sop 'em into gravy, honey."
"I don't think Yankee girls have to act like such fools. When we were at Saratoga last year, I noticed plenty of them acting like they had right good sense, and in front of men, too."
Mammy snorted. "Yankee gals. Yes'm. I guess they speaks their minds all right, but I ain't noticed many of them getting proposed to at Saratoga."
"But Yankees must get married," argued Scarlet. "They don't just grow. They must get married and have children. There's too many of them."
"Men marries them for the money," said Mammy firmly.
Scarlet sopped the wheat cake in the gravy and put it in her mouth. Perhaps there was something in what Mammy said. There must be something in it, for Ellen said the same things, in different and more delicate words.
In fact, the mothers of all her girlfriends impressed on their daughters the necessity of being helpless, clinging, doe-eyed creatures. Really, it took a lot of sense to cultivate and hold such a pose. Perhaps she had been too brash. Occasionally she had argued with Ashley and frankly aired her opinions. Perhaps this, and her healthy enjoyment of walking and riding, had turned him from her to the frail Melanie. Perhaps if she changed her tactics... But she felt that if Ashley succumbed to premeditated feminine tricks, she could never respect him as she now did. Any man who was fool enough to fall for a simper, a feint, and an "Oh, how wonderful you are" wasn't worth having, but they all seemed to like it. If she had used the wrong tactics with Ashley in the past, well, that was the past and done with. Today she would use different ones, the right ones. She wanted him, and she had only a few hours in which to get him. If fainting or pretending to faint would do the trick, then she would faint. If simpering, coquetry, or empty-headedness would attract him, she would gladly play the flirt and be more empty-headed than even Kathleen Calvert. And if bolder measures were necessary, she would take them. Today was the day. There was no one to tell Scarlett that her own personality, frighteningly vital though it was more attractive than any masquerade she might adopt. Had she been told, she would have been pleased but unbelieving. And the civilization of which she was a part would have been unbelieving too, for at no time, before or since, had so low a premium been placed on feminine naturalness. As the carriage bore her down the red road toward the Wilkes plantation, Scarlett had a feeling of guilty pleasure that neither her mother nor Mammy was with the party. There would be no one at the barbecue who, by delicately lifted brows or out-thrust underlip, could interfere with her plan of action. Of course, Sue Ellen would be certain to tell tales tomorrow, but if all went as Scarlett hoped, the excitement of the family over her engagement to Ashley or her elopement would more than overbalance their displeasure. Yes, she was very glad Ellen had been forced to stay at home. Gerald, primed with brandy, had given Jonas Wilkerson his dismissal that morning, and Ellen had remained at Tara to go over the accounts of the plantation before he took his departure. Scarlett had kissed her mother goodbye in the little office where she sat before the tall secretary with its paper-stuffed pigeonholes. Jonas Wilkerson, hat in hand, stood beside her, his sallow, tight-skinned face hardly concealing the fury of hate that possessed him at being so unceremoniously turned out of the best overseer's job in the county, and all because of a bit of minor philandering. He had told Gerald over and over that Emmy Slattery's baby might have been fathered by any one of a dozen men as easily as himself. An idea in which Gerald concurred, but that had not altered his case so far as Ellen was concerned. Jonas hated all Southerners. He hated their cool courtesy to him, and their contempt for his social status, so inadequately covered by their courtesy. He hated Ellen O'Hara above anyone else, for she was the epitome of all that he hated in Southerners. Mammy, as head woman of the plantation, had remained to help Ellen, and it was Dilsey who rode on the driver's seat beside Toby, the girls' dancing dresses in a long box across her lap. Gerald rode beside the carriage on his big hunter, warm with brandy, and pleased with himself for having gotten through with the unpleasant business of Wilkerson so speedily. He had shoved the responsibility onto Ellen, and her disappointment at missing the barbecue and the gathering of her friends did not enter his mind. For it was a fine spring day, and his fields were beautiful, and the birds were singing, and he felt too young and frolicsome to think of anyone else. Occasionally he burst out with "Peg in a Low-Backed Car" and other Irish ditties,
or the more lugubrious lament for Robert Emmet, "She is far from the land where her young hero sleeps." He was happy, pleasantly excited over the prospect of spending the day shouting about Yankees and the war, and proud of his 3 pretty daughters in their bright spreading hoop skirts beneath foolish little lace parasols. He gave no thought to his conversation of the day before with Scarlett, for it had completely slipped his mind. He only thought that she was pretty and a great credit to him, and that today her eyes were as green as the hills of Ireland. The last thought made him think better of himself, for it had a certain poetic ring to it, and so he favored the girls with a loud and slightly off-key rendition of "The Wearin' of the Green." Scarlett, looking at him with the affectionate contempt that mothers feel for small, swaggering sons, knew that he would be very drunk by sundown. Coming home in the dark, he would try, as usual, to jump every fence between 12 Oaks and Tara, and she hoped, by the mercy of Providence and the good sense of his horse, would escape breaking his neck. He would disdain the bridge and swim his horse through the river and come home roaring to be put to bed on a sofa in the office by Pork, who always waited up with a lamp in the front hall on such occasions. He would ruin his new grey broadcloth suit, which would cause him to swear horribly in the morning and tell Ellen at great length how his horse fell off the bridge in the darkness. A palpable lie which would fool no one, but which would be accepted by all and make him feel very clever. Pa is a sweet, selfish, irresponsible darling, Scarlett thought, with a surge of affection for him. She felt so excited and happy this morning that she included the whole world, as well as Gerald, in her affection. She was pretty, and she knew it. She would have Ashley for her own before the day was over. The sun was warm and tender, and the glory of the Georgia spring was spread before her eyes. Along the roadside, the blackberry brambles were concealing with softest green the savage red gulches cut by the winter's rains, and the bare granite boulders pushing up through the red earth were being draped with sprangles of Cherokee roses and compassed about by wild violets of palest purple hue. Upon the wooded hills above the river, the dogwood blossoms lay glistening and white, as if snow still lingered among the greenery. The flowering crab trees were bursting their buds and rioting from delicate white to deepest pink, and beneath the trees, where the sunshine dappled the pine straw, the wild honeysuckle made a vari-colored carpet of scarlet and orange and rose. There was a faint wild fragrance of sweet shrub on the breeze, and the world smelled good enough to eat. "I'll remember how beautiful this day is till I die," thought Scarlett. "Perhaps it will be my wedding day." And she thought with a tingling in her heart how she and Ashley might ride swiftly through this beauty of blossom and greenery this very afternoon, or tonight, by moonlight, toward Jonesboro. And a preacher. Of course, she would have to be remarried by a priest from Atlanta, but that would be something for Ellen and Gerald to worry about. She quailed a little as she thought how white with mortification Ellen would be at hearing that her daughter had eloped with another girl's fiancé, but she knew Ellen would forgive her when she saw her happiness. And Gerald would scold and bawl, but for all his remarks of yesterday about not wanting her to marry Ashley, he would be pleased beyond words at an alliance between his family and the Wilkes. "But that'll be something to worry about after I'm married," she thought, tossing the worry from her. It was impossible to feel anything but palpitating joy in this warm sun, in the spring, with the chimney of 12 Oaks just beginning to show on the hill across the river. "I'll live there all my life, and I'll see 50 springs like this, and maybe more, and I'll tell my children and my grandchildren how beautiful this spring was, lovelier than any they'll ever see." She was so happy at this last thought that she joined in the last chorus of "The Wearin' o' the Green," and one Gerald shouted approval.
I don't know why you're so happy this morning," said Sue Ellen crossly, for the thought still rankled in her mind that she would look far better in Scarlet's green silk dancing frock than its rightful owner would. And why was Scarlet always so selfish about lending her clothes and bonnets? And why did Mother always back her up, declaring green was not Sue Ellen's color? "You know as well as I do that Ashley's engagement is going to be announced tonight. Pa said so this morning. And I know you've been sweet on him for months." "That's all you know," said Scarlet, putting out her tongue and refusing to lose her good humor. How surprised Miss Sue would be by this time tomorrow morning. "Susie, you know that's not so," protested Corinne, shocked. "It's Brent that Scarlet cares about." Scarlet turned smiling green eyes upon her younger sister, wondering how anyone could be so sweet. The whole family knew that Corinne's 13-year-old heart was set upon Brent Tarleton, who never gave her a thought except as Scarlet's baby sister. When Ellen was not present, the O'Haras teased her to tears about him. "Darling, I don't care a thing about Brent," declared Scarlet, happy enough to be generous. "And he doesn't care a thing about me. Why, he's waiting for you to grow up." Corinne's round little face became pink as pleasure struggled with incredulity. "Oh, Scarlet, really?" "Scarlet, you know Mother said Corinne was too young to think about beaux yet, and there you go putting ideas in her head." "Well, go and tattle and see if I care," replied Scarlet. "You want to hold Sissy back because you know she's going to be prettier than you in a year or so?" "You'll be keeping civil tongues in your heads this day, or I'll be taking me crop to you," warned Gerald. "Now, whist! Is it wheels I'm hearing? That'll be the Tarletons or the Fontaines." As they neared the intersecting road that came down the thickly wooded hill from Mimosa and Fairhill, the sound of hooves and carriage wheels became plainer, and clamorous feminine voices raised in pleasant dispute sounded from behind the screen of trees. Gerald, riding ahead, pulled up his horse and signed to Toby to stop the carriage where the two roads met. "'Tis the Tarleton ladies," he announced to his daughters, his florid face abeam, for, excepting Ellen, there was no lady in the county he liked more than the red-haired Mrs. Tarleton. "And 'tis herself at the reins. Ah, there's a woman with fine hands for a horse. Feather-light and strong as rawhide, and pretty enough to kiss for all that. More's the pity none of you have such hands," he added, casting fond but reproving glances at his girls. "With Corinne afraid of the poor beasts, and Sue with hands like sad-irons when it comes to reins, and you, Puss—" "Well, at any rate, I've never been thrown," cried Scarlet indignantly. "And Mrs. Tarleton takes a toss at every hunt." "And breaks a collarbone like a man," said Gerald. "No fainting, no fussing. Now, no more of it, for here she comes." He stood up in his stirrups and took off his hat with a sweep as the Tarleton carriage, overflowing with girls in bright dresses and parasols and fluttering veils, came into view, with Mrs. Tarleton on the box, as Gerald had said. With her 4 daughters, their mammy, and their ball dresses in long cardboard boxes crowding the carriage, there was no room for the coachman. And besides, Beatrice Tarleton never willingly permitted anyone, black or white, to hold reins when her arms were out of slings. Frail, fine-boned, so white of skin that her flaming hair seemed to have drawn all the color from her face into its vital burnished mass, she was nevertheless possessed of exuberant health and untiring energy. She had borne 8 children, as red of hair and as full of life as she, and had raised them most successfully, so the county said, because she gave them all the loving neglect and the stern discipline she gave the colts she bred. "Curb them, but don't break their spirits," was Mrs. Tarleton's motto. She loved horses, and talked horses constantly. She understood them, and handled them better than any man in the county. Colts overflowed the paddock onto the front lawn, even as her 8 children overflowed the rambling house on the hill.
and colts and sons and daughters and hunting dogs tagged after her as she went about the plantation. She credited her horses, especially her red mare Nellie, with human intelligence. And if the cares of the house kept her busy beyond the time when she expected to take her daily ride, she put the sugar bowl in the hands of some small pickaninny and said, "Give Nellie a handful and tell her I'll be out directly." Except on rare occasions, she always wore her riding habit, for whether she rode or not, she always expected to ride, and in that expectation put on her habit upon arising. Each morning, rain or shine, Nellie was saddled and walked up and down in front of the house, waiting for the time when Mrs. Tarleton could spare an hour away from her duties. But Fairhill was a difficult plantation to manage, and spare time hard to get. And more often than not, Nellie walked up and down riderless, hour after hour, while Beatrice Tarleton went through the day with the skirt of her habit absently looped over her arm and 6 inches of shining boot showing below it. Today, dressed in dull black silk over unfashionably narrow hoops, she still looked as though in her habit, for the dress was as severely tailored as her riding costume, and the small black hat with its long black plume perched over one warm, twinkling brown eye was a replica of the battered old hat she used for hunting. She waved her whip when she saw Gerald, and drew her dancing pair of red horses to a halt. And the 4 girls in the back of the carriage leaned out and gave such vociferous cries of greeting that the team pranced in alarm. To a casual observer, it would seem that years had passed since the Tarletons had seen the O'Haras, instead of only 2 days. But they were a sociable family, and liked their neighbors, especially the O'Hara girls. That is, they liked Sue Ellen and Corinne. No girl in the county, with the possible exception of the empty-headed Kathleen Calvert, really liked Scarlett. In summers, the county averaged a barbecue and a ball nearly every week. But to the red-haired Tarletons, with their enormous capacity for enjoying themselves, each barbecue and each ball was as exciting as if it were the first they had ever attended. They were a pretty buxom quartet, so crammed into the carriage that their hoops and flounces overlapped, and their parasols nudged and bumped together above their wide leghorn sun hats, crowned with roses and dangling with black velvet chin ribbons. All shades of red hair were represented beneath these hats: Hetty's plain red hair, Camilla's strawberry blonde, Rhanda's coppery auburn, and small Betsy's carrot top. "That's a fine bevy, ma'am," said Gerald gallantly, reining his horse alongside the carriage. "But it's far they'll go to beat their mother." Mrs. Tarleton rolled her red-brown eyes and sucked in her lower lip in burlesqued appreciation, and the girls cried, "Ma, stop making eyes or we'll tell Pa." "I vow, Mr. O'Hara, she never gives us a chance when there's a handsome man like you around." Scarlett laughed with the rest at these sallies, but, as always, the freedom with which the Tarletons treated their mother came as a shock. They acted as if she were one of themselves and not a day over 16. To Scarlett, the very idea of saying such things to her own mother was almost sacrilegious. And yet, there was something very pleasant about the Tarleton girls' relations with their mother, and they adored her for all that they criticized and scolded and teased her. Not, Scarlett loyally hastened to tell herself, that she would prefer a mother like Mrs. Tarleton to Ellen, but still, it would be fun to romp with a mother. She knew that even that thought was disrespectful to Ellen and felt ashamed of it. She knew no such troublesome thoughts ever disturbed the brains under the 4 flaming thatches in the carriage, and, as always, when she felt herself different from her neighbors, an irritated confusion fell upon her. Quick though her brain was, it was not made for analysis. But she half-consciously realized that, for all, the Tarleton girls were as unruly as colts and wild as March hares. There was an unworried single-mindedness about them
that was part of their inheritance. On both their mother's and their father's side, they were Georgians, North Georgians, only a generation away from pioneers. They were sure of themselves and of their environment. They knew instinctively what they were about, as did the Wilkses, though in widely divergent ways. And in them there was no such conflict as frequently raged in Scarlett's bosom, where the blood of a soft-voiced, overbred coast aristocrat mingled with the shrewd, earthy blood of an Irish peasant. Scarlett wanted to respect and adore her mother like an idol, and to rumple her hair and tease her, too. And she knew she should be altogether one way or the other. It was the same conflicting emotion that made her desire to appear a delicate and high-bred lady with boys, and to be as well a hoyden who was not above a few kisses. "Where's Ellen this morning?" asked Mrs. Tarleton. "She's after discharging our overseer, and stayed home to go over the accounts with him. Where's himself and the lads?" "Oh, they rode over to 12 Oaks hours ago, to sample the punch and see if it was strong enough, I dare say, as if they wouldn't have from now till tomorrow morning to do it. I'm going to ask John Wilkes to keep them overnight, even if he has to bed them down in the stable. 5 men in their cups are just too much for me. Up to 3, I do very well, but—" Gerald hastily interrupted to change the subject. He could feel his own daughters snickering behind his back as they remembered in what condition he had come home from the Wilkses' last barbecue the autumn before. "And why aren't you riding today, Mrs. Tarleton? Sure you don't look yourself at all without Nellie. It's a stenter you are."
"A stenter, me ignorant broth of a boy!" cried Mrs. Tarleton, aping his brogue.
"You mean centaur. Stentor was a man with a voice like a brass gong." "Stentor or centaur, 'tis no matter," answered Gerald, unruffled by his error. "And 'tis a voice like brass you have, ma'am, when you're urging on the hounds, so it is."
"That's one on you, Ma," said Hetty. "I told you you yelled like a Comanche whenever you saw a fox."
"But not as loud as you yell when Mammy washes your ears," returned Mrs. Tarleton. "And you 16. Well, as to why I'm not riding today, Nellie foaled early this morning." "Did she now?" cried Gerald with real interest, his Irishman's passion for horses shining in his eyes. And Scarlett again felt the sense of shock in comparing her mother with Mrs. Tarleton. To Ellen, mares never foaled nor cows calved. In fact, hens almost didn't lay eggs. Ellen ignored these matters completely. But Mrs. Tarleton had no such reticences. "A little filly, was it?" "No, a fine little stallion with legs 2 yards long. You must ride over and see him, Mr. O'Hara. He's a real Tarleton horse. He's as red as Hetty's curls."
"And looks a lot like Hetty, too," said Camilla.
And then disappeared shrieking amid a welter of skirts and pantalettes and bobbing hats as Hetty, who did have a long face, began pinching her. "My fillies are feeling their oats this morning," said Mrs. Tarleton. "They've been kicking up their heels ever since we heard the news this morning about Ashley and that little cousin of his from Atlanta. What's her name? Melanie? Bless the child, she's a sweet little thing, but I can never remember either her name or her face. Our cook is the broad wife of the Wilkes butler, and he was over last night with the news that the engagement would be announced tonight, and Cookie told us this morning. The girls are all excited about it, though I can't see why. Everybody's known for years that Ashley would marry her, that is, if he didn't marry one of his Burr cousins from Macon. Just like Honey Wilkes is going to marry Melanie's brother Charles. Now tell me, Mr. O'Hara, is it illegal for the Wilkes to marry outside of their family? Because if—" Scarlett did not hear the rest of the laughing words. For one short instant, it was as though the sun had ducked behind a cool cloud, leaving the world in shadow, taking the color out of things. The freshly green foliage looked sickly, the dogwood pallid. The flowering crab, so beautifully pink a moment ago, faded and dreary. Scarlet dug her fingers into the upholstery of the carriage, and for a moment her parasol wavered. It was one thing to know that Ashley was engaged, but it was another to hear people talk about it so casually. Then her courage flowed strongly back, and the sun came out again and the landscape glowed anew. She knew Ashley loved her. That was certain. And she smiled as she thought how surprised Mrs. Tarleton would be when no engagement was announced that night, how surprised if there were an elopement. And she'd tell neighbors what a sly boots Scarlet was to sit there and listen to her talk about Melanie when all the time she and Ashley... She dimpled at her own thoughts. And Hetty, who had been watching sharply the effect of her mother's words, sank back with a small puzzled frown. "I don't care what you say, Mr. O'Hara," Mrs. Tarleton was saying emphatically. "It's all wrong, this marrying of cousins. It's bad enough for Ashley to be marrying the Hamilton child, but for Honey to be marrying that pale-looking Charles Hamilton—" "Honey'll never catch anybody else if she doesn't marry Charlie," said Randa, cruel and secure in her own popularity. "She's never had another beau except him, and he's never acted very sweet on her, for all that they're engaged. Scarlet, you remember how he ran after you last Christmas." "Don't be a cat, miss," said her mother. "Cousins shouldn't marry, even second cousins. It weakens the strain. It isn't like horses. You can breed a mare to a brother or a sire to a daughter, and get good results if you know your blood strains, but in people it just doesn't work. You get good lines, perhaps, but no stamina. You—" "Now, ma'am, I'm taking issue with you on that. Can you name me better people than the Wilkes? And they've been intermarrying since Brian Boru was a boy." "And high time they stopped it, for it's beginning to show. Oh, not Ashley so much, for he's a good-looking devil, though even he... But look at those two washed-out-looking Wilkes girls, poor things. Nice girls, of course, but washed out. And look at little Miss Melanie, thin as a rail, and delicate enough for the wind to blow away, and no spirit at all, not a notion of her own. No, ma'am, yes, ma'am, that's all she has to say. You see what I mean? That family needs new blood, fine, vigorous blood like my redheads or your Scarlet. Now, don't misunderstand me. The Wilkes are fine folks in their way, and you know I'm fond of them all, but be frank. They're overbred and inbred, too, aren't they? They'll do fine on a dry track, a fast track, but mark my words, I don't believe the Wilkes can run on a mud track. I believe the stamina has been bred out of them, and when the emergency arises, I don't believe they can run against odds. Dry weather stock. Give me a big horse who can run in any weather, and their intermarrying has made them different from other folks around here, always fiddling with a piano or sticking their heads in a book. I do believe Ashley would rather read than hunt. Yes, I honestly believe that, Mr. O'Hara. And just look at the bones on them. Too slender. They need dams and sires with strength." Said Gerald, suddenly, and guiltily aware that the conversation, a most interesting and entirely proper one to him, would seem quite otherwise to Ellen. In fact, he knew she would never recover should she learn that her daughters had been exposed to so frank a conversation. But Mrs. Tarleton was, as usual, deaf to all other ideas when pursuing her favorite topic, breeding, whether it be horses or humans. "I know what I'm talking about, because I had some cousins who married each other, and I give you my word, their children all turned out as pop-eyed as bullfrogs, poor things. And when my family wanted me to marry a second cousin, I bucked like a colt. I said, 'No, Ma, not for me. My children will all have spavins and heaves.' Well, Ma fainted when I said that, about spavins. But I stood firm, and Grandma backed me up. She knew a lot about horse breeding, too, you see, and said I was right. And she helped me run away with Mr. Tarleton. And look at my children.
big and healthy, and not a sickly one or a runt among them, though Boyd is only 5'10". Now, the Wilkes—" "Not meaning to change the subject, ma'am," broke in Gerald hurriedly, for he noticed Corinne's bewildered look and the avid curiosity on Sue Ellen's face, and feared lest they might ask Ellen embarrassing questions which would reveal how inadequate a chaperone he was. Puss, he was glad to notice, appeared to be thinking of other matters, as a lady should. Hetty Tarleton rescued him from his predicament.
"Good heavens, Ma, do let's get on," she cried impatiently. "This sun is broiling me, and I can just hear freckles popping out on my neck."
"Just a minute, ma'am, before you go," said Gerald. "But what have you decided to do about selling us the horses for the troop? War may break any day now, and the boys want the matter settled. It's a Clayton County troop, and it's Clayton County horses we want for them. Obstinate creature that you are still refusing to sell us your fine beasts." "Maybe there won't be any war," Mrs. Tarleton temporized, her mind diverted completely from the Wilkes' odd marriage habits. "Why, ma'am, you can't—"
"Ma," Hetty interrupted again, "can't you and Mr. O'Hara talk about the horses at 12 Oaks as well as here?"
"That's just it, Miss Hetty," said Gerald, "and I won't be keeping you but 1 minute by the clock. We'll be getting to 12 Oaks in a little bit, and every man there, old and young, wanting to know about the horses. Ah, but it's breaking me heart to see such a fine, pretty lady as your mother so stingy with her beasts. Now, where's your patriotism, Mrs. Tarleton? Does the Confederacy mean nothing to you at all?"
"Ma," cried small Betsy, "Randah's sitting on my dress, and I'm getting all wrinkled."
"Well, push Randah off you, Betsy, and hush. Now listen to me, Gerald O'Hara," she retorted, her eyes beginning to snap. "Don't you go throwing the Confederacy in my face. I reckon the Confederacy means as much to me as it does to you, me with 4 boys in the troop and you with none. But my boys can take care of themselves, and my horses can't. I'd gladly give the horses free of charge if I knew they were going to be ridden by boys I know, gentlemen used to thoroughbreds. No, I wouldn't hesitate a minute. But let my beauties be at the mercy of backwoodsmen and crackers who are used to riding mules. No, sir. I'd have nightmares thinking they were being ridden with saddle galls and not groomed properly. Do you think I'd let ignorant fools ride my tender-mouthed darlings and saw their mouths to pieces and beat them till their spirits were broken? Why, I've got goose-flesh this minute just thinking about it. No, Mr. O'Hara, you're mighty nice to want my horses, but you'd better go to Atlanta and buy some old plugs for your clodhoppers. They'll never know the difference."
"Ma, can't we please go on?" asked Camilla, joining the impatient chorus. "You know mighty well you're going to end up giving them your darlings anyhow. When Pa and the boys get through talking about the Confederacy needing them and so on, you cry and let them go."
Mrs. Tarleton grinned and shook the lines. "I'll do no such thing," she said, touching the horses lightly with a whip. The carriage went off swiftly. "That's a fine woman," said Gerald, putting on his hat and taking his place beside his own carriage. "Drive on, Toby. We'll wear her down and get the horses yet. Of course, she's right. She's right. If a man's not a gentleman, he's no business on a horse. The infantry is the place for 'em. But more's the pity. There's not enough planters' sons in this county to make up a full troop. What did you say, Puss?"
"Pa, please ride beside us or in front of us. You kick up such a heap of dust that we're choking," said Scarlet, who felt that she could endure conversation no longer. It distracted her from her thoughts, and she was very anxious to arrange both her thoughts and her face in attractive lines before reaching 12 Oaks. Gerald obediently put spurs to his horse, and was off in a red cloud after the Tarleton carriage. Chapter 6. They crossed the river, and the carriage mounted the hill.
Even before 12 Oaks came into view, Scarlett saw a haze of smoke hanging lazily in the tops of the tall trees, and smelled the mingled savory odors of burning hickory logs and roasting pork and mutton. The barbecue pits, which had been slowly burning since last night, would now be long troughs of rose-red embers, with the meats turning on spits above them and the juices trickling down and hissing into the coals. Scarlett knew that the fragrance carried on the faint breeze came from the grove of great oaks in the rear of the big house. John Wilkes always held his barbecues there, on the gentle slope leading down to the rose garden, a pleasant, shady place, and a far pleasanter place, for instance, than that used by the Calverts. Mrs. Calvert did not like barbecue food and declared that the smells remained in the house for days, so her guests always sweltered on a flat, unshaded spot a quarter of a mile from the house. But John Wilkes, famed throughout the state for his hospitality, really knew how to give a barbecue. The long trestled picnic tables, covered with the finest of the Wilkes linen, always stood under the thickest shade, with backless benches on either side. And chairs, hassocks, and cushions from the house were scattered about the glade for those who did not fancy the benches. At a distance great enough to keep the smoke away from the guests were the long pits where the meats cooked and the huge iron washpots from which the succulent odors of barbecue sauce and Brunswick stew floated. Mr. Wilkes always had at least a dozen darkies busy running back and forth, with trays to serve the guests. Over behind the barns there was always another barbecue pit, where the house servants and the coachmen and maids of the guests had their own feast, of hoe cakes and yams and chitlins, that dish of hog entrails so dear to Negro hearts, and in season, watermelons enough to satiate. As the smell of crisp, fresh pork came to her, Scarlett wrinkled her nose appreciatively, hoping that by the time it was cooked she would feel some appetite. As it was, she was so full of food and so tightly laced that she feared every moment she was going to belch. That would be fatal, as only old men and very old ladies could belch without fear of social disapproval. They topped the rise, and the White House reared its perfect symmetry before her. Tall of columns, wide of verandas, flat of roof, beautiful as a woman is beautiful, who is so sure of her charm that she can be generous and gracious to all. Scarlett loved 12 Oaks, even more than Tara, for it had a stately beauty, a mellow dignity that Gerald's house did not possess. The wide, curving driveway was full of saddle horses and carriages, and guests alighting and calling greetings to friends. Grinning Negroes, excited as always at a party, were leading the animals to the barnyard to be unharnessed and unsaddled for the day. Swarms of children, black and white, ran yelling about the newly green lawn, playing hopscotch and tag and boasting how much they were going to eat. The wide hall, which ran from front to back of the house, was swarming with people, and as the O'Hara carriage drew up at the front steps, Scarlett saw girls in crinolines, bright as butterflies, going up and coming down the stairs from the second floor, arms about each other's waists, stopping to lean over the delicate handrail of the banisters, laughing and calling to young men in the hall below them. Through the open French windows, she caught glimpses of the older women seated in the drawing-room, sedate in dark silks as they sat fanning themselves and talking of babies and sicknesses and who had married whom and why. The Wilkes butler, Tom, was hurrying through the halls, a silver tray in his hands, bowing and grinning as he offered tall glasses to young men in fawn and gray trousers and fine ruffled linen shirts. The sunny front veranda was thronged with guests. Yes, the whole county was here, thought Scarlett. The 4 Tarleton boys and their father leaned against the tall columns, the twins Stuart and Brent side by side, inseparable as usual, Boyd and Tom with their father, James Tarleton. Mr. Calvert was standing close by the side of his Yankee wife, who even after 15 years in Georgia never seemed to quite belong anywhere. Everyone was very polite and kind to her because he felt sorry for her. But no one could forget that she had compounded her initial error of birth by being the governess of Mr. Calvert's children. The two Calvert boys, Rayford and Cade, were there with their dashing blonde sister, Kathleen, teasing the dark-faced Joe Fontaine and Sally Munro, his pretty bride-to-be. Alex and Tony Fontaine were whispering in the ears of Dimity Munro and sending her into gales of giggles. There were families from as far as Lovejoy, 10 miles away, and from Fayetteville and Jonesboro, a few even from Atlanta and Macon. The house seemed bursting with a crowd, and a ceaseless babble of talking and laughter and giggles and shrill feminine squeaks and screams rose and fell. On the porch steps stood John Wilkes, silver-haired, erect, radiating the quiet charm and hospitality that was as warm and never-failing as the sun of Georgia summer. Beside him, Honey Wilkes, so called because she indiscriminately addressed everyone from her father to the field hands by that endearment, fidgeted and giggled as she called greetings to the arriving guests. Honey's nervously obvious desire to be attractive to every man in sight contrasted sharply with her father's poise. And Scarlett had the thought that perhaps there was something in what Mrs. Tarleton said after all. Certainly the Wilkes men got the family looks. The thick, deep gold lashes that set off the gray eyes of John Wilkes and Ashley were sparse and colorless in the faces of Honey and her sister India. Honey had the odd, lashless look of a rabbit, and India could be described by no other word than plain. India was nowhere to be seen. But Scarlett knew she probably was in the kitchen giving final instructions to the servants. Poor India, thought Scarlett. She's had so much trouble keeping house since her mother died that she's never had the chance to catch any beau except Stuart Tarleton. And it certainly wasn't my fault if he thought I was prettier than she. John Wilkes came down the steps to offer his arm to Scarlett. As she descended from the carriage, she saw Sue Ellen smirk and knew that she must have picked out Frank Kennedy in the crowd. If I couldn't catch a better beau than that old maid in breeches, she thought contemptuously, as she stepped to the ground and smiled her thanks to John Wilkes. Frank Kennedy was hurrying to the carriage to assist Sue Ellen, and Sue Ellen was bridling in a way that made Scarlett want to slap her. Frank Kennedy might own more land than anyone in the county, and he might have a very kind heart, but these things counted for nothing against the fact that he was 40 slight and nervous and had a thin ginger-colored beard and an old maidish, fussy way about him. However, remembering her plan, Scarlett smothered her contempt and cast such a flashing smile of greeting at him that he stopped short, his arm outheld to Sue Ellen, and goggled at Scarlett in pleased bewilderment. Scarlett's eyes searched the crowd for Ashley, even while she made pleasant small talk with John Wilkes, but he was not on the porch. There were cries of greeting from a dozen voices, and Stuart and Brent Tarleton moved toward her. The Munro girls rushed up to exclaim over her dress, and she was speedily the center of a circle of voices that rose higher and higher in efforts to be heard above the din. But where was Ashley? And Melanie and Charles? She tried not to be obvious as she looked about and peered down the hall into the laughing group inside. As she chattered and laughed and cast quick glances into the house and the yard, her eyes fell on a stranger, standing alone in the hall, staring at her in a cool, impertinent way that brought her up sharply with a mingled feeling of feminine pleasure that she had attracted a man, and an embarrassed sensation that her dress was too low in the bosom. He looked quite old, at least 35. He was a tall man and powerfully built. Scarlett thought she had never seen a man with such wide shoulders, so heavy with muscles, almost too heavy for gentility. When her eye caught his, he smiled, showing animal-white teeth below a close-clipped black mustache. He was dark of face, swarthy as a pirate, and his eyes were as bold and black as any pirate's appraising a galleon to be scuttled or a maiden to be ravished. There was a cool recklessness in his face and a cynical humor in his mouth as he smiled at her, and Scarlet caught her breath. She felt that she should be insulted by such a look, and was annoyed with herself because she did not feel insulted. She did not know who he could be, but there was undeniably a look of good blood in his dark face. It showed in the thin hawk nose over the full red lips, the high forehead, and the wide-set eyes. She dragged her eyes away from his without smiling back, and he turned as someone called, "Rhett! Rhett Butler! Come here! I want you to meet the most hard-hearted girl in Georgia." Rhett Butler? The name had a familiar sound, somehow connected with something pleasantly scandalous. But her mind was on Ashley, and she dismissed the thought. "I must run upstairs and smooth my hair," she told Stuart and Brent, who were trying to get her cornered from the crowd. "You boys wait for me, and don't run off with any other girl, or I'll be furious." She could see that Stuart was going to be difficult to handle today if she flirted with anyone else. He had been drinking, and wore the arrogant, looking-for-a-fight expression that she knew from experience meant trouble. She paused in the hall to speak to friends and to greet India, who was emerging from the back of the house, her hair untidy and tiny beads of perspiration on her forehead. Poor India. It would be bad enough to have pale hair and eyelashes and a jutting chin that meant a stubborn disposition, without being 20 years old and an old maid in the bargain. She wondered if India resented very much her taking Stuart away from her. Lots of people said she was still in love with him, but then you could never tell what a Wilkes was thinking about. If she did resent it, she never gave any sign of it, treating Scarlet with the same slightly aloof, kindly courtesy she had always shown her. Scarlet spoke pleasantly to her and started up the wide stairs. As she did, a shy voice behind her called her name, and, turning, she saw Charles Hamilton. He was a nice-looking boy with a riot of soft brown curls on his white forehead, and eyes as deep brown, as clean, and as gentle as a collie dog's. He was well turned out in mustard-colored trousers and black coat, and his pleated shirt was topped by the widest and most fashionable of black cravats. A faint blush was creeping over his face as she turned, for he was timid with girls. Like most shy men, he greatly admired airy, vivacious, always at ease girls like Scarlet. She had never given him more than perfunctory courtesy before, and so the beaming smile of pleasure with which she greeted him, and the two hands outstretched to his, almost took his breath away. "Why, Charles Hamilton, you handsome old thing, you. I'll bet you came all the way down here from Atlanta just to break my poor heart." Charles almost stuttered with excitement, holding her warm little hands in his and looking into the dancing green eyes. This was the way girls talked to other boys, but never to him. He never knew why, but girls always treated him like a younger brother, and were very kind, but never bothered to tease him. He had always wanted girls to flirt and frolic with him as they did with boys much less handsome and less endowed with this world's goods than he. But on the few occasions when this had happened, he could never think of anything to say, and he suffered agonies of embarrassment at his dumbness. Then he lay awake at night thinking of all the charming gallantries he might have employed. But he rarely got a second chance, for the girls left him alone after a trial or two. Even with Honey, with whom he had an unspoken understanding of marriage when he came into his property next fall, he was diffident and silent. At times, he had an ungallant feeling that Honey's coquetries and proprietary airs were no credit to him, for she was so boy-crazy, he imagined she would use them on any man who gave her the opportunity. Charles was not excited over the prospect of marrying her,
for she stirred in him none of the emotions of wild romance that his beloved books had assured him were proper for a lover. He had always yearned to be loved by some beautiful, dashing creature, full of fire and mischief. And here was Scarlett O'Hara teasing him about breaking her heart. He tried to think of something to say and couldn't. And silently he blessed her because she kept up a steady chatter which relieved him of any necessity for conversation. It was too good to be true. "Now you wait right here till I come back, for I want to eat barbecue with you. And don't you go off philandering with those other girls, because I'm mighty jealous," came the incredible words from red lips with a dimple on each side, and briskly black lashes swept demurely over green eyes. "I won't," he finally managed to breathe, never dreaming that she was thinking he looked like a calf waiting for the butcher. Tapping him lightly on the arm with her folded fan, she turned to start up the stairs, and her eyes again fell on the man called Rhett Butler, who stood alone a few feet away from Charles. Evidently he had overheard the whole conversation, for he grinned up at her as maliciously as a tomcat, and again his eyes went over her in a gaze totally devoid of the deference she was accustomed to. "God's nightgown," said Scarlett to herself in indignation, using Gerald's favorite oath. "He looks as if he knew what I looked like without my shimmy." And tossing her head, she went up the steps. In the bedroom, where the wraps were laid, she found Kathleen Calvert preening before the mirror and biting her lips to make them look redder. There were fresh roses in her sash that matched her cheeks, and her cornflower-blue eyes were dancing with excitement. "Kathleen," said Scarlett, trying to pull the corsage of her dress higher, "who is that nasty man downstairs named Butler?" "My dear, don't you know?" whispered Kathleen excitedly, a weather eye on the next room where Dilsey and the Wilkes girls' mammy were gossiping. "I can't imagine how Mr. Wilkes must feel having him here, but he was visiting Mr. Kennedy in Jonesboro, something about buying cotton, and of course Mr. Kennedy had to bring him along with him. He couldn't just go off and leave him." "What is the matter with him?" "My dear, he isn't received." "Not really?" "No." Scarlett digested this in silence, for she had never before been under the same roof with anyone who was not received. It was very exciting. "What did he do?" "Oh, Scarlett, he has the most terrible reputation. His name is Rhett Butler, and he's from Charleston, and his folks are some of the nicest people there, but they won't even speak to him. Caro Rhett told me about him last summer. He isn't any kin to her family, but she knows all about him. Everybody does. He was expelled from West Point, imagine, and for things too bad for Caro to know. And then there was that business about the girl he didn't marry. Do tell me." "Darling, don't you know anything?" "Caro told me all about it last summer, and her mama would die if she thought Caro even knew about it. Well, this Mr. Butler took a Charleston girl out buggy riding. I never did know who she was, but I've got my suspicions. She couldn't have been very nice, or she wouldn't have gone out with him in the late afternoon without a chaperone. And, my dear, they stayed out nearly all night and walked home finally, saying the horse had run away and smashed the buggy, and they had gotten lost in the woods. And guess what?" "I can't guess. Tell me," said Scarlett enthusiastically, hoping for the worst. "He refused to marry her the next day." "Oh," said Scarlett, her hopes dashed. "He said he hadn't, done anything to her, and he didn't see why he should marry her. And of course her brother called him out, and Mr. Butler said he'd rather be shot than marry a stupid fool. And so they fought a duel, and Mr. Butler shot the girl's brother, and he died. And Mr. Butler had to leave Charleston, and now nobody receives him. finished Kathleen triumphantly, and just in time, for Dilsey came back into the room to oversee the toilette of her charge.
"Did she have a baby?"
whispered Scarlett in Kathleen's ear. Kathleen shook her head violently. "But she was ruined just the same," she hissed back.
"I wish I had gotten Ashley to compromise me,"
thought Scarlett suddenly. "He'd be too much of a gentleman not to marry me." But somehow, unbidden, she had a feeling of respect for Rhett Butler for refusing to marry a girl who was a fool. Scarlett sat on a high rosewood ottoman, under the shade of a huge oak in the rear of the house, her flounces and ruffles billowing about her, and 2 inches of green morocco slippers, all that a lady could show and still remain a lady, peeping from beneath them. She had a scarcely touched plate in her hands, and 7 cavaliers about her. The barbecue had reached its peak, and the warm air was full of laughter and talk, the click of silver on porcelain, and the rich, heavy smells of roasting meats and redolent gravies. Occasionally, when the slight breeze veered, puffs of smoke from the long barbecue pits floated over the crowd, and were greeted with squeals of mock dismay from the ladies, and violent flappings of palmetto fans. Most of the young ladies were seated with partners on the long benches that faced the tables, but Scarlett, realizing that a girl has only 2 sides, and only 1 man can sit on each of these sides, had elected to sit apart so she could gather about her as many men as possible. Under the arbor sat the married women, their dark dresses decorous notes in the surrounding color and gaiety. Matrons, regardless of their ages, always grouped together apart from the bright-eyed girls, beaux, and laughter, for there were no married belles in the South. From Grandma Fontaine, who was belching frankly with the privilege of her age, to 17-year-old Alice Munro, struggling against the nausea of a first pregnancy, they had their heads together in the endless genealogical and obstetrical discussions that made such gatherings very pleasant and instructive affairs. Casting contemptuous glances at them, Scarlett thought that they looked like a clump of fat crows. Married women never had any fun. It did not occur to her that if she married Ashley, she would automatically be relegated to arbors and front parlors with staid matrons in dull silks, as staid and dulled as they, and not a part of the fun and frolicking. Like most girls, her imagination carried her just as far as the altar and no further. Besides, she was too unhappy now to pursue an abstraction. She dropped her eyes to her plate and nibbled daintily on a beaten biscuit with an elegance and an utter lack of appetite that would have won Mammy's approval. For all that she had a superfluity of beaux, she had never been more miserable in her life. In some way that she could not understand, her plans of last night had failed utterly so far as Ashley was concerned. She had attracted other beaux by the dozens, but not Ashley, and all the fears of yesterday afternoon were sweeping back upon her, making her heart beat fast and then slow, and color flame and whiten in her cheeks. Ashley had made no attempt to join the circle about her. In fact, she had not had a word alone with him since arriving, or even spoken to him since their first greeting. He had come forward to welcome her when she came into the back garden, but Melanie had been on his arm then. Melanie, who hardly came up to his shoulder. She was a tiny, frailly built girl who gave the appearance of a child masquerading in her mother's enormous hoop skirts, an illusion that was heightened by the shy, almost frightened look in her 2 large brown eyes. She had a cloud of curly dark hair which was so sternly repressed beneath its net that no vagrant tendrils escaped, and this dark mass, with its long widow's peak, accentuated the heart shape of her face. Too wide across the cheekbones,
too pointed at the chin. It was a sweet, timid face, but a plain face, and she had no feminine tricks of allure to make observers forget its plainness. She looked and was as simple as earth, as good as bread, as transparent as spring water. But for all her plainness of feature and smallness of stature, there was a sedate dignity about her movements that was oddly touching, and far older than her 17 years. Her grey organdy dress, with its cherry-colored satin sash, disguised with its billows and ruffles how childishly undeveloped her body was, and the yellow hat with long cherry streamers made her creamy skin glow. Her heavy earbobs, with their long gold fringe, hung down from loops of tidily netted hair, swinging close to her brown eyes that had the still gleam of a forest pool in winter when brown leaves shine up through quiet water. She had smiled with timid liking when she greeted Scarlett and told her how pretty her green dress was. And Scarlett had been hard put to be even civil in reply, so violently did she want to speak alone with Ashley. Since then, Ashley had sat on a stool at Melanie's feet, apart from the other guests, and talked quietly with her, smiling the slow, drowsy smile that Scarlett loved. What made matters worse was that under his smile a little sparkle had come into Melanie's eyes, so that even Scarlett had to admit that she looked almost pretty. As Melanie looked at Ashley, her plain face lit up as with an inner fire, for if ever a loving heart showed itself upon a face, it was showing now on Melanie Hamilton's. Scarlett tried to keep her eyes from these two, but could not, and after each glance she redoubled her gaiety with her cavaliers, laughing, saying daring things, teasing, tossing her head at their compliments until her earrings danced. She said fiddle-de-dee many times, declared that the truth wasn't in any of them, and vowed that she'd never believe anything any man told her. But Ashley did not seem to notice her at all. He only looked up at Melanie and talked on, and Melanie looked down at him with an expression that radiated the fact that she belonged to him. So, Scarlett was miserable. To the outward eye, never had a girl less cause to be miserable. She was undoubtedly the belle of the barbecue, the center of attention. The furor she was causing among the men, coupled with the heart-burnings of the other girls, would have pleased her enormously at any other time. Charles Hamilton, emboldened by her notice, was firmly planted on her right, refusing to be dislodged by the combined efforts of the Tarleton twins. He held her fan in one hand and his untouched plate of barbecue in the other, and stubbornly refused to meet the eyes of Honey, who seemed on the verge of an outburst of tears. Cade lounged gracefully on her left, plucking at her skirt to attract her attention and staring up with smoldering eyes at Stuart. Already the air was electric between him and the twins, and rude words had passed. Frank Kennedy fussed about like a hen with one chick, running back and forth from the shade of the oak to the tables to fetch dainties to tempt Scarlett, as if there were not a dozen servants there for that purpose. As a result, Sue Ellen's sullen resentment had passed beyond the point of ladylike concealment, and she glowered at Scarlett. Small Corinne could have cried because, for all Scarlett's encouraging words that morning, Brent had done no more than say, "Hello, sis," and jerk her hair ribbon before turning his full attention to Scarlett. Usually he was so kind and treated her with a careless deference that made her feel grown up, and Corinne secretly dreamed of the day when she would put her hair up and her skirts down and receive him as a real beau. And now it seemed that Scarlett had him. The Monroe girls were concealing their chagrin at the defection of the swarthy Fontaine boys, but they were annoyed at the way Tony and Alex stood about the circle, jockeying for a position near Scarlett should any of the others arise from their places.
They telegraphed their disapproval of Scarlett's conduct to Hetty Tarleton by delicately raised eyebrows. Fast was the only word for Scarlett. Simultaneously, the three young ladies raised lacy parasols, said they had had quite enough to eat, thank you, and, laying light fingers on the arms of the men nearest them, clamored sweetly to see the rose garden, the spring, and the summer house. This strategic retreat in good order was not lost on a woman present or observed by a man. Scarlett giggled as she saw three men dragged out of the line of her charms to investigate landmarks familiar to the girls from childhood, and cut her eye sharply to see if Ashley had taken note. But he was playing with the ends of Melanie's sash and smiling up at her. Pain twisted Scarlett's heart. She felt that she could claw Melanie's ivory skin till the blood ran, and take pleasure in doing it. As her eyes wandered from Melanie, she caught the gaze of Rhett Butler, who was not mixing with the crowd, but standing apart talking to John Wilkes. He had been watching her, and when she looked at him, he laughed outright. Scarlett had an uneasy feeling that this man who was not received was the only one present who knew what lay behind her wild gaiety, and that it was affording him sardonic amusement. She could have clawed him with pleasure, too. "If I can just live through this barbecue till this afternoon," she thought. "All the girls will go upstairs to take naps to be fresh for tonight, and I'll stay downstairs and get to talk to Ashley. Surely he must have noticed how popular I am." She soothed her heart with another hope. Of course, he has to be attentive to Melanie because, after all, she is his cousin, and she isn't popular at all. And if he didn't look out for her, she'd just be a wallflower. She took new courage at this thought and redoubled her efforts in the direction of Charles, whose brown eyes glowed down eagerly at her. It was a wonderful day for Charles, a dream day, and he had fallen in love with Scarlett with no effort at all. Before this new emotion, Honey receded into a dim haze. Honey was a shrill-voiced sparrow, and Scarlett a gleaming hummingbird. She teased him and favored him, and asked him questions and answered them herself, so that he appeared very clever without having to say a word. The other boys were puzzled and annoyed by her obvious interest in him, for they knew Charles was too shy to hitch two consecutive words together, and politeness was being severely strained to conceal their growing rage. Everyone was smoldering, and it would have been a positive triumph for Scarlett, except for Ashley. When the last forkful of pork and chicken and mutton had been eaten, Scarlett hoped the time had come when India would rise and suggest that the ladies retire to the house. It was 2:00, and the sun was warm overhead, but India, wearied with the 3-day preparations for the barbecue, was only too glad to remain sitting beneath the arbor, shouting remarks to a deaf old gentleman from Fayetteville. A lazy somnolence descended on the crowd. The Negroes idled about, clearing the long tables on which the food had been laid. The laughter and talking became less animated, and groups here and there fell silent. All were waiting for their hostess to signal the end of the morning's festivities. Palmetto fans were wagging more slowly, and several gentlemen were nodding from the heat and overloaded stomachs. The barbecue was over, and all were content to take their ease while sun was at its height. In this interval between the morning party and the evening's ball, they seemed a placid, peaceful lot. Only the young men retained the restless energy which had filled the whole throng a short while before. Moving from group to group, drawling in their soft voices, they were as handsome as blooded stallions, and as dangerous. The languor of midday had taken hold of the gathering, but underneath lurked tempers that could rise to killing heights in a second and flare out as quickly. Men and women, they were beautiful and wild. all a little violent under their pleasant ways, and only a little tamed. Some time dragged by while the sun grew hotter, and Scarlet and others looked again toward India. Conversation was dying out when, in the lull, everyone in the grove heard Gerald's voice raised in furious accents. Standing some little distance away from the barbecue tables, he was at the peak of an argument with John Wilkes. "God's nightgown man, pray for a peaceable settlement with the Yankees after we've fired on the rascals at Fort Sumter. Peaceable? The South should show by arms that she cannot be insulted, and that she is not leaving the Union by the Union's kindness, but by her own strength." "Oh, my God," thought Scarlet. "He's done it. Now we'll all sit here till midnight." In an instant, the somnolence had fled from the lounging throng, and something electric went snapping through the air. The men sprang from benches and chairs, arms in wide gestures, voices clashing for the right to be heard above other voices. There had been no talk of politics or impending war all during the morning, because of Mr. Wilkes' request that the ladies should not be bored. But now Gerald had bawled the words Fort Sumter, and every man present forgot his host's admonition. "Of course we'll fight. Yankee thieves. We could lick 'em in a month. While one Southerner can lick 20 Yankees. Teach 'em a lesson they won't soon forget. Peaceably? They won't let us go in peace. No. Look how Mr. Lincoln insulted our commissioners. Yes, kept them hanging around for weeks, swearing he'd have Sumter evacuated. They want war. We'll make them sick of war." And above all the voices, Gerald's boomed. All Scarlet could hear was, "States' rights, by God!" shouted over and over. Gerald was having an excellent time, but not his daughter. Secession, war. These words long since had become acutely boring to Scarlet from much repetition. But now she hated the sound of them, for they meant that the men would stand there for hours haranguing one another, and she would have no chance to corner Ashley. Of course there would be no war, and the men all knew it. They just loved to talk and hear themselves talk. Charles Hamilton had not risen with the others, and, finding himself comparatively alone with Scarlet, he leaned closer and, with the daring born of new love, whispered a confession. "Miss O'Hara, I had already decided that if we did fight, I'd go over to South Carolina and join a troop there. It's said that Mr. Wade Hampton is organizing a cavalry troop, and, of course, I would want to go with him. He's a splendid person and was my father's best friend." Scarlet thought, "What am I supposed to do, give 3 cheers?" For Charles's expression showed that he was bearing his heart's secrets to her. She could think of nothing to say, and so merely looked at him, wondering why men were such fools as to think women interested in such matters. He took her expression to mean stunned approbation, and went on rapidly, daringly. "If I went, would you be sorry, Miss O'Hara?" "I should cry into my pillow every night," said Scarlet, meaning to be flippant, but he took the statement at face value and went red with pleasure. Her hand was concealed in the folds of her dress, and he cautiously wormed his hand to it and squeezed it, overwhelmed at his own boldness and at her acquiescence. "Would you pray for me?" "What a fool," thought Scarlet bitterly, casting a surreptitious glance about her in the hope of being rescued from the conversation. "Would you?" "Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Hamilton. 3 rosaries a night, at least." Charles gave a swift look about him, drew in his breath, stiffened the muscles of his stomach. They were practically alone, and he might never get another such opportunity. And even given another such God-sent occasion, his courage might fail him. "Miss O'Hara, I must tell you something. I love you.
Said Scarlett absently, trying to peer through the crowd of arguing men to where Ashley still sat talking at Melanie's feet.
Yes,
whispered Charles, in a rapture that she had neither laughed, screamed, nor fainted, as he had always imagined young girls did under such circumstances.
I love you. You are the most...
And he found his tongue for the first time in his life.
The most beautiful girl I've ever known, and the sweetest and the kindest, and you have the dearest ways, and I love you with all my heart. I cannot hope that you could love anyone like me, but, my dear Miss O'Hara, if you can give me any encouragement, I will do anything in the world to make you love me. I will.
Charles stopped, for he couldn't think of anything difficult enough of accomplishment to really prove to Scarlett the depth of his feeling. Scarlett came back to earth with a jerk at the sound of the word marry. She had been thinking of marriage and of Ashley, and she looked at Charles with poorly concealed irritation. Why must this calf-like fool intrude his feelings on this particular day when she was so worried she was about to lose her mind? She looked into the pleading brown eyes, and she saw none of the beauty of a shy boy's first love, of the adoration of an ideal come true, or the wild happiness and tenderness that was sweeping through him like a flame. Scarlett was used to men asking her to marry them, men much more attractive than Charles Hamilton, and men who had more finesse than to propose at a barbecue when she had more important matters on her mind. She saw only a boy of 20, red as a beet and looking very silly. She wished that she could tell him how silly he looked. But automatically, the words Ellen had taught her to say in such emergencies rose to her lips, and casting down her eyes, from force of long habit, she murmured, "Mr. Hamilton, I am not unaware of the honor you have bestowed on me in wanting me to become your wife. But this is all so sudden that I do not know what to say." That was a neat way of smoothing a man's vanity and yet keeping him on the string. And Charles rose to it as though such bait were new, and he the first to swallow it.
I would wait forever. I wouldn't want you unless you were quite sure. Please, Miss O'Hara, tell me that I may hope.
Said Scarlett, her sharp eyes noting that Ashley, who had not risen to take part in the war talk, was smiling up at Melanie. If this fool who was grappling for her hand would only keep quiet for a moment, perhaps she could hear what they were saying. She must hear what they said. What did Melanie say to him that brought that look of interest to his eyes? Charles' words blurred the voices she strained to hear. "Oh, hush!" she hissed at him, pinching his hand and not even looking at him. Startled, at first abashed, Charles blushed at the rebuff, and then, seeing how her eyes were fastened on his sister, he smiled. Scarlett was afraid someone might hear his words. She was naturally embarrassed and shy, and in agony lest they be overheard. Charles felt a surge of masculinity such as he had never experienced, for this was the first time in his life that he had ever embarrassed any girl. The thrill was intoxicating. He arranged his face in what he fancied was an expression of careless unconcern, and cautiously returned Scarlett's pinch to show that he was a man of the world enough to understand and accept her reproof. She did not even feel his pinch, for she could hear clearly the sweet voice that was Melanie's chief charm. "I fear I cannot agree with you about Mr. Thackeray's works. He is a cynic. I fear he is not the gentleman Mr. Dickens is." What a silly thing to say to a man, thought Scarlett, ready to giggle with relief. Why, she's no more than a blue stocking, and everyone knows what men think of blue stockings. The way to get a man interested and hold his interest was to talk about him, and then gradually lead the conversation around to yourself, and keep it there. Scarlett would have felt some cause for alarm if Melanie had been saying,
how wonderful you are, or, how do you ever think of such things? My little old brain would bust if I even tried to think about them. But here she was, with a man at her feet, talking as seriously as if she were in church. The prospect looked brighter to Scarlet, so bright, in fact, that she turned beaming eyes on Charles and smiled from pure joy. Enraptured at this evidence of her affection, he grabbed up her fan and plied it so enthusiastically her hair began to blow about untidily.
"Ashley, you have not favored us with your opinion," said Jim Tarleton, turning from the group of shouting men, and with an apology Ashley excused himself and rose. There was no one there so handsome, thought Scarlet, as she marked how graceful was his negligent pose, and how the sun gleamed on his gold hair and mustache. Even the older men stopped to listen to his words. "Why, gentlemen, if Georgia fights, I'll go with her. Why else would I have joined the troop?" he said. His gray eyes opened wide, and their drowsiness disappeared in an intensity that Scarlet had never seen before. "But like father, I hope the Yankees will let us go in peace, and that there will be no fighting." He held up his hand with a smile, as a babble of voices from the Fontaine and Tarleton boys began. "Yes, yes, I know we've been insulted and lied to. But if we'd been in the Yankees' shoes, and they were trying to leave the Union, how would we have acted? Pretty much the same. We wouldn't have liked it."
"There he goes again," thought Scarlet, "always putting himself in the other fellow's shoes." To her, there was never but one fair side to an argument. Sometimes there was no understanding Ashley.
"Let's don't be too hot-headed, and let's don't have any war. Most of the misery of the world has been caused by wars, and when the wars were over, no one ever knew what they were all about."
Scarlet sniffed. Lucky for Ashley that he had an unassailable reputation for courage, or else there'd be trouble. As she thought this, the clamor of dissenting voices rose up about Ashley, indignant, fiery.
Under the arbor, the deaf old gentleman from Fayetteville punched India. "What's it all about? What are they saying?"
"War!" shouted India, cupping her hand to his ear. "They want to fight the Yankees."
"War, is it?" he cried, fumbling about him for his cane and heaving himself out of his chair with more energy than he had shown in years. "I'll tell him about war. I've been there."
It was not often that Mr. McCrae had the opportunity to talk about war, the way his womenfolk shushed him. He stumped rapidly to the group, waving his cane and shouting, and because he could not hear the voices about him, he soon had undisputed possession of the field. "You fire-eating young bucks, listen to me. You don't want to fight. I fought and I know. Went out in the Seminole War, and was a big enough fool to go to the Mexican War, too. You all don't know what war is. You think it's riding a pretty horse, and having the girls throw flowers at you and coming home a hero. Well, it ain't. No, sir. It's going hungry, and getting the measles and pneumonia from sleeping in the wet. And if it ain't measles and pneumonia, it's your bowels. Yes, sir. What war does to a man's bowels, dysentery, and things like that." The ladies were pink with blushes. Mr. McCrae was a reminder of a cruder era, like Grandma Fontaine and her embarrassingly loud belches, an era everyone would like to forget. "Run get your grandpa," hissed one of the old gentleman's daughters to a young girl standing nearby. "I declare," she whispered to the fluttering matrons about her, "he gets worse every day. Would you believe it? This very morning he said to Mary, and she's only 16. Now, Missy—" And the voice went off into a whisper as the granddaughter slipped out to try to induce Mr. McCrae to return to his seat in the shade. Of all the group that milled about under the trees, girls smiling excitedly, men talking impassionedly,
There was only one who seemed calm. Scarlett's eyes turned to Rhett Butler, who leaned against a tree, his hands shoved deep in his trouser pockets. He stood alone, since Mr. Wilkes had left his side, and had uttered no word as the conversation grew hotter. The red lips under the close-clipped black mustache curled down, and there was a glint of amused contempt in his black eyes. Contempt, as if he listened to the braggings of children. A very disagreeable smile, Scarlett thought. He listened quietly until Stuart Tarleton, his red hair tousled and his eyes gleaming, repeated, "Why, we could lick them in a month. Gentlemen always fight better than rebel. A month. Why, one battle—" "Gentlemen," said Rhett Butler in a flat drawl that bespoke his Charleston birth, not moving his position against the tree or taking his hands from his pockets. "May I say a word?" There was contempt in his manner as in his eyes, contempt overlaid with an air of courtesy that somehow burlesqued their own manners. The group turned toward him and accorded him the politeness always due an outsider. "Has any one of you gentlemen ever thought that there's not a cannon factory south of the Mason-Dixon line? Or how few iron foundries there are in the South? Or woolen mills, or cotton factories, or tanneries? Have you thought that we would not have a single warship, and that the Yankee fleet could bottle up our harbors in a week so that we could not sell our cotton abroad? But, of course, you gentlemen have thought of these things."
"Why, he means the boys are a parcel of fools," thought Scarlett indignantly, the hot blood coming to her cheeks. Evidently, she was not the only one to whom this idea occurred, for several of the boys were beginning to stick out their chins. John Wilkes casually but swiftly came back to his place beside the speaker, as if to impress on all present that this man was his guest and that, moreover, there were ladies present.
"The trouble with most of us Southerners," continued Rhett Butler, "is that we either don't travel enough or we don't profit enough by our travels. Now, of course, all you gentlemen are well-traveled. But what have you seen? Europe and New York and Philadelphia, and of course the ladies have been to Saratoga." He bowed slightly to the group under the arbor. "You've seen the hotels and the museums and the balls and the gambling houses, and you've come home believing that there's no place like the South. As for me, I was Charleston-born, but I have spent the last few years in the North." His white teeth showed in a grin, as though he realized that everyone present knew just why he no longer lived in Charleston, and cared not at all if they did know. "I have seen many things that you all have not seen. The thousands of immigrants who'd be glad to fight for the Yankees for food and a few dollars, the factories, the foundries, the shipyards, the iron and coal mines, all the things we haven't got. Why, all we have is cotton and slaves and arrogance. They'd lick us in a month." For a tense moment there was silence. Rhett Butler removed a fine linen handkerchief from his coat pocket and idly flicked dust from his sleeve. Then an ominous murmuring arose in the crowd, and from under the arbor came a humming as unmistakable as that of a hive of newly disturbed bees. Even while she felt the hot blood of wrath still in her cheeks, something in Scarlett's practical mind prompted the thought that what this man said was right. It sounded like common sense. Why, she'd never even seen a factory, or known anyone who'd seen a factory. But even if it were true, he was no gentleman to make such a statement. And at a party, too, where everyone was having a good time. Stuart Tarleton, brows lowering, came forward with Brent close at his heels. Of course, the Tarleton twins had nice manners, and they wouldn't make a scene at a barbecue, even though tremendously provoked. Just the same, all the ladies felt pleasantly excited, for it was so seldom that they actually saw a scene or a quarrel. Usually they had to hear of it third hand. "Sir," said Stuart heavily, "what do you mean?" Rhett looked at him with polite but mocking eyes. "I mean," he answered, "what Napoleon, perhaps you've heard of him, remarked once. God is on the side of the strongest battalion." And turning to John Wilkes, he said with courtesy that was unfeigned, "You promised to show me your library, sir. Would it be too great a favor to ask to see it now? I fear I must go back to Jonesboro early this afternoon, where a bit of business calls me." He swung about, facing the crowd, clicked his heels together, and bowed like a dancing master. A bow that was graceful for so powerful a man, and as full of impertinence as a slap in the face. On with John Wilkes, his black head in the air, and the sound of his discomforting laughter floated back to the group about the tables. There was a startled silence, and then the buzzing broke out again. India rose tiredly from her seat beneath the arbor and went toward the angry Stuart Tarleton. Scarlett could not hear what she said, but the look in her eyes, as she gazed up into his lowering face, gave Scarlett something like a twinge of conscience. It was the same look of belonging that Melanie wore when she looked at Ashley, only Stuart did not see it. So India did love him. Scarlett thought for an instant that if she had not flirted so blatantly with Stuart at that political speaking a year ago, he might have married India long ere this. But then the twinge passed with the comforting thought that it wasn't her fault if other girls couldn't keep their men. Finally, Stuart smiled down at India, an unwilling smile, and nodded his head. Probably India had been pleading with him not to follow Mr. Butler and make trouble. A polite tumult broke out under the trees as the guests arose, shaking crumbs from laps. The married women called to nurses and small children, and gathered their broods together to take their departure, and groups of girls started off, laughing and talking, toward the house to exchange gossip in the upstairs bedrooms, and to take their naps. All the ladies, except Mrs. Tarleton, moved out of the backyard, leaving the shade of oaks and arbor to the men. She was detained by Gerald, Mr. Calvert, and others who wanted an answer from her about the horses for the troop. Ashley strolled over to where Scarlett and Charles sat, a thoughtful and amused smile on his face. "Arrogant devil, isn't he?" he observed, looking after Butler. "He looks like one of the Borgias." Scarlett thought quickly, but could remember no family in the county or Atlanta or Savannah by that name. "I don't know them. Is he kin to them? Who are they?" An odd look came over Charles' face, incredulity and shame struggling with love. Love triumphed as he realized that it was enough for a girl to be sweet and gentle and beautiful without having an education to hamper her charms, and he made swift answer. The Borgias were Italians. "Oh," said Scarlett, losing interest. "Foreigners." She turned her prettiest smile on Ashley, but for some reason he was not looking at her. He was looking at Charles, and there was understanding in his face, and a little pity. Scarlett stood on the landing and peered cautiously over the banisters into the hall below. It was empty. From the bedrooms on the floor above came an unending hum of low voices, rising and falling, punctuated with squeaks of laughter and, "Now you didn't really," and, "What did he say then?" On the beds and couches of the 6 great bedrooms, the girls were resting, their dresses off, their stays loosed, their hair flowing down their backs. Afternoon naps were a custom of the country, and never were they so necessary as on the all-day parties, beginning early in the morning and culminating in a ball. For half an hour the girls would chatter and laugh, and then servants would pull in the shutters, and in the warm half-gloom the talk would die to whispers, and finally expire in silence broken only by soft, regular breathing.
Scarlett had made certain that Melanie was lying down on the bed with Honey and Hetty Tarleton before she slipped into the hall and started down the stairs. From the window on the landing, she could see the group of men sitting under the arbor, drinking from tall glasses, and she knew they would remain there until late afternoon. Her eyes searched the group, but Ashley was not among them. Then she listened, and she heard his voice. As she had hoped, he was still in the front driveway bidding good-bye to departing matrons and children. Her heart in her throat, she went swiftly down the stairs. What if she should meet Mr. Wilkes? What excuse could she give for prowling about the house when all the other girls were getting their beauty naps? Well, that had to be risked. As she reached the bottom step, she heard the servants moving about in the dining room under the butler's orders, lifting out the table and the chairs in preparation for the dancing. Across the wide hall was the open door of the library, and she sped into it noiselessly. She could wait there until Ashley finished his adieus and then call to him when he came into the house. The library was in semi-darkness, for the blinds had been drawn against the sun. The dim room with towering walls completely filled with dark books depressed her. It was not the place she would have chosen for a tryst such as she hoped this one would be. Large numbers of books always depressed her, as did people who liked to read large numbers of books. That is, all people except Ashley. The heavy furniture rose up at her in the half-light, high-backed chairs with deep seats and wide arms, made for the tall Wilkes men, squatty soft chairs of velvet with velvet hassocks before them for the girls. Far across the long room before the hearth, the 7-foot sofa, Ashley's favorite seat, reared its high back, like some huge sleeping animal. She closed the door, except for a crack, and tried to make her heart beat more slowly. She tried to remember just exactly what she had planned last night to say to Ashley, but she couldn't recall anything. Had she thought up something and forgotten it, or had she only planned that Ashley should say something to her? She couldn't remember, and a sudden cold fright fell upon her. If her heart would only stop pounding in her ears, perhaps she could think of what to say. But the quick thudding only increased as she heard him call a final farewell and walk into the front hall. All she could think of was that she loved him, everything about him, from the proud lift of his gold head to his slender dark boots, loved his laughter even when it mystified her, loved his bewildering silences. Oh, if only he would walk in on her now and take her in his arms, so she would be spared the need of saying anything. He must love her. Perhaps if I prayed. She squeezed her eyes tightly and began gabbling to herself, "Hail Mary, full of grace." "Why, Scarlett," said Ashley's voice, breaking in through the roaring in her ears and throwing her into utter confusion. He stood in the hall, peering at her through the partly open doors, a quizzical smile on his face. "Who are you hiding from? Charles or the Tarletons?" She gulped. So he had noticed how the men had swarmed about her. How unutterably dear he was standing there with his eyes twinkling, all unaware of her excitement. She could not speak, but she put out a hand and drew him into the room. He entered, puzzled but interested. There was a tenseness about her, a glow in her eyes that he had never seen before, and even in the dim light he could see the rosy flush on her cheeks. Automatically he closed the door behind him and took her hand. "What is it?" he said, almost in a whisper. At the touch of his hand she began to tremble. It was going to happen now, just as she had dreamed it. 1,000 incoherent thoughts shot through her mind, and she could not catch a single one to mold into a word. She could only shake and look up into his face. Why didn't he speak? "What is it?" he repeated. "A secret to tell me?" Suddenly she found her tongue, and just as suddenly all the years of Ellen's teachings fell away, and the forthright Irish blood of Gerald spoke from his daughter's lips. "Yes, a secret. I love you, For an instant, there was a silence so acute, it seemed that neither of them even breathed. Then the trembling fell away from her, as happiness and pride surged through her. Why hadn't she done this before? How much simpler than all the ladylike maneuvering she had been taught. And then her eyes sought his. There was a look of consternation in them, of incredulity and something more. What was it? Yes, Gerald had looked that way the day his pet hunter had broken his leg, and he had had to shoot him. Why did she have to think of that now? Such a silly thought. And why did Ashley look so oddly and say nothing? Then something like a well-trained mask came down over his face, and he smiled gallantly. "Isn't it enough that you've collected every other man's heart here today?" he said, with the old teasing, caressing note in his voice. "Do you want to make it unanimous? Well, you've always had my heart, you know. You cut your teeth on it." Something was wrong. All wrong. This was not the way she had planned it. Through the mad tearing of ideas round and round in her brain, one was beginning to take form. Somehow, for some reason, Ashley was acting as if he thought she was just flirting with him. But he knew differently. She knew he did. Ashley, tell me, you must. Oh, don't tease me now. Have I your heart? Oh, my dear, I love... His hand went across her lips swiftly. The mask was gone. "You must not say these things, Scarlett. You mustn't. You don't mean them. You'll hate yourself for saying them, and you'll hate me for hearing them." She jerked her head away. A hot, swift current was running through her. "I could never hate you. I tell you I love you, and I know you must care about me because..." She stopped. Never before had she seen so much misery in anyone's face. "Ashley, you do care. You do, don't you?" "Yes," he said dully. "I care." If he had said he loathed her, she could not have been more frightened. She plucked at his sleeve, speechless. "Scarlett," he said, "can't we go away and forget that we have ever said these things?" "No," she whispered. "I can't. What do you mean? Don't you want to marry me?" He replied, "I'm going to marry Melanie." Somehow she found that she was sitting on the low velvet chair, and Ashley, on the hassock at her feet, was holding both her hands in his, in a hard grip. He was saying things that made no sense. Her mind was quite blank, quite empty of all the thoughts that had surged through it only a moment before, and his words made no more impression than rain on glass. They fell on unhearing ears, words that were swift and tender and full of pity, like a father speaking to a hurt child. The sound of Melanie's name caught in her consciousness, and she looked into his crystal-gray eyes. She saw in them the old remoteness that had always baffled her, and a look of self-hatred. "Father is to announce the engagement tonight. We are to be married soon. I should have told you, but I thought you knew. I thought everyone knew, had known for years. I never dreamed that you've so many beaux. I thought Stuart..." Life and feeling and comprehension were beginning to flow back into her. "But you just said you cared for me." His warm hands hurt hers. "My dear, must you make me say things that will hurt you?" Her silence pressed him on. "How can I make you see these things, my dear? You who are so young and unthinking that you do not know what marriage means." "I know I love you." "Love isn't enough to make a successful marriage when two people are as different as we are."
You would want all of a man, Scarlet. His body, his heart, his soul, his thoughts. And if you did not have them, you would be miserable. And I couldn't give you all of me. I couldn't give all of me to anyone. And I would not want all of your mind and your soul. And you would be hurt. And then you would come to hate me. How bitterly. You would hate the books I read and the music I loved, because they took me away from you even for a moment. And perhaps I... Do you love her? She is like me, part of my blood, and we understand each other. Scarlet, Scarlet, can't I make you see that a marriage can't go on in any sort of peace unless the two people are alike? Someone else had said that. Like must marry like, or there'll be no happiness. Who was it? It seemed a million years since she had heard that, but it still did not make sense. But you said you cared. I shouldn't have said it. Somewhere in her brain, a slow fire rose and rage began to blot out everything else. Well, having been cad enough to say it... His face went white. I was a cad to say it, as I'm going to marry Melanie. I did you a wrong, and Melanie a greater one. I should not have said it, for I knew you wouldn't understand. How could I help caring for you, you who have all the passion for life that I have not? You who can love and hate with a violence impossible to me. Why, you are as elemental as fire and wind and wild things, and I... She thought of Melanie, and saw suddenly her quiet brown eyes with their far-off look, her placid little hands in their black lace mitts, her gentle silences. And then her rage broke, the same rage that drove Gerald to murder and other Irish ancestors to misdeeds that cost them their necks. There was nothing in her now of the well-bred Robillards who could bear with white silence anything the world might cast. "Why don't you say it, you coward? You're afraid to marry me. You'd rather live with that stupid little fool who can't open her mouth except to say yes or no, and raise a passel of mealy-mouthed brats just like her. Why, you must not say these things about Melanie. I mustn't be damned to you. Who are you to tell me I mustn't? You coward, you cad, you made me believe you were going to marry me. Be fair." His voice pleaded. "Did I ever?" She did not want to be fair, although she knew what he said was true. He had never once crossed the borders of friendliness with her, and when she thought of this, fresh anger rose, the anger of hurt pride and feminine vanity. She had run after him, and he would have none of her. He preferred a whey-faced little fool like Melanie to her. Oh, far better that she had followed Ellen and Mammy's precepts and never revealed that she even liked him. Better anything than to be faced with this scorching shame. She sprang to her feet, her hands clenched, and he rose towering over her, his face full of the mute misery of one forced to face realities when realities are agonies. "I shall hate you till I die, you cad, you low down. What was the word she wanted? She could not think of any word bad enough. "Scarlet, please." He put out his hand toward her, and as he did, she slapped him across the face with all the strength she had. The noise cracked like a whip in the still room, and suddenly her rage was gone, and there was desolation in her heart. The red mark of her hand showed plainly on his white, tired face. He said nothing, but lifted her limp hand to his lips and kissed it. Then he was gone, before she could speak again, closing the door softly behind him. She sat down again very suddenly, the reaction from her rage making her knees feel weak. He was gone,
and the memory of his stricken face would haunt her till she died. She heard the soft, muffled sound of his footsteps dying away down the long hall, and the complete enormity of her actions came over her. She had lost him forever. Now he would hate her, and every time he looked at her, he would remember how she threw herself at him when he had given her no encouragement at all. "I'm as bad as Honey Wilkes," she thought suddenly, and remembered how everyone, and she more than anyone else, had laughed contemptuously at Honey's forward conduct. She saw Honey's awkward wrigglings and heard her silly titters as she hung onto Boy's arms, and the thought stung her to new rage at herself, at Ashley, at the world, because she hated herself. She hated them all with the fury of the thwarted and humiliated love of 16. Only a little true tenderness had been mixed into her love. Mostly, it had been compounded out of vanity and complacent confidence in her own charms. Now she had lost. And greater than her sense of loss was the fear that she had made a public spectacle of herself. Had she been as obvious as Honey? Was everyone laughing at her? She began to shake at the thought. Her hand dropped to a little table beside her, fingering a tiny china rose bowl on which 2 china cherubs smirked. The room was so still she almost screamed to break the silence. She must do something or go mad. She picked up the bowl and hurled it viciously across the room toward the fireplace. It barely cleared the tall back of the sofa and splintered with a little crash against the marble mantelpiece. "This," said a voice from the depths of the sofa, "is too much." Nothing had ever startled or frightened her so much, and her mouth went too dry for her to utter a sound. She caught hold of the back of the chair, her knees going weak under her, as Rhett Butler rose from the sofa where he had been lying and made her a bow of exaggerated politeness. "It's bad enough to have an afternoon nap disturbed by such a passage as I've been forced to hear. But why should my life be endangered?" He was real. He wasn't a ghost. But saints preserve us, he had heard everything. She rallied her forces into a semblance of dignity. "Sir, you should have made known your presence." "Indeed?" His white teeth gleamed, and his bold dark eyes laughed at her. "But you were the intruder. I was forced to wait for Mr. Kennedy, and feeling that I was perhaps persona non grata in the backyard, I was thoughtful enough to remove my unwelcome presence here, where I thought I would be undisturbed. But alas!" He shrugged and laughed softly. Her temper was beginning to rise again at the thought that this rude and impertinent man had heard everything. Heard things she now wished she had died before she ever uttered. "Eavesdroppers," she began furiously. "Eavesdroppers often hear highly entertaining and instructive things," he grinned. "From a long experience in eavesdropping, "Sir," she said, "you are no gentleman." "An apt observation," he answered airily. "And you, miss, are no lady." He seemed to find her very amusing, for he laughed softly again. "No one can remain a lady after saying and doing what I have just overheard. However, ladies have seldom held any charms for me. I know what they are thinking, but they never have the courage or lack of breeding to say what they think, and that, in time, becomes a bore. But you, my dear Miss O'Hara, are a girl of rare spirit, very admirable spirit, and I take my hat off to you. I fail to understand what charms the elegant Mr. Wilkes can hold for a girl of your tempestuous nature. He should thank God on bended knee for a girl with your, how did he put it, passion for living. But being a poor-spirited wretch,
You aren't fit to wipe his boots, she shouted in rage. And you were going to hate him all your life. He sank down on the sofa, and she heard him laughing. If she could have killed him, she would have done it. Instead, she walked out of the room with such dignity as she could summon, and she went up the stairs so swiftly that when she reached the landing, she thought she was going to faint. She stopped, clutching the banisters, her heart hammering so hard from anger, insult, and exertion that it seemed about to burst through her basque. She tried to draw deep breaths, but Mammy's lacings were too tight. If she should faint, and they should find her here on the landing, what would they think? Oh, they'd think everything. Ashley and that vile butler man and those nasty girls who were so jealous. For once in her life she wished that she carried smelling salts like the other girls, but she had never owned a vinaigrette. She had always been so proud of never feeling giddy. She simply could not let herself faint now. Gradually, the sickening feeling began to depart. In a minute, she'd feel all right, and then she'd slip quietly into the little dressing-room adjoining India's room, unloose her stays, and creep in and lay herself on one of the beds beside the sleeping girls. She tried to quiet her heart and fix her face into more composed lines, for she knew she must look like a crazy woman. If any of the girls were awake, they'd know something was wrong. And no one must ever, ever know that anything had happened. Through the wide bay window on the landing, she could see the men still lounging in their chairs under the trees and in the shade of the arbor. How she envied them! How wonderful to be a man and never to have to undergo miseries such as she had just passed through. As she stood watching them, hot-eyed and dizzy, she heard the rapid pounding of a horse's hooves on the front drive, the scattering of gravel, and the sound of an excited voice calling a question to one of the Negroes. The gravel flew again, and across her vision, a man on horseback galloped over the green lawn toward the lazy group under the trees. Some late-come guest. But why did he ride his horse across the turf that was India's pride? She could not recognize him, but as he flung himself from the saddle and clutched John Wilkes' arm, she could see that there was excitement in every line of him. The crowd swarmed about him, tall glasses and palmetto fans abandoned on tables and on the ground. In spite of the distance, she could hear the hubbub of voices, questioning, calling, feel the fever-pitched tenseness of the men. Then above the confused sounds, Stuart Tarleton's voice rose in an exultant shout. "Yay! As if he were on the hunting field. And she heard for the first time, without knowing it, the rebel yell. As she watched, the 4 Tarletons, followed by the Fontaine boys, broke from the group and began hurrying toward the stable, yelling as they ran, "James! You, James! Saddle the horses!" Somebody's house must have caught fire, Scarlett thought. But fire or no fire, her job was to get herself back into the bedroom before she was discovered. Her heart was quieter now, and she tiptoed up the steps into the silent hall. A heavy, warm somnolence lay over the house, as if it slept at ease like the girls, until night, when it would burst into its full beauty with music and candle flames. Carefully, she eased open the door of the dressing-room and slipped in. Her hand was behind her, still holding the knob, when Honey Wilkes' voice, low-pitched, almost in a whisper, came to her through the crack of the opposite door leading into the bedroom. "I think Scarlett acted as fast as a girl could act today." Scarlett felt her heart begin its mad racing again, and she clutched her hand against it unconsciously, as if she would squeeze it into submission. "Eavesdroppers often hear highly instructive things," jibed a memory. Should she slip out again, or make herself known and embarrass Honey as she deserved? But the next voice made her pause. A team of mules could not have dragged her away when she heard Melanie's voice. "Oh, Honey, no. Don't be unkind. She's just high-spirited and vivacious. I thought her most charming." "Oh," thought Scarlet, clawing her nails into her basque, "to have that mealy-mouthed little mess take up for me!" It was harder to hear than Honey's out-and-out cattiness. Scarlet had never trusted any woman, and had never credited any woman except her mother with motives other than selfish ones. Melanie knew she had Ashley securely, so she could well afford to show such a Christian spirit. Scarlet felt it was just Melanie's way of parading her conquest, and getting credit for being sweet at the same time. Scarlet had frequently used the same trick herself when discussing other girls with men, and it had never failed to convince foolish males of her sweetness and unselfishness. "Well, miss," said Honey tartly, her voice rising, "you must be blind." "Hush, Honey," hissed the voice of Sally Monroe. "They'll hear you all over the house." Honey lowered her voice, but went on. "Well, you saw how she was carrying on with every man she could get hold of, even Mr. Kennedy, and he's her own sister's beau. I never saw the like. And she certainly was going after Charles." Honey giggled self-consciously. "And you know Charles and I—" "Are you really?" whispered voices excitedly. "Well, don't tell anybody, girls. Not yet." There were more gigglings, and the bed springs creaked as someone squeezed Honey. Melanie murmured something about how happy she was that Honey would be her sister. "Well, I won't be happy to have Scarlet for my sister, because she's a fast piece if I ever saw one," came the aggrieved voice of Hetty Tarleton. "But she's as good as engaged to Stuart. Brent says she doesn't give a rap about him, but of course Brent's crazy about her, too." "If you should ask me," said Honey, with mysterious importance, "there's only one person she does give a rap about, and that's Ashley." As the whisperings merged together violently, questioning, interrupting, Scarlet felt herself go cold with fear and humiliation. Honey was a fool, a silly, a simpleton about men, but she had a feminine instinct about other women that Scarlet had underestimated. The mortification and hurt pride that she had suffered in the library with Ashley and with Rhett Butler were pin-pricks to this. Men could be trusted to keep their mouths shut, even men like Mr. Butler. But with Honey Wilkes giving tongue like a hound in the field, the entire county would know about it before 6 o'clock. And Gerald had said only last night that he wouldn't be having the county laughing at his daughter. And how they would all laugh now. Clammy perspiration, starting under her armpits, began to creep down her ribs. Melanie's voice, measured and peaceful, a little reproving, rose above the others. "Honey, you know that isn't so. And it's so unkind." "It is too, Melly. And if you weren't always so busy looking for the good in people that haven't got any good in them, you'd see it. And I'm glad it's so. It serves her right. All Scarlett O'Hara has ever done has been to stir up trouble and try to get other girls' beaux. You know mighty well she took Stuart from India, and she didn't want him. And today she tried to take Mr. Kennedy, and Ashley, and Charles." "I must get home," thought Scarlet. "I must get home." If she could only be transferred by magic to Tara and to safety. If she could only be with Ellen just to see her, to hold onto her skirt, to cry and pour out the whole story in her lap. If she had to listen to another word, she'd rush in and pull out Honey's straggly pale hair in big handfuls and spit on Melanie Hamilton to show her just what she thought of her charity. But she'd already acted common enough today, enough like white trash. That was where all her trouble lay. She pressed her hands hard against her skirts, so they would not rustle, and backed out as stealthily as an animal. Home, she thought, as she sped down the hall, past the closed doors and still rooms. I must go home. She was already on the front porch when a new thought brought her up sharply. She couldn't go home. She couldn't run away. She would have to see it through. bear all the malice of the girls and her own humiliation and heartbreak. To run away would only give them more ammunition. She pounded her clenched fist against the tall white pillar beside her, and she wished that she were Samson, so that she could pull down all of 12 Oaks and destroy every person in it. She'd make them sorry. She'd show them. She didn't quite see how she'd show them, but she'd do it all the same. She'd hurt them worse than they hurt her. For the moment, Ashley as Ashley was forgotten. He was not the tall, drowsy boy she loved, but part and parcel of the Wilkses, 12 Oaks, the county, and she hated them all because they laughed. Vanity was stronger than love at 16, and there was no room in her hot heart now for anything but hate. I won't go home, she thought. I'll stay here and I'll make them sorry. And I'll never tell Mother. No, I'll never tell anybody. She braced herself to go back into the house, to reclimb the stairs and go into another bedroom. As she turned, she saw Charles coming into the house from the other end of the long hall. When he saw her, he hurried toward her. His hair was tousled and his face near geranium with excitement. "Do you know what's happened?" he cried, even before he reached her. "Have you heard? Paul Wilson just rode over from Jonesboro with the news." He paused, breathless, as he came up to her. She said nothing and only stared at him. "Mr. Lincoln has called for men, soldiers, volunteers, 75,000 of them." Mr. Lincoln again. Didn't men ever think about anything that really mattered? Here was this fool expecting her to be excited about Mr. Lincoln's didos when her heart was broken and her reputation as good as ruined. Charles stared at her. Her face was paper white and her narrow eyes blazing like emeralds. He had never seen such fire in any girl's face, such a glow in anyone's eyes. "I'm so clumsy," he said. "I should have told you more gently. I forgot how delicate ladies are. I'm sorry I've upset you so. You don't feel faint, do you? Can I get you a glass of water?" "No," she said, and managed a crooked smile. "Shall we go sit on the bench?" he asked, taking her arm. She nodded, and he carefully handed her down the front steps and led her across the grass to the iron bench beneath the largest oak in the front yard. How fragile and tender women are, he thought. The mere mention of war and harshness makes them faint. The idea made him feel very masculine, and he was doubly gentle as he seated her. She looked so strangely, and there was a wild beauty about her white face that set his heart leaping. Could it be that she was distressed by the thought that he might go to the war? No, that was too conceited for belief. But why did she look at him so oddly? And why did her hands shake as they fingered her lace handkerchief? And her thick, sooty lashes, they were fluttering just like the eyes of girls in romances he had read, fluttering with timidity and love. He cleared his throat 3 times to speak, and failed each time. He dropped his eyes because her own green ones met his so piercingly, almost as if she were not seeing him. "He has a lot of money," she was thinking swiftly, as a thought and a plan went through her brain. "And he hasn't any parents to bother me, and he lives in Atlanta. And if I married him right away, it would show Ashley that I didn't care a rap, that I was only flirting with him. And it would just kill Honey. She'd never catch another beau, and everybody'd laugh fit to die at her. And it would hurt Melanie, because she loves Charles so much. And it would hurt Stu and Brent. She didn't quite know why she wanted to hurt them, except that they had catty sisters. And they'd all be sorry when I came back here to visit in a fine carriage, and with lots of pretty clothes and a house of my own, and they would never laugh at me." "Of course it will mean fighting," said Charles, after several more embarrassed attempts. "But don't you fret, Miss Scarlett. It'll be over in a month, and we'll have them howling. Yes, sir, howling. I wouldn't miss it for anything. I'm afraid
there won't be much of a ball tonight, because the troop is going to meet in Jonesboro. The Tarleton boys have gone to spread the news. I know the ladies will be sorry."
She said, "Oh," for want of anything better, but it sufficed. Coolness was beginning to come back to her, and her mind was collecting itself. A frost lay over all her emotions, and she thought that she would never feel anything warmly again. Why not take this pretty, flushed boy? He was as good as anyone else, and she didn't care. No, she could never care about anything again. Not if she lived to be 90. "I can't decide now whether to go with Mr. Wade Hampton's South Carolina Legion or with the Atlanta Gate City Guard." "Oh," again, and their eyes met, and the fluttering lashes were his undoing. "Will you wait for me, Miss Scarlett? It would be heaven, just knowing that you were waiting for me until after we licked them." He hung breathless on her words, watching the way her lips curled up at the corners, noting for the first time the shadows about these corners, and thinking what it would mean to kiss them. Her hand, with palm clammy with perspiration, slid into his. "I wouldn't want to wait," she said, and her eyes were veiled. He sat clutching her hand, his mouth wide open. Watching him from under her lashes, Scarlett thought detachedly that he looked like a gigged frog. He stuttered several times, closed his mouth and opened it again, and again became geranium-colored. "Can you possibly love me?" She said nothing but looked down into her lap, and Charles was thrown into new states of ecstasy and embarrassment. Perhaps a man should not ask a girl such a question. Perhaps it would be unmaidenly for her to answer it. Having never possessed the courage to get himself into such a situation before, Charles was at a loss as to how to act. He wanted to shout and to sing and to kiss her, and to caper about the lawn and then run tell everyone, black and white, that she loved him. But he only squeezed her hand until he drove her rings into the flesh. "You will marry me soon, Miss Scarlett?" She said, fingering a fold of her dress. "Shall we make it a double wedding with Mel—" "No," she said quickly, her eyes glinting up at him ominously. Charles knew again that he had made an error. Of course, a girl wanted her own wedding, not shared glory. How kind she was to overlook his blunderings. If it were only dark, and he had the courage of shadows and could kiss her hand and say the things he longed to say. "When may I speak to your father?" "The sooner the better," she said, hoping that perhaps he would release the crushing pressure on her rings before she had to ask him to do it. He leaped up, and for a moment she thought he was going to cut a caper before dignity claimed him. He looked down at her radiantly, his whole clean, simple heart in his eyes. She had never had anyone look at her thus before, and would never have it from any other man. But in her queer detachment, she only thought that he looked like a calf. "I'll go now and find your father," he said, smiling all over his face. "I can't wait. Will you excuse me, dear?" The endearment came hard, but having said it once, he repeated it again with pleasure. "Yes," she said. "I'll wait here. It's so cool and nice here." He went off across the lawn and disappeared around the house, and she was alone under the rustling oak. From the stables, men were streaming out on horseback, Negro servants riding hard behind their masters. The Monroe boys tore past waving their hats, and the Fontaines and Calverts went down the road yelling. The 4 Tarletons charged across the lawn by her, and Brent shouted, "Mother's going to give us the horses! Yay!" Turf flew, and they were gone, leaving her alone again. The white house reared its tall columns before her, seeming to withdraw, with dignified aloofness from her. It would never be her house now. Ashley would never carry her over the threshold as his bride. Oh, Ashley. Ashley. What have I done? Deep in her, under layers of hurt pride and cold practicality, something stirred hurtingly. An adult emotion was being born, stronger than her vanity or her willful selfishness. She loved Ashley, and she knew she loved him. And she had never cared so much as in that instant when she saw Charles disappearing around the curved, gravelled walk. Chapter 7. Within 2 weeks, Scarlett had become a wife, and within 2 months more, she was a widow. She was soon released from the bond she had assumed with so much haste and so little thought, but she was never again to know the careless freedom of her unmarried days. Widowhood had crowded closely on the heels of marriage, but to her dismay, motherhood soon followed. In after years, when she thought of those last days of April 1861, Scarlett could never quite remember details. Time and events were telescoped, jumbled together like a nightmare that had no reality or reason. Till the day she died, there would be blank spots in her memories of those days. Especially vague were her recollections of the time between her acceptance of Charles and her wedding. 2 weeks. So short an engagement would have been impossible in times of peace. Then there would have been a decorous interval of a year, or at least 6 months. But the South was aflame with war. Events roared along as swiftly as if carried by a mighty wind, and the slow tempo of the old days was gone. Ellen had wrung her hands and counseled delay, in order that Scarlett might think the matter over at greater length. But to her pleadings, Scarlett turned a sullen face and a deaf ear. Marry she would, and quickly, too, within 2 weeks. Learning that Ashley's wedding had been moved up from the autumn to the 1st day of May, so he could leave with a troop as soon as it was called into service, Scarlett set the date of her wedding for the day before his. Ellen protested, but Charles pleaded with newfound eloquence, for he was impatient to be off to South Carolina to join Wade Hampton's Legion, and Gerald sided with the 2 young people. He was excited by the war fever, and pleased that Scarlett had made so good a match. And who was he to stand in the way of young love when there was a war? Ellen, distracted, finally gave in, as other mothers throughout the South were doing. Their leisured world had been turned topsy-turvy, and their pleadings, prayers, and advice availed nothing against the powerful forces sweeping them along. The South was intoxicated with enthusiasm and excitement. Everyone knew that one battle would end the war, and every young man hastened to enlist before the war should end. Hastened to marry his sweetheart before he rushed off to Virginia to strike a blow at the Yankees. There were dozens of war weddings in the county, and there was little time for the sorrow of parting, for everyone was too busy and excited for either solemn thoughts or tears. The ladies were making uniforms, knitting socks, and rolling bandages, and the men were drilling and shooting. Trainloads of troops passed through Jonesboro daily on their way north to Atlanta and Virginia. Some detachments were gaily uniformed in the scarlets and light blues and greens of select social militia companies. Some small groups were in homespun and coonskin caps. Others, ununiformed, were in broadcloth and fine linen. All were half-drilled, half-armed, wild with excitement and shouting as though en route to a picnic. The sight of these men threw the county boys into a panic for fear the war would be over before they could reach Virginia, and preparations for the troops' departure were speeded. In the midst of this turmoil, preparations went forward for Scarlett's wedding, and almost before she knew it, she was clad in Ellen's wedding dress and veil, coming down the wide stairs of Tara on her father's arm to face a house packed full with guests. Afterward she remembered, as from a dream, the hundreds of candles flaring on the walls, her mother's face,
loving, a little bewildered, her lips moving in a silent prayer for her daughter's happiness. Gerald flushed with brandy and pride that his daughter was marrying both money, a fine name, and an old one. And Ashley, standing at the bottom of the steps with Melanie's arm through his. When she saw the look on his face, she thought, "This can't be real. It can't be. It's a nightmare. I'll wake up and find it's all been a nightmare. I mustn't think of it now, or I'll begin screaming in front of all these people. I can't think of it now. I'll think later, when I can stand it. When I can't see his eyes." It was all very dreamlike. The passage through the aisle of smiling people, Charles's scarlet face and stammering voice, and her own replies, so startlingly clear, so cold, and the congratulations afterward, and the kissing, and the toasts, and the dancing, all like a dream. Even the feel of Ashley's kiss upon her cheek, even Melanie's soft whisper, "Now we are really and truly sisters," were unreal. Even the excitement caused by the swooning spell that overtook Charles's plump, emotional aunt, Miss Pittypat Hamilton, had the quality of a nightmare. But when the dancing and toasting were finally ended and the dawn was coming, when all the Atlanta guests who could be crowded into Tara and the overseer's house had gone to sleep on beds, sofas, and pallets on the floor, and all the neighbors had gone home to rest in preparation for the wedding at 12 Oaks the next day, then the dreamlike trance shattered like crystal before reality. The reality was the blushing Charles, emerging from her dressing room in his nightshirt, avoiding the startled look she gave him over the high-pulled sheet. Of course, she knew that married people occupied the same bed, but she had never given the matter a thought before. It seemed very natural in the case of her mother and father, but she had never applied it to herself. Now, for the first time since the barbecue, she realized just what she had brought on herself. The thought of this strange boy whom she hadn't really wanted to marry getting into bed with her, when her heart was breaking with an agony of regret at her hasty action and the anguish of losing Ashley forever, was too much to be borne. As he hesitatingly approached the bed, she spoke in a hoarse whisper. "I'll scream out loud if you come near me. I will, at the top of my voice. Get away from me. Don't you dare touch me." So Charles Hamilton spent his wedding night in an armchair in the corner. Not too unhappily, for he understood, or thought he understood, the modesty and delicacy of his bride. He was willing to wait until her fears subsided, only... He sighed as he twisted about seeking a comfortable position, for he was going away to the war so very soon. Nightmarish as her own wedding had been, Ashley's wedding was even worse. Scarlett stood in her apple-green second-day dress in the parlor of 12 Oaks, amid the blaze of hundreds of candles, jostled by the same throng as the night before, and saw the plain little face of Melanie Hamilton glow into beauty as she became Melanie Wilkes. Now Ashley was gone forever. Her Ashley. No, not her Ashley now. Had he ever been hers? It was all so mixed up in her mind, and her mind was so tired, so bewildered. He had said he loved her, but what was it that had separated them? If she could only remember. She had stilled the county's gossiping tongue by marrying Charles, but what did that matter now? It had seemed so important once, but now it didn't seem important at all. All that mattered was Ashley. Now he was gone, and she was married to a man she not only did not love, but for whom she had an active contempt. Oh, how she regretted it all. She had often heard of people cutting off their noses to spite their faces, but heretofore it had been only a figure of speech. Now she knew just what it meant. And mingled with her frenzied desire to be free of Charles and safely back at Tara, an unmarried girl again, ran the knowledge that she had only herself to blame. Ellen had tried to stop her, and she would not listen. So she danced through the night of Ashley's wedding in a daze, and said things mechanically, and smiled, and irrelevantly wondered at the stupidity of people who thought her a happy bride, and who could not see that her heart was broken. Well, thank God they couldn't see. That night, after Mammy had helped her undress, and had departed, and Charles had emerged shyly from the dressing-room, wondering if he was to spend a second night in the horsehair chair, she burst into tears. She cried until Charles climbed into bed beside her and tried to comfort her. Cried without words, until no more tears would come, and at last she lay sobbing quietly on his shoulder. If there had not been a war, there would have been a week of visiting about the county, with balls and barbecues in honor of the two newly married couples, before they set off to Saratoga or White Sulphur for wedding trips. If there had not been a war, Scarlett would have had 3rd day and 4th day and 5th day dresses to wear to the Fontaine and Calvert and Tarleton parties in her honor. But there were no parties now, and no wedding trips. A week after the wedding, Charles left to join Colonel Wade Hampton, and 2 weeks later Ashley and the troop departed, leaving the whole county bereft. In those 2 weeks, Scarlett never saw Ashley alone, never had a private word with him. Not even at the terrible moment of parting, when he stopped by Tara on his way to the train, did she have a private talk. Melanie, bonneted and shawled, sedate in newly acquired matronly dignity, hung on his arm, and the entire personnel of Tara, black and white, turned out to see Ashley off to the war. Melanie said, "You must kiss Scarlett, Ashley. She's my sister now." And Ashley bent and touched her cheek with cold lips, his face drawn and taut. Scarlett could hardly take any joy from that kiss, so sullen was her heart at Mellie's prompting it. Melanie smothered her with an embrace at parting. "You will come to Atlanta and visit me and Aunt Pittypat, won't you? Oh, darling, we want to have you so much. We want to know Charlie's wife better." 5 weeks passed, during which letters, shy, ecstatic, loving, came from Charles in South Carolina, telling of his love, his plans for the future when the war was over, his desire to become a hero for her sake, and his worship of his commander, Wade Hampton. In the 7th week, there came a telegram from Colonel Hampton himself, and then a letter, a kind, dignified letter of condolence. Charles was dead. The colonel would have wired earlier, but Charles, thinking his illness a trifling one, did not wish to have his family worried. The unfortunate boy had not only been cheated of the love he thought he had won, but also of his high hopes of honor and glory on the field of battle. He had died ignominiously and swiftly of pneumonia, following measles, without ever having gotten any closer to the Yankees than the camp in South Carolina. In due time, Charles' son was born, and because it was fashionable to name boys after their father's commanding officers, he was called Wade Hampton Hamilton. Scarlett had wept with despair at the knowledge that she was pregnant, and wished that she were dead. But she carried the child through its time with a minimum of discomfort, bore him with little distress, and recovered so quickly that Mammy told her privately it was downright common. Ladies should suffer more. She felt little affection for the child, hide the fact though she might. She had not wanted him, and she resented his coming, and now that he was here, it did not seem possible that he was hers, a part of her. Though she recovered physically from Wade's birth in a disgracefully short time, mentally she was dazed and sick. Her spirits drooped, despite the efforts of the whole plantation to revive them. Ellen went about with a puckered, worried forehead, and Gerald swore more frequently than usual, and brought her useless gifts from Jonesboro. Even old Dr. Fontaine admitted that he was puzzled, after his tonic of sulphur, molasses, and herbs failed to perk her up. He told Ellen privately that it was a broken heart that made Scarlett so irritable and listless by turns. But Scarlett, had she wished to speak, could have told them that it was a far different and more complex trouble. She did not tell them that it was utter boredom, bewilderment at actually being a mother, and most of all, the absence of Ashley that made her look so woebegone. Her boredom was acute and ever-present. The county had been devoid of any entertainment or social life ever since the troop had gone away to war. All of the interesting young men were gone. The 4 Charltons, the 2 Calverts, the Fontaines, the Munros, and everyone from Jonesboro, Fayetteville, and Lovejoy who was young and attractive. Only the older men, the cripples, and the women were left, and they spent their time knitting and sewing, growing more cotton and corn, raising more hogs and sheep and cows for the army. There was never a sight of a real man except when the commissary troop, under Sue Ellen's middle-aged beau, Frank Kennedy, rode by every month to collect supplies. The men in the commissary were not very exciting, and the sight of Frank's timid courting annoyed her until she found it difficult to be polite to him. If he and Sue Ellen would only get it over with. Even if the commissary troop had been more interesting, it would not have helped her situation any. She was a widow, and her heart was in the grave. At least, everyone thought it was in the grave and expected her to act accordingly. This irritated her, for, try as she could recall nothing about Charles except the dying calf look on his face when she told him she would marry him. And even that picture was fading. But she was a widow, and she had to watch her behavior. Not for her the pleasures of unmarried girls. She had to be grave and aloof. Ellen had stressed this at great length, after catching Frank's lieutenant swinging Scarlett in the garden swing and making her squeal with laughter. Deeply distressed, Ellen had told her how easily a widow might get herself talked about. The conduct of a widow must be twice as circumspect as that of a matron. And God only knows, thought Scarlett, listening obediently to her mother's soft voice. Matrons never have any fun at all, so widows might as well be dead. A widow had to wear hideous black dresses without even a touch of braid to enliven them. No flower or ribbon or lace or even jewelry, except onyx mourning brooches or necklaces made from the deceased's hair. And the black crepe veil on her bonnet had to reach to her knees. And only after 3 years of widowhood could it be shortened to shoulder length. Widows could never chatter vivaciously or laugh aloud. Even when they smiled, it must be a sad, tragic smile. And most dreadful of all, they could in no way indicate an interest in the company of gentlemen. And should a gentleman be so ill-bred as to indicate an interest in her, she must freeze him with a dignified but well-chosen reference to her dead husband. Oh, yes, thought Scarlett drearily, some widows do remarry eventually, when they are old and stringy. Though heaven knows how they manage it, with their neighbors watching. And then it's generally to some desperate old widower with a large plantation and a dozen children. Marriage was bad enough, but to be widowed, oh, then life was over forever. How stupid people were when they talked about what a comfort little Wade Hampton must be to her, now that Charles was gone. How stupid of them to say that now she had something to live for. Everyone talked about how sweet it was that she had this posthumous token of her love, and she naturally did not disabuse their minds. But that thought was farthest from her mind. She had very little interest in Wade, and sometimes it was difficult to remember that he was actually hers. Every morning she woke up, and for a drowsy moment she was Scarlett O'Hara again, and the sun was bright in the magnolia outside her window, and the mockers were singing, and the sweet smell of frying bacon was stealing to her nostrils. She was carefree and young again. Then she heard the fretful, hungry wail, and always there was a startled moment when she thought, "Why, there's a baby in the house." Then she remembered that it was her baby. It was all very bewildering. And Ashley. Oh, most of all, Ashley. For the first time in her life, she hated Tara, hated the long red road that led down the hill to the river, hated the red fields with springing green cotton. Every foot of ground, every tree and brook, every lane and bridle path reminded her of him. He belonged to another woman, and he had gone to the war, but his ghost still haunted the roads in the twilight,
still smiled at her from drowsy grey eyes in the shadows of the porch. She never heard the sound of hooves coming up the river road from 12 Oaks that for a sweet moment she did not think, Ashley. She hated 12 Oaks now, and once she had loved it. She hated it, but she was drawn there, so she could hear John Wilkes and the girls talk about him, hear them read his letters from Virginia. They hurt her, but she had to hear them. She disliked the stiff-necked India and the foolish prattling Honey, and knew they disliked her equally, but she could not stay away from them. And every time she came home from 12 Oaks, she lay down on her bed morosely and refused to get up for supper. It was this refusal of food that worried Ellen and Mammy more than anything else. Mammy brought up tempting trays, insinuating that now that she was a widow she might eat as much as she pleased, but Scarlett had no appetite. When Dr. Fontaine told Ellen gravely that heartbreak frequently led to a decline, and women pined away into the grave, Ellen went white, for that fear was what she had carried in her heart. "Isn't there anything to be done, Doctor?" "A change of scene will be the best thing in the world for her," said the doctor, only too anxious to be rid of an unsatisfactory patient. So Scarlett, unenthusiastic, went off with her child, first to visit her O'Hara and Robillard relatives in Savannah, and then to Ellen's sisters, Pauline and Eulalie, in Charleston. But she was back at Tara a month before Ellen expected her, with no explanation of her return. They had been kind in Savannah, but James and Andrew and their wives were old and content to sit quietly and talk of a past in which Scarlett had no interest. It was the same with the Robillards, and Charleston was terrible, Scarlett thought. Aunt Pauline and her husband, a little old man with a formal brittle courtesy, and the absent air of one living in an older age, lived on a plantation on the river, far more isolated than Tara. Their nearest neighbor was 20 miles away by dark roads, through still jungles of cypress swamp and oak. The live oaks, with their waving curtains of gray moss, gave Scarlett the creeps, and always brought to her mind Gerald's stories of Irish ghosts roaming in shimmering gray mists. There was nothing to do but knit all day, and at night listen to Uncle Carrie read aloud from the improving works of Mr. Bulwer Lytton. Eulalie, hidden behind a high-walled garden in a great house on the Battery in Charleston, was no more entertaining. Scarlett, accustomed to wide vistas of rolling red hills, felt that she was in prison. There was more social life here than at Aunt Pauline's, but Scarlett did not like the people who called, with their airs and their traditions and their emphasis on family. She knew very well they all thought she was a child of a mésalliance, and wondered how a Robillard ever married a newly come Irishman. Scarlett felt that Aunt Eulalie apologized for her behind her back. This aroused her temper, for she cared no more about family than her father. She was proud of Gerald and what he had accomplished unaided except by his shrewd Irish brain. And the Charlestonians took so much upon themselves about Fort Sumter. Good heavens! Didn't they realize that if they hadn't been silly enough to fire the shot that started the war, some other fools would have done it? Accustomed to the brisk voices of upland Georgia, the drawling, flat voices of the Low Country seemed affected to her. She thought if she ever again heard voices that said palms for palms, and hoose for house, and won't for won't, and ma and pa for ma and pa, she would scream. It irritated her so much that during one formal call she aped Gerald's brogue to her aunt's distress. Then she went back to Tara. Better to be tormented with memories of Ashley than Charleston accents. Ellen, busy night and day, doubling the productiveness of Tara to aid the Confederacy, was terrified when her eldest daughter came home from Charleston, thin, white, and sharp-tongued. She had known heartbreak herself, and night after night she lay beside the snoring Gerald, trying to think of some way to lessen Scarlett's distress. Charles's aunt, Miss Pittypat Hamilton, had written her several times, urging her to permit Scarlett to come to Atlanta for a long visit. And now, for the first time, Ellen considered it seriously.
She and Melanie were alone in a big house, and without male protection, wrote Miss Pittypat, now that dear Charlie has gone. Of course, there is my brother Henry, but he does not make his home with us. But perhaps Scarlet has told you of Henry. Delicacy forbids my putting more concerning him on paper. Melly and I would feel so much easier and safer if Scarlet were with us. 3 lonely women are better than 2, and perhaps dear Scarlet could find some ease for her sorrow, as Melanie is doing, by nursing our brave boys in the hospitals here. And, of course, Melly and I are longing to see the dear baby. So Scarlet's trunk was packed again, with her mourning clothes, and off she went to Atlanta with Wade Hampton and his nurse Prissy, a head full of admonitions as to her conduct from Ellen and Mammy, and $100 in Confederate bills from Gerald. She did not especially want to go to Atlanta. She thought Aunt Pittypat the silliest of old ladies, and the very idea of living under the same roof with Ashley's wife was abhorrent. But the county, with its